A huge gorge separated two cliffs, a cliff 3,000 kilometers high. The man stood at the very edge of the abyss. It brought back memories of old times. His long dark hair fluttered in the wind, especially the days when he dreamed of becoming a martial arts god. The man's pupils were dark red, not the easiest, but so desirable to achieve his dream. He was wearing the same dark red, shabby clothes, and as soon as people found out about his ambitions, they immediately branded him crazy. Despite this, he trained day and night to make his dream come true, as if he were mad. The man looked into the distance tiredly, until he thought about becoming a martial arts god. He considered his training excessive, but now he realized that it was not enough. Another man appeared behind him, and he shouted that he was a mad demon. The man with red eyes turned his head, the left hand of the demonic cult of the guiding light. There were several warriors behind the newcomer. He galloped to make him stop their time, demanding the return of the heavenly pearl that he stole from the cult. Shining Light, officer of the demonic cult. The hero looked into his eyes. Didn't Shining Light understand what he was telling him just now? The officer looked at the man. What would the story he was telling change? His end had already come. He had been running from them all this time, but now there was nowhere else to run. The hero took a small red object out of his pocket and put his hand out over the abyss holding it. So this is the heavenly pearl. Holding it in his hand, he looked at everyone, asking if he could throw it to him. Shining Light apologized and asked him to continue the story. The man turned to face the cliff and squeezed the pearl in his hand. He is an expert in mind games, tricks, strategy, traps, and lies. Therefore, it is simply impossible for him to take the bait. His face looked tired. Shining Light stood behind him, saying that he could deceive himself as much as he wanted. The officer had a blue ribbon in his hair. He added, saying that especially regarding the baits, the only reason he never fell for them was because all the beautiful women simply couldn't act like they liked him. The squad continued to wait at the edge of the forest while the hero stood at the edge, so they were forced to lure him with a simple girl if they could find one, and literally everyone knows about it. The men looked into each other's eyes. The one with the red eyes again extended his hand with the pearl over the abyss, asking, does he still want to be abandoned? Shining Light asked to continue. The abyss seemed bottomless, and in order to become a god of martial arts, he moved and learned all possible techniques. This is who he is. The warriors, led by the officer, stood and listened silently. The hero frowned. Mad demon, Shining Light, and the party continued to wait in silence. The man in red stood in the same place. He was asked if he was finished, but he replied that it was not all. A gust of wind lifted his hair. After he had gone through all this thorny path, everything began to seem meaningless. He wasted his time traveling the world in the hopes of bringing justice to the world. Shining Light frowned. Justice, so this is him, the most wanted enemy of the Muram Union. He is even higher than Shining Light on the wanted list, even though he is a member of a demonic cult. Wasn't this orthodox sect the first to call him Mad Demon? The hero silently raised his hand with the heavenly pearl, and frowned. Maybe he should abandon it after all. Shining Light sighed, apologizing if this angered him. Mad Demon only looked at him thoughtfully. He stood in front of the party with one hand behind his back. He said that he found it quite entertaining to see how he, as Shining Light, controlled his anger. The man with the blue ribbon in his hair bowed his head. Mad Demon said that he had killed hundreds of elite soldiers of the demon cult while they were chasing him, but he still controlled himself. Shining Light frowned, replying that just because he had a mouth, it didn't mean he could use it as he pleased. Silence fell between the men. Mad Demon seemed to smile slightly. This bloodlust. Of course he wanted to kill him. The man respected his decision and would finish it with a fight. He extended his hand over the cliff again, making the officer nervous. But first, he should throw the pearl off the cliff so that it wouldn't interfere with their fight. Shining Light spread his hands. He apologized for showing unnecessary emotions, suggesting that they could somehow negotiate. The man in red bowed his head, asking how to negotiate. He raised his head, looking very angry. They chased him for days, not giving him a chance to rest, using the heavenly net for this. Because of them, he could not eat or sleep. The warriors of the demonic cult watched his actions. He continued, saying that he did not even have time to go to the toilet. Do they even understand how terrible this feeling is? The officer replied that this was their goal. This is the power of the heavenly net. Mad Demon clenched his fist with a red pearl. Shining Light watched what he was doing, asking what he was trying to do. He once again showed the heavenly pearl in his hand. He replied that he was about to make them eat all his waste, and the next moment, he brought his hand to his mouth and swallowed the red pearl. A loud swallowing sound was heard. The officer and the squad could not believe what they saw. Confusion was written on Shining Light's face. He was still standing at the edge, clouds were floating in the sky. He noted that the taste was unexpected. He took his hand away from his face, saying that it tasted like a peach. The officer cursed at him. Mad Demon looked at him silently, then he just smiled slightly. Looking at his reaction, it seemed that this decision was correct. Shining Light frowned, veins appeared on his face. He screamed in anger, ordering to kill him without giving him a chance. The man put out his hand, the rest of the warriors rushed to attack. He would personally grind him into dust and present him to their leader. The warriors drew their swords and ran at Mad Demon. He spread his legs wider and took a fighting stance. The first warrior raised his blade and attacked, but the man in red dodged and counterattacked with force, hitting him in the stomach. From the blow, he flew back, but the other one attacked. Mad Demon was behind him and hit with his elbow. At that moment, the rest of the warriors surrounded him. The hero was able to dodge several attacks and was about to deliver his own. One of the attackers noticed this and became nervous. He spread his fingers wide and quickly struck several enemies. The attack was so strong that it threw them back, raising a column of dust. They fell to the ground with a crash. Mad Demon stood in front of them with his hands down. Raising his head, he looked at the new enemies in front of him and turned to Shining Light. Their gazes crossed. How long does he plan to let his subordinates die? He spent whole days trying to discredit the hero. Doesn't he think it's time to come up with something new? The officer frowned, answering that he would personally kill him. He began to walk towards Shining Light, giving the order to his men to retreat. The hero looked at him tiredly, saying that he was so self-confident. Why didn't he fight him earlier when he was full of strength? Shining Light rushed at him, charging an attack in his hand, demanding that he close his mouth. Mad Demon bent his knees. A bright yellow glow appeared on his hands. He held out his hand with his fingers spread wide, shouting for him to show himself. A barrier surrounded the officer. The blue glow in his hand became even brighter. Blood flowed from the hero's mouth. Gathering all the strength in his torso, he opened his old ones from earlier. A bright glow also appeared in his hand. He shouted that he would take it with him to the next world. The men almost came together in an attack. Having touched their hands, a bright light appeared, so bright that it blinded the warriors standing nearby. A cloud formed, the edge of the cliff crumbled. Mad Demon flew out of the cloud. As he flew, blood flowed from his mouth. Was the officer so strong that he was unable to deal with him in such a state? A lot of blood gathered under Shining Light's feet. He stood holding his mutilated hand, thinking that Mad Demon was much stronger than they thought. The cloud dispersed and he saw the enemy falling into the abyss. He screamed in horror. The man in red smiled, saying that it was not that bad. As he fell, he extended his hand and showed his fist, hoping that their leader would execute them all. Shining Light ran to the very edge and looked down. He shouted to his subordinates, ordered them to go down and find his body. Mad Demon fell in the darkness, thinking that he was forced to fight before he passed away. Killed many elite soldiers of the demon cult, and at the same time stole and ate a sacred item, so his life was quite exciting. If the Miram Council found out about this, would they pay the martial artists a reward for it? He continued to fall and thought about it for a while, decided that it was not that important now, and closed his eyes. His hair curled as he fell and suddenly he seemed to be standing in the middle of nowhere. What worried him more was why he still had no hot girlfriend. He looked around himself, trying to figure out where he is. Behind him stands an old man with a long white beard, saying that the hero ate something containing a soul without hesitation. He must be completely abnormal. His feet did not touch the floor. Mad Demon looked at him in amazement, saying that the old man was incredibly strong. He smiled. It was not that important now. The heavenly pearl he had just eaten contained countless souls of the greatest martial artists. They were standing opposite each other. Now, the souls that could not ascend would merge with his own soul. The old man looked at the hero. If he fell asleep, the souls would immediately wake him up, and if he ate, the souls would share the essence of the food with him. The old man frowned his thick eyebrows. They would also cling to everything he did not touch. Mad Demon looked into the old man's eyes. He said that his Kai would always be rampant. He happily raised his hand, saying that he liked it. The old man looked at him strangely, thinking that this guy was completely stupid. He really thought that Kai overload was a good thing. The white-haired man kept his hands behind his back, just asking him to ask. He tilted his head and glared at him. Why did he swallow the heavenly pearl? The guy was shocked. He felt like he could kill him with just one look. He looked at the old man with a confused look, who was glowing. His power was beyond his senses, and if he didn't give him the answer he wanted, he would be crushed into dust. The old man frowned, demanding an answer without any tricks or lies. Mad Demon looked into his eyes, saying that he didn't want to eat him, but only wanted to make sure that the head of the demonic cult wouldn't eat him. He looked carefully and asked again. The hero still tried to hold on confidently. He hated their leader. He didn't perceive other people as such. If someone like him were to gain such power, Mad Demon didn't even want to think about it. The gray-haired man raised his hand to his face, asking what. He didn't like that leader just because of his attitude towards other people, and he didn't want someone like him to become stronger. He ran his hand over his beard and smiled. So this is a method of creating good. An excellent reason. Mad Demon just exhaled. The old man raised his hand in a gesture. The life he would reward him with would be his last, and he wouldn't be able to help him until his punishment was carried out. The hero looked at his interlocutor tiredly. What did he mean by that? He replied that this was the best he could give. The gray-haired man folded his hands and a bright glow appeared in them. He still deserved some kind of gift. A red pearl appeared in his hands. The man looked in shock, and a bright light surrounded him. The sun began to rise in the mountains. He woke up on a bed and sat up abruptly. Looking around, he saw an ordinary room. Is this it? Next to the bed there was a cabinet with various things. The hero looked down and thought, the hotel where he lived as a child. The man put his feet on the floor and inhaled. The room looked completely ordinary. On top of the cabinets there were vases and scrolls. This was really his room and it didn't look like a dream. He put his hand to his face and thought, what happened? The hero raised his head. He was about 20 when he lived here. Suddenly he realized something. His eyes became bigger. He could start learning combat skills several years earlier than last time. The hero raised his trembling hands, and what's more, now he could become stronger in a shorter time. And he clenched his hand into a fist. The guy smiled. This time he would become much stronger. Suddenly he felt pain. The hero looked down and touched his face. Did he cut the cube? Was he beaten? When was that? Leaving the room, he found himself in a room with many scattered tables and broken dishes. The hero looked around the room. The entire inn is literally upside down. If this is what happened then, the guy went back in his memories. So that's when it was. There were two men sitting at the table. Hey, errand boy. One of them heard that he was actively saving money for something. What for? The guy smiled awkwardly, thinking that he couldn't say that he was completely desperate because of his parents' death. What should he tell him? It was just for the sake of conversation, so he should just laugh it off. He put his hand to the back of his head and laughed. In fact, he dreams of hearing Ki Young Sing live in the Plum Blossom brothel. This is just a humble dream of an errand boy. Later, people started spreading rumors among themselves. Someone said that the guy who works at the inn and saves money is going to sleep with Ki Young. Another person whispered to his friend, said that he was crazy. No wonder he's always looking for ways to make money. What a loser. Lee Jaw stood there, lost in thought. He'd just joked about Ki Young, which was popular in Ilian Prefecture at the time. And then rumors started spreading. Lee Jaw put his hand on the table next to him. Looking at the current state of the inn, he could definitely tell that he'd been transported to that time period. Everything was in pieces. The hero bowed his head. Just remembering this made him furious. They beat him up and looted the inn just because of this. The guy moved on, deciding that he'd first study his body thoroughly and then decide what to do next. Lee Jaha returned to the room and sat on the floor. He folded his hands at his stomach and closed his eyes. Well, he should study the art of the steel lands he used back when he was Mad Demon again. A yellow light lit up his face. A bright ball appeared in his hands. Kai, the guy frowned. Where did his body get the Kai from now? At that time, he had no Kai. Lee Jaw kept his eyes closed. and immediately a huge amount of Kai energy flowed from him. He did not know why, but he thought that he was very lucky with this. Still, he decided to hurry up and quickly learn the art of the steel lance. Sweat began to appear on his face. The sun was setting behind the mountain range until it was completely invisible. The guy opened his eyes and looked at his hands. He could not believe it. The hero placed his hands on his legs. Even though his mind was well acquainted with this art, he was able to comprehend the first stage of the art of the steel lance so quickly. Thoughts appeared in his head. This is the best he could give him, and he still deserved some kind of gift. The guy thought about these words. Is this what the old man was talking about? Lee Jaw put his hand to his face, and this is the energy that he feels in his body. He believes that all this is somehow related to the heavenly pearl that he swallowed. The guy looked at his hand. More than half of the energy in his body was still stagnant. It was a shame, but he still smiled. The satisfied hero leaned on the bed. He was in no hurry. He already had an impressive base. He could become much stronger in a shorter time than he expected. Some sensation caught his attention. He looked up again and smiled, thinking that it had been a long time since he had felt anything in his heart, and he decided that he should take a walk around the area. In front of him in the night there were several houses with lights on. There were other people on the streets besides him. The hero passed by a stall with hot food. Lee Jaha looked around. It seemed to him that he was starting to remember everything little by little. Someone was brushing his teeth after eating and noticed the hero passing by. Another person was sitting at the table next to him. He asked if this was the guy from the hotel. The second was surprised that he was still alive. Other people also paid attention to him. Someone heard that he had been beaten up a couple of days ago, but he is quite strong to walk around so freely. Another said that he is a loser. Lee Jaha passed by the old woman with his hands behind his back, thinking that he was like that before. Everyone neglected him just because he was an errand boy at the inn. Lee Jaha frowned. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. The hero stopped abruptly. In front of him stood a house with white walls. He raised his head and looked at it. This place, wasn't this the Plum Blossom brothel? Lee Jaha remembered lying on the floor while 4 men kicked him. They screamed how dare he think about sleeping with the best girl in the brothel. He only tried to cover his head with his hands, trying to say that he didn't say such a thing. He turned his head and looked at him in fear. Ki Hyung was looking at him. There was fear in his eyes. He wondered why she was looking at him like that. He didn't say such a thing. They continued to beat him. Later, he returned to the hotel and opened the door, and powerlessly fell to his knees. The people behind him were discussing that he had recently been beaten. Tears appeared in Lee Jaha's eyes. He did not understand why. What had he done wrong? Remembering this, the hero put his hand to his head. Even Mad Demon had such times, and he smiled, thinking that he had returned at the perfect time. He looked at the red lantern above his head, deciding to put everything in its place. He heard someone's voice behind him. They asked him what he was looking at. He turned to the guy who had approached him. He asked if he was really planning to set fire to the Plum Blossom brothel. The interlocutor frowned. Lee Jaha looked at him questioningly. He asked if such a cur was capable of even lighting a match. After all, the hero was not capable of anything except crying. The man came close to the guy. He said that he had recently been beaten, but he saw that he was completely fine. It's a wonder he hasn't died yet. Lee Jaha looked at him calmly. He continued, saying that the hero was beaten so badly that after that it would be better to sit in a hotel. Why was he wandering around? The interlocutor couldn't stop. He asked why he was silent and whether he had gone deaf after the beating. They stood opposite each other. The hero only asked his name. This angered the man and he swung at the guy. But Lee Jaha dodged the blow and delivered a counterblow to the face. The man flew half a meter away and rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. The hero turned and walked on, thinking about what made him angry, because he had only asked his name again. Trying to remember his name, he approached the entrance to the brothel, in front of which stood a guard. The man looked at the hero and recognized him. This is the guy who was there the other day. So what is he doing here? Lee Jaha came closer, asking if this is how they communicate with a guest. The guard got angry and wanted to grab him, shouting that he was just an errand boy. But the hero dodged his hand and grabbed him by the face. With the force, he threw him to the ground. The man lost consciousness. Lee Jaha brushed the dust off his clothes. He walked past the lying guard, saying that this is terrible guest service. Doesn't understand they're thinking about service. The hero grabbed the door handles. The guests were sitting at the table. They were being served food and drinks. He opened the doors wide and smiled. Everyone turned to face the entrance. He shouted what they were doing and demanded that the visitor be served. People looked at him in confusion. Someone with white hair was watching him from the stairs. The hero was pleased with himself. He stood at the entrance with his arms wide apart. Someone asked if he was the one from the hotel. The waiters were talking among themselves. Did he lose his temper after being beaten up a couple of days ago? Two guards approached Lee Jaha. One of them asked him if he knew where he was. The hero smiled, looking at him. He replied that he was in a place where he could afford to drink. Did they think he would come in here without realizing it? This answer angered the guard. He had already raised his hand, but someone's voice stopped him, telling them to let him in. The men turned around in surprise. The voice added that it remembered this guy. The man with white hair looked at the hero with a smile. Cha Sung-ti, the manager of the Plum Blossoms. Leaning on the railing, he pointed with his other hand towards the bar. He said that they couldn't throw out a customer who came to them for a drink. A guest is a guest. Lee Jaha raised his head and looked at him. He turned his head towards the guards. They moved away. The hero walked further down the corridor. Cha Sung-ti ordered that they bring him a good drink. He walked to the stairs and climbed the steps. When else would he have such an opportunity to visit such a place? Let him be well served. The waitress behind him bowed. The staff replied that they understood everything. On the top floor, a guy met him and gestured where to go. It was a private room with a table and a sofa a little further. The waiter folded his arms across his chest and asked what he would like to drink. Lee Jaha replied that he had never been to such a place and asked to bring the most expensive thing they had. This angered him. He demanded that the hero watch his language. The same one sat comfortably at the table and asked why he should watch himself. He crossed his legs and dangled his arm. He didn't like serving an errand boy. He ironically apologized and demanded to bring him a drink. This angered the waiter even more. He looked at Lee Jaha. He thought that he knew no bounds, and if it weren't for Sung-ti's order, but he only took the door handle and asked him to wait. The hero smiled contentedly. Later, there was a lot of different food on the table in front of him. The hero pointed to a white jug, asking what was in it. The girl picked it up and smiled. It was premium Kwando liqueur. She poured it into a cup. He looked away from her and asked if Ki-hyung was here. The girl looked at the guest. She said that the chief would be furious. She heard that he had been beaten up for something like that a couple of days ago. The hero was still sitting and looking ahead. Did everyone here know that he had been beaten up? He told her not to worry and to just bring her. The girl silently looked at the hero and inhaled. She turned her head towards him. Smiling, she said that she would make a request. She left the room and closed the door behind her. He picked up the cup with the drink in his hands. Just look at this. This is how they treat an errand boy. He brought it to his face. Judging by the smell and color, this liqueur was not even third grade, and he took a sip from it. What kind of swindlers are these? Loud footsteps were heard outside the door. The guard swung the door open. He asked the man who he thought he was. The hero looked at the cup in his hand and looked up. He asked if there was something wrong with the errand boy coming to get them some drinks. Why did he keep addressing him so rudely? These words made the guard even more angry. Lee Jaha handed him the glass. He said that if he remembered correctly, the man's name was Dongguak. The guard was standing in front of the set table. The hero offered to pour him a drink and called him over. He only asked if he had eaten something wrong today. He sat down not far from Lee Jaha. He asked if there was something wrong with him. Had they overdone it that time? The guy poured the drink into the cup and placed it in front of Dongguak. He took it and brought it to his mouth. He told him to stop acting out and leave as soon as he finished drinking. Otherwise, everything would go according to a different scenario. The hero also picked up the cup and brought it to his mouth and called the guard's name. He slammed the cup down on the table. He stood up and leaned on the table to hit Lee Jaha, but a chopstick stuck into his hand. Dongguak screamed in pain. The hero smiled while looking at him. The man was shocked. He was shaking in pain, and the hero handed him the cup. He asked the man why he was acting like this. The guy planned to have a good drink and sit here with Ki-hyung before leaving. He brought the cup to his face asking why everyone around was barking like dogs. Ki-hyung entered their room. She was unhappy. She was holding a red transparent round fan in her hands. She asked Dongguak to stand outside. He pulled the chopstick out of his hand and grabbed his wounded hand. The hero repeated the girl's words. The guard hurried out of the room. Blood was running down his hand. The girl sat opposite the hero. He smiled while looking at her. Ki-hyung looked at him with confusion, asking what the smirk was about. Lee Jae held a cup in his hand. He replied that someone like him really needed to control himself in a place like this. She frowned. Did he really think this was funny? Did he think that Sungti and the leader wouldn't interfere? The guy put the cup to his lips, asking him to stop adding to his bill. Ki-hyung looked at what he was drinking. Duquan liquor. It was incredibly expensive, right? The key to that was Dongguak's treatment. The girl looked into Lee Jae's eyes. She told him to pay the bill and leave the place before he caused more damage. He just looked at her silently. All he could think was that this was the first time he had seen Ki-hyung so close. The girl looked annoyed, saying that even if he brought all the gold and silver in the province, she would never agree to sleep with him. She looked at him seriously. Even though she works here, it doesn't mean she sleeps with everyone she meets. She said she's not a whore. Ki-hyung put his cup on the table. Then he'll tell it like it is too. The guy put his hands on his legs. He never said he was saving up to sleep with her. All he said was that he wanted to hear her sing. The girl was surprised by what he heard, because, as he said, she sells her art, not her body. She looked completely confused. She replied that she heard something else. The guy interrupted, adding that even that was just a joke that he accidentally said at the hotel. Lee Jae lowered his eyes. He said that he didn't want it and he definitely didn't have money for it. Ki-hyung remained silent. He looked at her. He said that the reason he wanted to meet her was just to tell the truth. She didn't believe what he heard. He pointed to the exit. He picked up another cup and repeated for her to leave. Her eyes widened at these words. 3 guards rushed into the room. One of them looked at the hero and said his name. The girl stood up from the table and looked at the men. One of them said that he came here for his death. The other frowned and suggested taking him outside, so that later they wouldn't have to wash his blood off the walls. The liquor poured into the cup in a thin stream. Lee Jae held the jug over the table, asking to finish the drink before they started. The men were surprised by such a reaction. The guy brought the cup to his mouth, asking what manners and saying that he was sure that they could kill him at any time. Isn't that so? All 3 froze in shock and laughed loudly, telling Ki-hyung to stay outside. They sat down at the table with the hero, noticing that this was his last cup. The guards laughed looking at the hero. One of them said that Lee Jae had a lot of courage. He came here with his head held high and even called Ki-hyung. If he had known earlier, he would have been rude to him last time, and he regrets it. The 2 men sitting on either side leaned towards each other, but now that they know this, they can give him a good beating. He doesn't think Lee Jae will feel unfair if they are much stronger this time. He leaned towards the hero, asked if he minded. Lee Jae picked up the jug with a smile, offered the interlocutors a drink. The man closed his eyes. The guards changed their mood, said that if he was done, then they would all go outside. The hero calmly poured himself another cup, and drank from it. After taking a sip, he looked at it, said that he would not buy something of such quality. The men watched him drink. One of them frowned with displeasure, thinking why he was so calm. Had he really gone crazy after they beat him up last time? Lee Jae once again wanted to pour himself some, but the vessel was empty, and he put it on the table. He said that he wanted to ask something. Keeping his hand on the vessel, he looked at the interlocutors. Was he really that funny? They smiled. One of them answered that who was he if not a clown? The 2 men took their weapons in their hands. He had taken a beating a couple of days ago, but he had brought the situation to this point. The hero lowered his head and laughed. They chuckled too, noticing that he was actually laughing. Everyone in the room laughed. Their laughter grew louder, but the men suddenly pulled their weapons out of their sheaths. The hero hit the table, knocking it over. Food flew off the plates. He hit the table again, knocking them off their feet. They fell to the floor, unable to remove it. Lee Jae put his foot on the table, which was lying on the men. They looked at the hero. He stood there looking down at them, asking them, is he still a clown? The employee of the establishment heard something. She looked at the open doors. She looked closely, not understanding what was happening. The guy looked up and looked at her. Calling her an old hag, he demanded that she bring him more of that bad third-rate liquor. The girl frowned, repeating his words in her head, replying that it was premium Duquin liquor. The guy looked at her sullenly, replying that he was restraining himself from hitting a woman who knew nothing about martial arts. She was angered by his words. He added that she should think before opening her mouth. The girl turned away. The guy looked after her, and also turned his head. In front of him lay 3 men writhing in pain. He sat down next to them. Why weren't they laughing? Weren't they saying that he was a jester to them? There was a sly smile on his face. Then why weren't they laughing at the sight of a clown? Several armed men were walking towards his room. Sungti was at the head. He was angry at what was happening. He turned and looked at them. So they were already here. They silently looked at what had happened. The manager turned his gaze. He noticed broken dishes and food on the floor, and unconscious workers. The hero rose from his knees. Sungti asked him, has he completely lost his mind? His gaze burned right through him. At this rate, he won't leave here alive. Li Jia frowned. Will he die? The blonde looked him in the eyes and answered positively. They stood looking at each other. The guy smiled. What angered the manager? Is he laughing? And he rushed at the guy. He tried to hit him with his palm, but he dodged the attack. Li Jia was holding a jug from his drink in his hand. Sungti managed to notice it, and it immediately smashed on his head. The shards flew apart, hitting other people. Blood flowed onto the floor. The blonde covered his face with his hand. The employees were worried about their boss. Li Jia stood and silently looked at them. He looked at everyone and asked if anyone else wanted some. A gleam appeared in his eyes. The other guards began to get nervous. Drops of blood fell on the floor. Sungti covered the wound on his face with his hand, saying that the hero really wants to die. He grabbed the sword and started to take it out of its sheath, but he stopped when he heard the guy's words. The guy told him to think before he acted. He looked into his eyes, adding that if he completely bares his sword, he will die. The blonde was visibly nervous. He held the sword, thinking that this guy was not joking. What happened to him in the past couple of days? Li Jia put his hand on his belt. He asked if the most socially adapted person in the prefecture could hush up everything that happened here. There were shards of broken dishes and furniture around him. Did he think that these 3 were lying here in food and drink because they were just unlucky? He looked at the blonde seriously, and did he seriously think that his eye was in such a state because he was lucky? Sungti closed his eyes and thought. The guy did not take his eyes off him. If he doesn't want to die, then he should think about his actions. His voice became lower, or he can draw his sword and die here. Sungti opened his wounded eye and looked at it. He still held the sword without taking it out of its sheath. These are not empty threats, he thought. His movements were not even visible. Sungti sighed heavily. The staff stood behind him. He ordered them to go down and wait. The blonde put the blade back and put it in his belt, asking what Li Jia was up to. It didn't seem like he would leave after finishing his drink. Sungti adjusted his clothes. Does he want to get an apology from the owner for what happened a couple of days ago? The hero put his hand to his chin, saying that it sounds good. If he wants an apology, Joga, will the owner come himself? Sungti nodded and extended his hand. He will call him himself. The guy looked at the wound of the interlocutor, asking how his eye. He wiped the blood with his clothes. He replied that it looked like he could see with them. Really? But he thought he was going to die when they were beating him. Sungti looked at him silently. He went out into the hallway and ordered the employee to prepare a table in the next room. The blonde turned to the hero again, saying that if he was not going to kill these 3, then let them heal. The city people are ready to kill each other for the slightest movement, right? Li Jia looked at him silently. The manager stood there with blood smeared on his face, thinking that his expression changed when he did something like that. The hero turned away, saying that he did not mind. Other guards picked up the wounded and carried them away. Later, they were sitting in another room at the same table. Sungti put a cloth to his face, wondering what kind of mess just came out of nowhere. Li Jia looked down. The interlocutor asked if he had been lucky anywhere else. There was a vessel on the table that was different from the one he drank from. The hero looked at him. Sungti took it and smiled, said he would fill his glass. It was top quality Daquin liquor, so it should taste very good. The drink filled the glass. The guy looked up. asking if this was the liquor they had brought him earlier. He frowned, said that they had brought him some nonsense earlier and called it top-quality Daquin liquor. The blonde looked down and said nothing, but he smiled and poured the drink into the glass. They must have bought third-rate bottles by accident. He should understand, this is business, they must profit one way or another. Both took the glasses in their hands. The hero demanded that the blonde drink it. He assumed that he wanted to know whether it was poisoned or not, and said he would drink first. Sunti drank the entire contents at once. Li Jaha watched calmly. Putting the cup on the table, he exhaled. He raised his hand and addressed his interlocutor, asking if he was always so good at fighting. Never heard of his style. The hero silently brought the cup to his mouth and sipped the contents. He just always held himself back. His father told him never to fight. Sunti smiled slyly, thinking it was a lie. He smiled back and asked for forgiveness for everything that happened earlier. Since his subordinates were mocking him, the actions were understandable. The hero hid the cup under the table and looked into the eyes of the interlocutor, thanked for understanding. He bet on the blonde, who constantly smiled at him, said that he was starting to get annoyed by how arrogantly he apologized to him, and reached for the vessel with the drink. Maybe he should break a few of his bones to change his attitude. Sunti looked carefully and went down to the floor, resting his head on it, loudly saying that he sincerely apologized. His face almost seemed like the floor. He kneels in front of someone for the first time in his life. He is really sorry. Ki-hyung saw this as she entered the room. He stood up and turned around. She looked at him with fear, not understanding why he was so scared that he fell to his knees and bowed his head in front of the errand boy. And the wound on his face. The girl put her hand to her chin. Did he really lose to this kid? Li Jaha noticed her, and she was here. The blonde looked at her sideways, telling her to pull herself together, asking if she could handle it. She silently approached the table. Sunti shouted and pointed his finger at a specific place. Is she stupid? Who said this was for him? Demanding that the vessel be put in another place. The girl approached the hero and trembled with excitement. She opened the bottle and began to pour the contents into a glass. Ki-hyung turned to her and called. Ki-hyung continued to pour the drink into the glass. The hero took the glass and brought it to his face. Raising his head, he looked ahead. Did she know that even an errand boy was capable of true love? These words surprised her, but the guy frowned and looked into the glass again. But this love had nothing to do with her, so let it go. The girl was shocked. She was ruining his mood. The confused girl looked at him holding the vessel in her hand. Sunti looked at her, telling her to get lost. The girl bowed and clenched her hands into fists. She left the room. Sunti looked after her with longing. She burst into tears only after hearing this, and again turned to his interlocutor. He pointed his finger at him. He had enough of this respectful tone. Moreover, because of the slit in his eye, he was becoming uncomfortable. He grinned and nodded, saying that he understood. Li Jaha frowned. The blonde also frowned and smiled. They looked into each other's eyes. Sunti stood up and bowed. The hero said that he knew how to use a sharp tongue. In response, he thanked him. The drink was poured into the cup. The hero looked at the interlocutor, asking when the owner would come. Sunti took the cup in his hands, answering that he was currently serving experts from the Black Cat Association, so it would be difficult for him to come here right now. The hero took his cup and brought it to himself. This union, a gathering of swindlers. Sunti poured another drink. Yes, this union will establish itself here with the approval of the top. Therefore, the leader wants to show them his good side. The blonde looked into the mug, but because of what happened today, Li Jaha drank the contents, asking that if he subdued his master, then Black Cat will have to break through to the local market themselves. The manager lowered his eyes. Confirming this, the guy put the cup on the table and looked at the interlocutor. What does he expect from him? Does he want him and the owner to drink and he will just quietly leave them? He frowned looking at him, asked if he thinks that this will solve everything. Sunti was still looking at the floor. He replied that he did not think so and asked what he wants. The hero raised another glass. If the owner and his workers serve the hero, will the Black Cat Union stick its nose in? The blonde looked up and looked at the hero. He thinks they would do that. He smiled. Speaking of which, maybe he should establish a sect here himself. They would act as his subordinates. Sunti was confused by what he heard. Li Jaha brought the glass to his mouth. He replied that he would give him a chance to decide for himself. He drank and continued to explain. If he thought that the Black Cat Alliance would win, he could fight alongside the owner on their side. If he thought otherwise, he could join him. The manager looked at his interlocutor carefully, thinking about what made him change his mind about him so abruptly, that this errand boy would talk so easily about establishing a sect as if it were easy. He abruptly put the mug down on the table and stood up from the table. Sungti watched him go, asking if he was leaving. Why didn't he wait a little longer? Li Jaha looked down at him. For that, he thought this was an escape. The blonde man lowered his head, answering yes. The hero glared. He said that he was asking for it. The blonde looked at him silently. Rising from the table, he nodded after him, told him to be careful on the way back. He would pay for his bill today. Li Jaha stepped out the door and found himself surrounded by guards. Looking at them, he grinned. Everyone parted, making way for him. He told them to get out of the way, calling them cockroaches. The guards lowered their heads. The hero walked smiling. The guy went down the stairs, and some noise caught his attention. Where is that kid? One of the men was angry. How dare he raise his hand? The man turned around and saw the guy. He asked him if he was awake. The guard pounced on him with his fists, but then he got hit in the face. Having lost several teeth, he flew to the side and fell on the table, breaking it. The others who were there were surprised at what happened. Li Jaha turned to the others. He said that they should seriously explain to him how things were going here. Otherwise, he would have to beat him up again. The other employees looked at him askance. He added that he shouldn't have expected anything else from them. Pleased with himself, he walked towards the exit. As he left the building, the hero waved at them. He said that the errand boy had a lot of fun today. The employees walked out and looked at him angrily. With a smile on his face, he left the brothel. The night sky illuminated the streets of the city. Something caught his attention. He looked at the sign with the silver dragon. Ki Yang was standing in front of the entrance. He should get a weapon if he wanted to fight Black Cat. The hammer struck the hot iron. The blacksmiths were busy with their work. One of them looked at the hero, vice chief of the Gwakyonggi Dragon Head Forge. Ki Yang stood in front of him with his hands behind his back. The errand boy from the inn. Was he here to pay off his debts? The blacksmith stood up from his chair. The man replied that he wanted to buy something. Youngie asked again, a sickle or a kitchen knife? The man frowned and folded his arms. He said that he was looking at weapons for war. The blacksmith pointed at him. He heard that the man had been beaten up a couple of days ago. He should not let a hothead take possession of him and push him to his death. Ki Yang stood his ground. He told him to show his selection. The hero wanted something like a one-handed sword or a whip or a razor-sharp dagger. Youngie lowered his head. He asked if he was going to use them together. The man frowned and replied that these were just his preferences in weapons. Why shouldn't he respect them? The blacksmith called his colleagues. He demanded that they bring the black dragon sword, the white dragon whip, and the cloud dragon dagger. He turned to the boy again. He said he liked the chicken noodles his grandparents made. He asked why he was such a bad cook. His taste was terrible. Behind them, the blacksmiths were working on metal. Now is not the time to talk about chicken noodles, Li Jaha replied. Youngie asked what he was talking about. Perhaps uniting the Murim, an ordinary errand boy. The hero looked at his interlocutor intently. The blacksmith looked into his eyes. Footsteps were heard. They had brought everything. The blacksmiths were holding boxes in their hands containing weapons. He could take as much time as he needed to evaluate them. The hero looked at the weapons and said that he was in a hurry to buy them all. Youngie looked at the hero. He replied that he owed 90 nyong. The hero asked again the price. The blacksmith said that since he was a local, he was giving him a huge discount. Li Jia crossed his arms over his chest, offering to give him 50, and he would let him borrow them for a while. He would return them as soon as he was done with everything. This angered the blacksmiths. He replied that this was literally stealing. Footsteps were heard behind him. A voice asked what the noise was. Oppa looked in the direction of the voice. In front of them stood a huge, strong man, the chief master of the dragon head Chuliang. All the blacksmiths bowed to him. Youngie introduced him to Li Jia. This guy was planning to go to war with the three brothers and wanted to rent a weapon for 50 nyack. The man thought, putting his hand to his chin. He was the eldest son of the family that owned the inn. He replied that it had been a long time ago. Shuliang looked at the guy with a smile. He loved the chicken noodles that his grandparents made, but what he cooked was just awful. Yang Yi turned to the boss, saying that he had told him about it. The man put his hands on his waist, asking if he was serious about going to war. If it was because they were bothering him, he would ask them to stop. Shuliang looked at the hero. If they refused to listen to him, he could protect the boy. After all, he had a duty to his grandparents. The muscular man spread his hands, saying that there was no reason to attach such importance to it. It was no longer important now. The hero looked at Shuliang carefully. Looking at him, he thought, was he always like this? He didn't remember Shuliang saying such things to him in his past life. Or had the future already changed because of him? The hero bowed his head. Thanking him for his concern, he said that he would handle it himself. The man looked at him and asked what he was going to do. Li Jaha pointed with his hands. How about gathering all the blacksmiths in the area and founding the Steel Dragon clan? Shuliang was surprised to hear that. Found a clan? What was he talking about? The boy looked into his eyes. If the brothers formed an alliance in the prefecture, they would extract a huge amount of money from them. And that was why he planned to establish a federation of clans in their prefecture and make sure that the Black Cat Alliance would have no power here. The man crossed his arms and asked again. The man replied that the brothels were going to form a clan. Shuliang frowned, and they, in turn, would ice the blacksmiths into the Steel Dragon clan. The guy looked extremely serious. The newly formed alliance of architects planned to submit to the brothers' sect. In return, he would unite all the labor layers into a clan to create an even larger union. Everyone silently looked at Li Jaha. He clenched his fist. They would not have to pay him any tribute, and no clan would have to pay him or anyone else. Their goal would only be to ensure that no one stole from them. Shuliang scratched his beard. It sounded careless, but if you think about it, it makes sense. What did he plan to be called? The guy replied that it was possible to combine the place for the lower stratum and the dirty end. The guy frowned. It would be Hao sect. The tall man stood silently. He put his hand to his face and thought, Hao sect. He smiled after thinking. He was quite interested in seeing a simple errand boy trying to establish a clan. He is so loyal that he can take on his brothers on his own. The hero smiled. He replied that he would see. Shuliang turned to Yang Yi. He said to give him the weapon for free. He looked at the boy with a smile. He smiled back. They would continue this conversation if he survived. Later, he was sitting in his room. There was a sound outside. The boy opened his eyes. He looked ahead. Shovels were lifting the earth. In the yard, several people were digging the earth. A man in red was sitting at a table holding a dagger. The second brother, Cho Eagle. He turned to the hero. He said that he was going to call him after they finished digging a hole for him. He stuck the dagger into the tabletop. He frowned and looked at Li Jaha. He ordered him to sit next to him. The boy frowned. The men were digging the earth behind the heroes sitting at the table. Eagle said that today was a good day for the Cho brothers. They had received approval from the Black Cat Union to settle here in Ouyang Prefecture. Jaha was silent, looking down. The man touched his forehead with his palm and continued that, however, a bad person who couldn't even cook chicken noodles properly had done something incomprehensible in their brothel, and what did he suggest he do about it? Eagle frowned and told the guy to give 3 reasons why he should stay alive before they finished digging the hole. Jaha closed his eyes, grinning. The brunette angrily asked, was he laughing? Looking at him, the hero calmly answered, why should he cry here? Eagle swung his sword, shouting curses. And then his expression became surprised. Jaha clutched the dagger with a slight smile. The man frowned, asked, what? The hero abruptly thrust the dagger into the man's palm. Squeezing the hilt of the blade, he asked to be allowed to ask something, to give at least one reason why he should leave him alive. Eagle sullenly pressed his lips together and thought that he was wondering what kind of guy had made a mess in the brothel. One of the men told the owner that they were almost done digging the hole. The man winced and ordered them to dig even deeper. In response, he heard agreement. He looked at the guy. Smiling a little, he said that apparently he had some kind of epiphany. He stretched his hand out to the guy, shouting congratulations. The movement of the white beam caused blood to appear on the man's hand. He looked at it splashing in surprise. Eagle looked ahead, amazed. Jaha pressed the blade deeper into his palm. Closing his eyes, the brunette screamed in pain. Trembling, he fell on the table, and the guy asked why he said he needed the hole. The opponent angrily exhaled and said that it was only to intimidate him. Looking at him, the hero said that he was lying. Eagle gritted his teeth as he pulled the blade out of his hand. Holding the bloody dagger, the long-haired man told him to tell him why he should be left alive. The man touched the bloody hand. Pointing the blade, the hero said that he could not think of a single reason. He knew it. He asked him, did he think there was a real reason why someone like him should be left alive? Looking sternly, Jaha continued that not only did he participate in the sale of people, but he also mercilessly killed when things did not go according to his plan. Among those he killed were acquaintances of the hero. Frowning, Eagle shouted that if he killed him, the brothers and the Black Cat Union would never forgive him. He coughed sharply in defeat. He looked down in defeat. A dagger was sticking out of the man's chest. The long-haired man who had thrown the dagger reminded him that he had asked for a reason to let him live, not to threaten him. Eagle fell face down on the table. Jaha looked at him. Then he turned away. The workers continued digging the hole. The hero said that they were still doing so. The man with the bandage on his face turned when the hero told them to stop digging. They looked at him in shock. Jaha pointed at the dead man and asked what they were so surprised about. He had been walking around here with a knife himself, and then he just went and died for no reason. The men looked at each other in shock. The one in front asked who he was. Jaha frowned at him and asked what he was talking about. He was the errand boy from the Zaha Hotel, of course. The man in front of him said what he thought. He knew that was not what he was talking about. The hero stood up, telling him to stop arguing, let them take off their masks. He wanted to see if he knew any of them. The men pulled their masks off their faces. With his hands behind his back, Jaha said that this was his first time meeting them in the prefecture. Were they from the Black Cat Union? The brown-haired man said no, they had only recently arrived in Ilyang Prefecture and had been working at the Plum Blossom brothel all this time. The hero frowned at them and told them to choose, either the three of them would die here and now. Pointing his finger downwards, he continued that either they would bury this corpse and return to their hometowns. The brown-haired man touched his chest and said that if he allowed them to live, they would simply return to their homeland. The bald man stepped forward and said that he could not return to his homeland due to personal circumstances, but he would never go near that brothel again. The brunette standing next to him said that he would too if he was allowed to live. Jaha waved his hand and told him to take care of the body and leave. The man looked at him and asked if he needed help in the kitchen. He fell to his knees, saying that he would have nowhere to make a living except at the Plum Blossom brothel. Jaha looked at the man and asked if he was a good cook, and when he heard that he was, he continued, could he make chicken noodles? Clenching his fist, the man said that it was easy. He was sure that he could make divine chicken noodles. Turning away, the hero said that it was okay, but for now, let him take care of something else. The brunette bowed, telling the departing hero that he understood and asked him to have a good rest. Jaha entered the room. He looked away. Standing at the door, he asked the man what he was doing here. Sungti smiled and said that he really was able to defeat Egal. Crossing his arms, the brunette asked, did he seriously think he would die from someone like him? Did he hear that his eyes are okay now? The blonde pointed his fan at the bandage and replied that it was just a way to hide his face from the public. Waving his hand, he continued that he said that he hurt his eye, and after that, he ran away and immediately went to look for a doctor. Looking down, Sungti said that if he hadn't done that, he would have been buried next to Egal, as he saw that he was quite useful and smart. Covering his eye, he asked, does he understand that? Jaha crossed his arms, exhaled, and said yes, good job. The blonde smiled and thanked him, saying that he had no other choice to survive. Then he became serious and asked how he planned to deal with the two remaining Cho brothers. Looking at him, the hero replied that he would kill them. He stood at the door, telling that if he continued to exist, the suffering of the prefecture would continue to multiply. Sungti nodded, saying that he understood. The main thorn now was Ilsum. He had to be especially careful when going to it. Jaha, without turning around, called Sungti. The blonde looked at him, responding. He was surprised to hear a request to buy food. They had liquor, but nothing to eat with it, and asked what he was saying. They were just talking about Ilsum. The brunette turned to him silently. The blonde held a fan and asked excitedly, did the inn really not have snacks? He was surprised to hear the answer no. Sungti waved his hand, saying that this was a typical inn. He would go buy some, let him give him money. Jaha shook his head and asked where would he get it from. Sungti exhaled, saying that this place was famous for its delicious chicken noodles. How did it go downhill like this? Looking at him, the long-haired man told him to think as he wanted, just take more snacks, maybe even take his favorites. Sungti headed for the exit, hearing that if they had anything left tonight, they could eat them tomorrow too. Jaha called out to the blonde who had walked away from the building. He turned around and asked, "Is something wrong?" Leaning over, the brunette asked, "Are you going for a walk? What's with the snail's pace?" Sungti turned around and looked at him silently. He winced in displeasure, wondering, is he serious? The displeased blonde walked faster, thinking that he was running errands for the errand boy. He clenched his teeth until he shuddered, hearing the repeated question, "What's with the snail's pace?" Sungti sped up, cursing angrily as he ran. There were plates with snacks on the table. Sungti stuck his chopsticks in his mouth. Jaha, who was sitting opposite him, was holding a glass and looking at the blonde. He told him to eat and not to be shy, after all it was bought with his money. He chewed and replied that he was enjoying it as much as he could. The brunette took a sip and said that that was great then. Anyway, this money was earned by exploiting young girls and ripping off stupid people who couldn't tell the difference between expensive liquor and urine, so let him enjoy every crumb. His hand with chopsticks trembled. Jaha looked up at the manager and asked, "Is something wrong? Is the food not to his taste?" The blonde looked at him silently, then slammed his chopsticks on the table and took a sip of alcohol. Exhaling, he slammed the glass on the table. Looking at him, the brunette asked, "Is he angry?" Sungti, who was sitting at the table, replied that yes, he was angry because the food he bought was just awful. The hero looked at him indifferently. The blonde took a piece and said that in any case, if Ilsum follows Eagle to the next world, the Black Cat Union will not ignore it. Looking ahead gloomily, the name said that if he is so worried about this, let him train to become stronger. He trembles over every little thing and does nothing, repeats the same thing, as if he has anything to do with it. Sungti looked at him silently, and then closed his eyes, hearing the question, "What should they do?" The man winced, hearing the question, "No, what should he do? Stop talking nonsense." Angrily slamming his hand on the table, Sungti could not stand it and asked who he was. He did not believe that he was some kind of Jaha. This is all nonsense. He is definitely pretending to be a noodle maker. Looking at him gloomily, the brunette asked, "Did you want to die?" The blonde looked at him silently after hearing that maybe death would grant him enlightenment. Sungti stood leaning on the table. He looked ahead gloomily, and then gloomily said that it doesn't matter, they will just kill all the villains from the Black Cat Union. Jaha was silent and held the glass, and then exhaled, closing his eyes, and said that okay, they will forget, let him finish his meal, and he will deal with Ilsum since he does not have any information about Sampyeong's location. Sungti winced and asked what was with his tone. He said so, this is a walk to the bathroom after drinking. The brunette sitting at the table said that since he was going to get even with him, and so it will be, the real problem is Sampyeong, because he does not know where he is now. Taking a piece with his chopsticks, Sungti said that it is only a matter of time, sooner or later he will return home. Looking at him, the brunette asked if he thought that if Sampyeong returned to the brothel, would he be able to handle him himself. The blonde replied with a frown that he, Sungti, was confident that his strength would be enough to deal with someone like him. The brunette made a surprised sound. Pointing with his chopsticks, the man said that however, it would be a bit problematic because his eye was damaged. The hero frowned and told him to make up his mind and say whether he could handle it or not. Sungti smiled and replied that he would see if he could use the element of surprise to his advantage. Beaming, he turned away and asked if he hadn't heard of Sungti, the master of tricks. The brunette sighed in displeasure and said to stop. If they dealt with all the brothers, was he confident that he could lead the 3 brothels? Looking at him, the blonde repeated his name. Jaha answered with displeasure that he knew, he already understood who he was, and cursed. There were plates of food and a small glass on the table, and words were heard that as long as there were so many people living in these brothels, it would be impossible to deal with them all. Holding a container of alcohol, Jaha said that the most important thing for them was that all those who worked there were paid what they deserved, and that no one like him would sell urine for the price of top-notch liquor. Looking forward, the guy said that they would take care of the sick if necessary, and also would not prevent anyone from returning home if they wanted to. Looking at him, the blonde man said that it would not be easy. Sitting opposite Jaha said that they had to do everything despite the difficulties, and heard the question, why? With a serious look, he said that it was better than everything ending with Sungti dying at his hands. The blonde man remained silent. Pointing his finger, the brunette told him to take care of it, and if things went wrong, he would personally make sure he met Eagle in the afterlife. The blonde tensed up in shock. He crossed his arms and told everything to go to hell. With a displeased look, he said that he was doing something wrong, and he immediately threatened him with death. Maybe he should just quit and go to the mountains. He heard the word forward. Sungti, amazed, heard that if they succeeded, he would be in charge of 3 brothels, but since he did not want to, the hero would find someone else. With a smile, the blonde said that he was Sungti and thought it was too early for him to quit. The brunette exhaled with a glass and then took a sip. Jaha stood up, surprising his interlocutor. He threw the clothes off his shoulders. Sungti asked him in surprise why he was confused in the middle of the meal and heard the answer that he wanted to change into his clothes. The guy looked at him in amazement, asking again. The brunette stood up and told him to stop talking, hurry up and take off his clothes. The manager stood up and began to take off his clothes in displeasure, saying that he was a damn thief. Turning around, he looked at the half-naked brunette. Frozen in the same pose, he said that he was about Ilsum. The brunette looked at Sungti, who clenched his teeth, who said that the damn thief should take his clothes and finish him off. Remaining in white clothes, he said that it seemed that Jaha was smarter than he thought. He turned away, raising his hand, and said that he did not expect that he would understand that he would not be allowed into the brothel in his rags, which attracted so much attention. In any case, he doesn't think they'll let him into the brothel even like this. They'll just stop at the entrance after seeing his face. The brunette's face was displeased. He silently glanced sideways at the undressing guy. Jaha tied his hair in a ponytail. Standing in his clothes, he asked how it was. Sungti clapped his hands and smiled, saying that he was amazing as always. Standing in front of him, he said that he looked almost like an errand boy. Looking at him, Jaha heard that it was better than he thought. The blonde ran around, examining him, and said that before that, he always wore old clothes and looked like a homeless person. If he were in his place, he would dress better. Jaha gave him a sharp slap on the back of the head, interrupting him, and then, standing next to him, told him to shut up. He replied that he understood. The brunette frowned and said that he thought he was being too kind to him. Since his habits were showing, he hoped that the hint was understood. Sungti remained silent, displeased. Approaching the door, Jaha said that he would be back soon. The blonde asked to be careful with his clothes. He remained standing on the stairs while the hero left. The brunette walked away along the path. Sungti silently raised his head, then opened his eyes and wished him luck with displeasure. The hero approached a traditional building with a dark roof. The man bowed, greeting him. Jaha asked Ilsum here. The servant raised his head and asked if she was looking for the owner. He might want to know where he was from. The brunette looked at him and said that he was from the Black Cat Union. Let them take him to Ilsum. The man asked again in surprise and asked if he could find out his name. Jaha slapped him sharply on the cheek. Standing next to him, he displeasedly told not to waste his time and just take him to him. The servant lowered his head, apologizing. The doors to the room opened. The man pointed with his hand and asked to come in after him. Jaha followed the servant. He held his hands behind his back and walked up the stairs. The heroes entered the room. The man turned around and asked to wait here. He needed to notify the owner. The guy took a step and then sat down in the chair. He looked around the room and thought that it was impressive. Jaha rested his head on his hand and thought that he must have planned to host the Black Cat Union here so that the brothers could create their union in the world of Muram. The door opened. Ilsum entered the room, adjusting his clothes. The man frowned and said that he saw him for the first time. He stood in front of the hero and thought how dare he come to him at such a late hour. He looked at the indifferent brunette and thought how he laughed in his chair, not even thinking to greet him. Ilsum frowned and, apologizing for the question, asked how high his status was in the union hierarchy. Looking at him, Jaha asked who said that he was a member of the Black Cat Union. The man answered with displeasure that his subordinates. The guy smiled slightly and asked, did he really not know him? The man answered that it was the first time he saw him, and then his gaze became shocked when he realized that he was the guy running errands from the hotel. Smiling, Jaha answered that it was true. Ilsum clenched his fists until he trembled and asked, how dare he? Has he gone crazy with everything? And then he froze, shocked by the guess that he was still alive. He clearly remembered how his brother, leaving, said that he would deal with him. Jaw, sitting in the chair, asked his brother. He calmly looked at the man, saying that didn't he understand? He was here because his brother was dead. Ilsum looked at him in shock. Lee Jaw sat in the chair and smiled. Ilsum stood in front of him. The man's face was distorted with anger. He growled, "Did his brother die at the hands of an errand boy?" The hero indifferently opened one eye and said that the man had paid him a visit and ordered his men to dig a hole, so the boy decided to kill him. The man furiously rushed at the boy and told him to stop talking nonsense. The hero narrowed his eyes. The enemy swung. The boy extended his hand. Their palms touched. A huge force pushed the man back. Ilsum was thrown back. He flipped in mid-air and landed on his feet. The villain stared at the boy in shock. The man looked at his trembling hand and could not believe that he had lost in the aspect of Kai. The hero stood up and muttered that according to rumors, he was much stronger than he actually was. Ilsum gritted his teeth and frowned. He wondered how such a thing could happen. After all, the boy was just an errand boy from a local inn just a few days ago. Lee Jaha looked at his opponent and asked why he was hesitating. He suddenly leaned forward and said that he would start himself then. The man shuddered and put both hands forward. The hero approached him, his hand outstretched. A glow appeared. The guy threw his enemy across the room with his blow. The man crashed into the wall, breaking through the doors. Blood gushed from his mouth. The guy stood with his hand outstretched. He was calm. There was still energy around his hand. The young man looked thoughtfully at his fingers. Blood dripped onto the floor. The hero approached the enemy, who was coughing, dropping to his elbows. The man tried to get up in rage. His body was shaking. He asked how the opponent used techniques like this. The guy looked down at him with disdain. Lee Jaha grabbed the enemy by the throat and lifted him up. The brunette glared menacingly and said that it was really okay for bastards like them to learn techniques, and it was bad for an errand boy like him to do it. The neck turned blue from the hero's powerful grip. The man grabbed his hand and choked. The boy called him a scumbag and added that even after years of ruling this village, the way he chose to use other people's livelihoods to enrich himself made him scum. The boy looked at his opponent darkly. The man's eyes widened. He tried to stop the hero. Lee Jaha pressed his enemy hard into the floor. The building shook. The people looked up at the ceiling in surprise. The servants went upstairs and found the battlefield. Their master was lying on the floor, and the boy was above him. The boy looked at them with displeasure and asked what they could do if they came when their master had already fallen asleep. He looked ahead carefully. Then his face took on an ominous expression. The hero said that the leader of the Black Rabbit Alliance had changed his mind and it was decided to postpone the establishment of a sect in Ouyang Prefecture. The brunette stood up and said that he used Cho as an example if anyone was thinking of questioning the decision to establish a sect. The servants looked at him in shock and remained silent. The young man moved down the corridor. Everyone stepped aside. He demanded that they step out of the way if they valued their lives. The boy walked past confidently. Discussions and guesses were heard that he was the errand boy from the inn. The hero frowned. The men whispered. The young man stood with his back to them, holding a sword. He turned around abruptly. Lee Jaha looked at them and said that he was the errand boy. The servants' faces distorted with hatred. The brunette looked at them darkly and asked if they were really angry that he was someone's lackey. The men sweated and looked at him nervously. The boy stood in front of them and said that if there were any here who wanted to join Ilsum in hell, he would send them. Everyone clenched their teeth and remained silent. The young man exhaled. They asked him why he killed the master. The hero turned and asked if he had a good reason to kill the people around him. He turned towards the exit. Everyone watched him go and remained silent. Sungti was waiting for him at the entrance to the hotel. The guy approached him. The man looked at the hero and asked why he had returned so early, because he was supposed to go kill Ilsum. The young man passed by. The blonde turned around. Lee Jaha replied that the villain was in heaven. Apparently, you can get there even if you committed crimes. The interlocutor exclaimed that this was a lie. The brunette turned to him and offered to see for himself if he did not believe. Sungti frowned and thought that only a moment had passed since he left. He looked at the guy's back and noted that there was not a scratch on him even after the massacre of Ilsum. The man narrowed his eyes and wondered how this degenerate had become so strong in such a short period of time. The guy walked through the hall. The interlocutor shuddered. The hero needed to make sure that everything was cleaned up before leaving, and generally keep the hotel clean. The blonde watched him go silently. He grimaced in irritation and thought how dare he order him to clean up. The man looked around in displeasure, looking for a broom. The hero was sitting on the bed in the lotus position. The guy thought that after settling urgent matters, he could train in peace. He closed his eyes and remembered the moment of the fight with Ilsum. The young man was becoming stronger much faster than he expected. He could not miss this opportunity. The brunette folded his hands and exhaled. Flames appeared in his palms, and his whole body radiated energy. Evening turned to night, and then the next day came. The townspeople on the streets were animatedly discussing the death of Cho Ilsum. According to rumors, he was killed by a boy from the inn. Cha Sung-ti passed by with a smile, covering himself with a fan. He reached the inn. The hero inhaled. He opened his eyes and looked at the energy emanating from his body. Finally, the guy conquered the tree kingdom. Now the young man is getting closer to the kingdom of darkness. Lee Jaha looked at his hand thoughtfully and thought that even if he had achieved this in his previous life, his comprehension was too quick and shallow. He clenched his fist and smiled. The brunette was sure that he could become stronger than he was then. His entire room was charred. Lee Jaha looked around and thought that it could be because of all the impurities that came out of the body during the advancement from the Wood Kingdom to the Dark Kingdom. The smell was also disgusting. The guy chuckled and noted that this stench was a sign of his progress. His body had become much cleaner than before. The young man looked towards the door. Cha Sung-ti's cry came from the corridor. He was perplexed by the stench. The man covered his face with his sleeve and said that it smelled like something was rotting. He was perplexed by what had happened here. The hero walked out into the hall. A cloud of stench hovered around him. The guy noticed the newcomer. Sung-ti grimaced and asked if he had really shit himself. The brunette looked at his interlocutor with displeasure and asked again. The blonde abruptly rushed out into the street. He turned around in disgust and said that the young man should have left here to go to the toilet and not do it in his room. The hero frowned. The man threw up in the yard. The brunette looked at him irritably. Lee Jaha was lying in the bathroom. He exhaled with satisfaction and smiled. The young man closed his eyes and remembered how Cha Sung-ti sent him to wash himself with shouts, holding a knife in front of him. The brunette frowned. The door opened. The guy looked inquiringly in that direction. Hee-young came up to him and bowed. The hero looked at her and asked why she came. The girl looked at the floor. Hee-young answered that she had to help with the bathroom. The guy looked at her from the bathroom and asked again. The brunette said that this was Sung-ti's will. She looked down at her feet in disappointment and said that if he didn't want her, she would at least wipe him off when the hero was done. She frowned. The girl looked at the young man in surprise. Lee Jaha said that there was no need to come here. The brunette calmly looked at his interlocutor and explained that she no longer needed to do such things, and he would explain to Cha Sung-ti himself. They looked at each other. The young man explained that she was not a prostitute who sold her body, but a hostess who met visitors. She needed to behave accordingly. The brunette turned away. He leaned on his hand and frowned. The hero thought that the blonde continued to force her to do something that the guy had not even asked for. The girl looked at him silently. She bowed and thanked him, and also apologized for what happened earlier. The guy did not look back at her and replied that it was all in the past. Hee-young raised her head and asked why he had turned a blind eye to the beating that time if he was so strong. The young man turned to his interlocutor and replied that it was necessary in order to use it as a pretext for revenge later. The brunette frowned and said that when it came to a gentleman's revenge, 10 years was a tolerable period. But when it came to an errand boy's revenge, the countdown began from the moment of the beating. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked if there really was such a saying. Lee Jaha smiled and replied that he had just made it up himself. Hee-young shuddered and became embarrassed. The hero turned away contentedly. He threw his head back and closed his eyes. The young man thought about how they dared to use beauty in such a way, especially since things like feminine charm did not work on him anyway. He remembered his last battle in his past life. Then the rival said that using women against the hero did not work because his tastes were too perverted. So they had to use other people, and the plan failed. The boy narrowed his eyes in irritation. Cha Sung-ti ran into the bathroom shouting, "Fire!" The brunette turned around and asked him why he was so scared of some fire. The blonde came closer and said that the source of the fire was his house. The boy sat up. The hotel was engulfed in flames. The crowd gathered around. The hero was standing among the people. A man with long black hair looked at the fire and declared that he would kill anyone who helped the errand boy. His face was distorted with hatred. From behind, someone said that his brother's grave was behind the hotel. Did he really think to burn it without returning the body? Cho Sampiang turned around and asked who said that. The hero came out of the crowd. The man looked at him in confusion and asked who he was. The boy frowned and asked what was wrong with the interlocutor that he dared to do such a thing. Sampiang looked at the young man with confusion and asked if it was Li Jia. A man in a hat approached him and asked if it was him. The brunette answered in the affirmative. The man in the hat looked at the instigator with displeasure and asked if he had been brought here to kill some errand boy. Sampiang looked at him in surprise. The man stood in front of him and asked if his brothers were planning to establish a sect in Ilyang Prefecture, and they were having trouble with just one errand boy. The hero watched with interest. The man looked menacingly at Sampiang. He was taken aback. The man said that if he had to swing a sword for some brat, the entire Miram world would laugh at him. He looked menacingly at his protege and ordered him to deal with him himself. The brunette shuddered and clenched his teeth. The man in the hat said that if the man's abilities were so insignificant and he was unable to deal with someone's lackey, then reuniting with his brothers would be the best option for him. Cho Sampiang sweated and tried to object. The hero came closer and confirmed the man's words that he should have at least a bit of common sense. The boy looked at the enemy and demanded to fight him instead of forcing others to do his job. The arsonist frowned and turned to the boy. Li Jia suggested that the loser would be burned to death. The man in the hat chuckled and noted that the boy had an inflated ego. The rivals looked at him. He came closer and introduced himself as Noong Jaisok of the Dark Storm Castle. The man said that he would witness the outcome of the battle. The rivals stood opposite each other. Cho Sampiang frowned and squeezed the hilt of his sword. He was trying to understand how his brothers lost to this bastard. The hero looked at Jaisok and noted that he was smart. It seemed like he was giving Sampiang a chance to fight, but in reality he was trying to assess the boy's abilities. They stood near the burning house. The boy looked at the flames with displeasure. He turned to his opponent. His eyes flashed. He slowly moved forward. The rival shuddered and exclaimed what he was doing. The guy looked at him questioningly. The man started to sweat and demanded that he take out his sword. Li Jia looked at him with disdain and said that he didn't need a sword to defeat someone like him. Sampiang pursed his lips. He moved furiously towards the boy. The man swung his sword. The hero dodged. The guy swung his fist. Then he struck the opponent in the side. He coughed. He was thrown to the ground. The man groaned. The guy looked at him and demanded that he not overdo it, because he wasn't even fighting at full strength. The enemy gritted his teeth and turned around. He made a sharp lunge with his sword. The blade stopped next to the hero's face. His eyes flashed. The guy said that the opponent was careless. The brunette grabbed the enemy's hand. He couldn't move. Li Jia looked at his opponent with disgust and said that his brothers were the same, but they were stronger. The man started to sweat. The boy's eyes flashed. He said that it would be best if neither brother returned to the village. The hero snatched his opponent's sword and quickly slashed. Blood spurted. The man turned pale and sank to the ground. There was a deep gash on his chest. The boy stood and watched as his defeated enemy fell to the side. His gaze was cold-blooded. The crowd chatted loudly as they watched the duel. The boy looked at the fire and muttered what the bastards didn't like about the inn. The voice said that it was a good show. The boy turned around. Noong Jaisok crossed his arms and smiled. The man noted that the boy certainly had talent. He turned around and said that if anything happened, they would meet them. The hero frowned and rudely asked where he was going. The man in the hat froze. He looked menacingly at the boy and asked how he dared stop him. The boy stood behind him and demanded that he stop playing with him. The brunette pulled out his sword and looked at his interlocutor with determination. The man froze in surprise. Li Jia's eyes flashed and said that if he knew and saw the one who tried to kill him and burn the inn, he would not be kind and would not let him go home. Jaisok abruptly started to run. The guy looked at him in bewilderment. He pushed off with his foot. Several jumps. The young man landed in front of the fugitive. The man clenched his teeth and folded his arms to attack. Jaisok lunged and exhaled, directing energy at the hero. The guy stood with his back, then turned around. His eyes reflected the approaching attack. He cut the air with his sword. A thin cut appeared on the opponent's face. The young man looked gloomily ahead. The man turned white and lowered his hand. A cut stretched across his entire body. Blood spurted from it. Noong Jae-sok fell to the ground. The hero stood above him and watched. Night. Flames rose to the sky. The inn was burning out. There were 2 corpses in front of the young man. The crowd was watching. People were terrified. Cha Sung-ti stood among them. He narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips. The blonde thought that Cho Sampyeong had now departed for the other world. The man looked at the body of Noong Jae-sok. Sung-ti frowned and tried to understand who it was. Cho's servants cowered in fear. The hero looked at them and asked who gave the order to burn down someone else's house. They stared at the young man. The boy was approaching. The servants began to apologize and beg for mercy. The brunette frowned and demanded to know on what grounds they had burned the house. The blonde man raised his hand and stepped forward. He assumed that their action was dictated by the desire to get rid of the hellish stench emanating from the house. Cha Sung-ti frowned and said that, having smelled this smell for the first time, he also wanted to burn it down. The hero's face darkened. People discussed why the inn stank of shit. Maybe someone took a shit there. The boy gritted his teeth in irritation and considered finishing off the idiot. He turned around and addressed the blonde. The boy frowned and ordered him to gather all the bastards and rebuild the Zaha Hotel with their help. Sung-ti looked at the gentleman and asked why he would do that. The boy grinned ominously and suggested that he had been too kind lately, and apparently the other man thought he would sit idly by. The blonde man froze silently. He narrowed his eyes determinedly and said that since they were going to do this, they should put in even more effort. The man looked at the ruins of the hotel and suggested building an impressive 2-story building, since there was much more space now. The boy approached him and ordered him to build a wall along the edge, so there would definitely be enough space. He also demanded that a training hall be built and a place for training. The blonde looked at the young man with a puzzled expression and asked if he really wanted him to build a dojo instead of a hotel. Lee Jaha narrowed his eyes and ordered to build both in the same place. The man thoughtfully touched his chin and replied that he would keep that in mind. He frowned and said that they would call it the Zaha Hotel Dojo. They looked at the ashes. The hero asked to look for talented people during the construction. The interlocutor asked if he intended to found the sect he had spoken of earlier. The guy answered in the affirmative. The man turned to the young man and warned that the Black Cat Union would not stand aside. Lee Jaha grinned and replied that if they tried, he would take care of them. The hero added that the sect was just a formality. As usual, they would continue to do their business. The blonde looked at the new master and asked what he would call their sect. The boy crossed his arms behind his back and looked ahead confidently. He would call it the Full Moon Sect. The brunette looked away and thought that this was the first sect he had founded in the past, and so it would be created here. Sung-ti touched his chin and repeated the name. The man looked at the boy and asked if he should now call him the owner of the moon. The hero looked at him and replied that he could call him whatever he wanted. The blonde stared at his interlocutor silently. They looked at each other. The brothel manager said that he had been watching the boy for the past couple of days and realized that he was no longer the Jaha he knew. He wanted to ask one question. The hero looked at him. The blonde narrowed his eyes. The man asked why he had left him alive. The guy smiled and replied that he had kept him alive to mock him. The interlocutor shuddered and turned pale. He turned away and said that perhaps it was better than death. The hero confirmed. The brothel building. The guy was sitting on the bed and meditating. Kai energy was swirling around him. He closed his eyes. He needed to perfect his Kai techniques. It was important to protect others from his past life experience. The ball in his hands emitted fiery power. The blonde bent over the parchment and wrote hieroglyphs. The sun rose. Construction work was in full swing at the site of the fire under the command of Sung-ti. Evening was approaching. The hero opened his eyes. He was still sitting in the lotus position. The brunette looked ahead and asked who had come. The blonde approached him and said that people from the Black Rabbit Union had come. The Cho brothers always greeted them as honored guests. The young man asked how many there were. He was told that there were 2. Sung-ti frowned and asked how he should treat them now, since they had been greeted warmly before. The guy stood up and said that he would greet the guests. The manager narrowed his eyes and asked if he was going to fight. The hero passed him and said that they would most likely turn a blind eye to the murder of the Cho brothers and demand that he pay them a fee. In addition, they would offer to join the alliance and tell about themselves. The blonde ran up to the guy and asked what he would do if it turned out that they had not come for a greeting, since it would be extremely difficult to compete with the Union now. Jaha walked confidently forward, while his subordinate ran after him. The young man said that it was difficult, perhaps for the blonde, but not for him. Sungti frowned and asked if they really had to accept death. They approached the door. The hero turned around and said that they would try to kill him first, but he would not die. The interlocutor looked at him in shock. The heroes entered the reception area. 2 men were sitting there. Cha Sungti bowed and wished them a pleasant time. The doors closed. Jaha sat down opposite the guests. The man with the beard introduced himself as Jianpeng from the Golden Peak branch. The second guest called himself Hango Wook. The guy looked at them indifferently. They were mentally outraged by his behavior. Jianpeng frowned and asked if it was true that the young man had killed the Cho brothers. The brunette looked at them calmly and answered in the affirmative. The men turned pale. The hero frowned and asked why they needed this information and if they were somehow connected to them, although their last names were different. The guests exchanged glances. The young man read their thoughts on their faces. They were unhappy with who he imagined himself to be just because he had defeated the brothers. The men looked at him and narrowed their eyes, trying to understand if he was so confident in his skills. Jaha confidently sprawled in his chair and asked why they had fallen silent. The interlocutors tensed up. The guy exhaled and thought that they were perhaps so calm because they had come to collect money. Jianpeng thoughtfully touched his beard. The hero was sitting on the other side of the table. The man said that Cho had promised them to found a sect in this province, but the young man had killed him. The guy did not show any excitement. The guest looked at him darkly and continued that if they reported this to the Black Rabbit Union, everything would be complicated since he had disrupted their work. The brunette smiled. He made a gesture with his hand and asked if they wanted him to pay them bribes like the Cho brothers did. The men smiled and replied that the interlocutor was not so bad. The guy smiled and suggested a drink first. He called Mrs. Sun. The woman entered and bowed. Everyone turned to look at her. The hero asked why they had not yet received this lousy duquen swill and some snacks. The worker frowned, trying to understand what he meant. She bowed again and replied that she would do everything. The guests again looked at the new owner. Go Wook narrowed his eyes and said that alcohol was good, but he hoped that they could agree on the terms before leaving. The young man smiled and suggested focusing on alcohol. The men jumped up. The fat man slammed his fist on the table and exclaimed that they had had enough. The brunette looked at him darkly. He frowned and asked if the other man wanted to try his hand in a fight with him. The guests turned pale and assumed that the boy had some kind of plan since he was so confident. The hero leaned back and said that he wanted to ask something. Jaha asked if they thought that the Black Rabbit Alliance could come here and rescue the 2 of them as if nothing had happened. He narrowed his eyes and advised them to think about it. After all, the young man would not have dealt with the Cho brothers if he was afraid of the alliance. The guests were sweating. They stood before the host. He noted that their skills were much higher than the brothers. The 3 were incompetent. Hango Wook and Jianpeng looked at him silently. The young man sat in a chair. He said that if they hadn't made a decision by the time Ms. Sun came, he would fight to the death with the 2 of them. Footsteps were heard. The brunette noticed that the woman seemed to have returned. He looked at them coolly. The footsteps were approaching. Ms. Sun looked at him questioningly. When she entered, the guests were smiling tensely. They said that they would definitely put in a good word for him with the Black Rabbit Alliance, so the hero had nothing to worry about. The guy grinned and said that he would take their word for it. Everyone laughed. The men said that they were happy that the Cho brothers were dead. Quick steps. The men flew out of the brothel. Sungti leaned against the doorway and asked if everything was okay that the hero let them go like that. The guy looked nearby and watched them go. He said that if he killed those 2 now, he would have to deal with the entire Black Rabbit Alliance. In the end, no matter who was in charge here, they would simply continue to obey whoever was in charge. The hero narrowed his eyes. He thought that the person to keep an eye on in this area was the 12th Master, the Great Slatterer. There was no need to attract his attention now. The young man turned to his subordinate and said that he would be busy training for a while, so management and all other responsibilities would remain entirely his. He could temporarily take the position of General of the Full Moon. The blonde looked at his master, puzzled, and asked again. The brunette turned and headed for the exit. He warned that if he quickly squandered all the money, he would immediately be fired from this position. Sungti narrowed his eyes and clarified whether he would simply be fired. The man looked after the hero. He replied that fired meant dead. The manager sweated and was indignant that they had not agreed on that. The brunette looked up and declared that this was his place and therefore his loss. He stopped abruptly. Jaha turned around and congratulated his subordinate on receiving the position of general because he was the first one to be honored with such an honor. The man grimaced in irritation. The hero walked on contentedly. The blonde sighed and muttered how hard his life was. The guy entered the diner. Kum Chuliang was sitting at the table. The blacksmith raised his head and asked if the young man had coped. He sat down opposite and nodded. The owner smiled and asked if the guest would like a signature dish. The brunette turned and ordered one. The interlocutors looked at each other. Chuliang admired that the hero was able to defeat two Cho brothers from the Black Rabbit Alliance, and then Noong Jae-sok with Sampyeong. The guy looked at him calmly. The man wondered if the Black Rabbit should not be chasing him after that. If that's really the case, then wherever the hero goes, many people could die. The young man frowned and wondered if he had always been like this. Even in his previous life, he had had problems with the Cho brothers. He regretted not having returned the favor back then. The men sat opposite each other. Jaha said that although they were probably not in any danger now, one way or another, the conflict would surface in the near future. Moreover, he was going to attack them himself, so everything was fine, others should not be harmed. The blacksmith frowned and asked if the boy was really going to defeat the Black Rabbit alone. He answered in the affirmative, although he knew that it was hard to believe. The red-haired man tugged at his beard and said that he still couldn't get it, that the hero had defeated 3 brothers alone. He laughed and told the boy to remember the taste of today's kuxi so that he could definitely treat him to it later. The brunette looked at his interlocutor with displeasure and was indignant that he was forcing the poor man to treat him. The man crossed his arms and noted that the young man was the owner of the Zaha Inn. The cook put a plate of noodles on the table and asked if they were employees of that place. The hero nodded and added that he thought Duxu's brother was too. The man looked at the young man in surprise and said that he did not remember being among their employees. The brunette crossed his arms and said that everyone he knew had long been there. He took his chopsticks and said that if the cook were there, he could afford to treat the hero to noodles. Duxu banged the plate and looked at the guest with disdain. He asked who he thought he was. A voice was heard demanding that Jaha leave. All 3 turned around. A man was standing on the street. He narrowed his eyes. The diner worker smiled and said that they had come to see the main character. Then he frowned and advised him to be careful. The blacksmith coughed and told the boy not to catch a cold because it smelled like rain. The boy exhaled and headed for the exit. He said that nothing was impossible for their master. It was raining. The 2 stood opposite each other. The man looked at the youth from under his hat and said that he heard that he had the nerve to kill Noong Jae-sok from the Black Rabbit Alliance. The brunette looked at his interlocutor indifferently and replied that he had heard that name somewhere. He remembered the man he had struck down. The man revealed his scarred face and said that he had been sent by the Black Rabbit. The boy frowned. It was the 2-eared phantom Y Seonwoo, who had attacked and killed him in his past life. The hero stood opposite the man and thought that he was so young, but already had a serious nickname. They looked at each other. The man asked why the boy had killed Noong Jae-sok. The brunette replied that the reason was that he had burned down his house. The interlocutor smiled and said that he understood his motive, but he had buried himself with it. The guy was holding a sword in his hands. He asked if the guest thought that by killing the young man, everything would be in his hands. His eyes flashed. Jaha said that the opponent had been deprived not only of hair, but also of brains. The man's face was distorted with hatred. He said that before grinding the guy into dust, he needed to teach him a proper lesson. Lightning flashed. The bald man drew 2 swords and rushed to attack. He cut the air with his blade. The hero dodged. He swiped his foot across the ground and sent a splash of water towards the enemy. The man covered himself from the mud and frowned. The boy was attentive. He thought that the 2-eared phantom was actually 2 people, not 1. Surely, if he was in danger, someone would immediately come running to save him. The brunette parried the attack with 2 swords with their sheaths. The bald man made another lunge. The boy jumped back. The hero took a few precise steps. He stopped and narrowed his eyes. Du Yongsu, who had been hiding all this time to deliver a crushing attack, was somewhere nearby. The boy would not let him hide any longer. Cha Sung-ti ran up to the boy. The hero asked him not to interfere and advised him to listen carefully. The blonde took off the bandage from his eye and threw it on the ground. Swing. Jaha dodged another attack. He frowned and warned his subordinate that there was another one hiding somewhere. The man shuddered and began to actively look around. There was a movement on the roof. A man with 2 swords and a scar on his face jumped down from there. He landed next to the bald man. The blonde frowned and noted that this was an unpleasant surprise. The hero smiled and thought that he had finally lured him out. Xianwu looked closely at his opponent and said that he had known from the very beginning that there were 2 of them. The young man grinned. The bald man turned to his partner and warned that Jaha was not as simple as he seemed. They rushed to attack at the same time. Everyone carefully watched the enemy's movements. The bald man was called out. The villains froze. Sung-ti swung his sword and declared that he would be his opponent. The blonde frowned and asked if the enemy knew what his nickname was. The man gripped the hilt of his sword and added that there was no need for the one who was about to be cut into pieces to know that. He narrowed his eyes and exclaimed that it was time for him to get ready. The 3 of them looked at him silently. Sung-ti gritted his teeth and said that he might be sad, but after the blonde cut off his head, he would no longer have to worry about being bald. Xianwu was furious. He cut the air with his sword. The brothel manager raised his sword to defend himself. An attack fell on him. The man was thrown back. The blonde was lying on the ground. The hero looked at him, dumbfounded. The subordinate did not move. The boy narrowed his eyes and demanded that the idiot get up. Sung-ti stood up in displeasure. The youth exhaled. The subordinate brushed the dirt off his kimono. Jaha looked at him and asked if he really thought that would work. The man was embarrassed and said that if it weren't for the rain, they would have definitely fallen for it. The blonde wiped away the dirt and muttered that the moment they let their guard down, he would cut off their heads with a precise move of the blade. The brunette silently condemned him. The villains grimaced with anger. The bald man hissed that they were fooling around right in front of them. The manager pointed at the enemy and noted that due to the lack of hair, it seemed as if raindrops were dancing on his bald head. Xianwu was shaking with hatred. He cursed and swung his weapon. The blonde man flinched. The master parried the attack, shielding his subject. The enemies looked at each other. The bald man swung his other hand. The youth parried the attack again. The man bared his teeth. The hero turned and stood firmly. The killers watched carefully. The blonde man narrowed his eyes. Everyone stood in the rain. The guy was serious. Since he returned to the past, this was the first time he felt something like this. The young man smiled and thought that fighting was so fun. Yangsu frowned and noticed that his opponent was grinning. The hero touched the hilt and drew his sword. It was radiating energy. Jaha swung the blade. His eyes flashed. The sword was glowing. Everyone looked on in shock. The ward frowned and noticed a scarlet light enveloping the blade. The enemies stared at the energy of the sword. The hero stood in front of them. The bald man turned to his partner and nodded. They rushed to attack. The men circled around the young man. The guy stood in the middle and did not react. The assassins swung and attacked at the same time. The young man's eyes flashed. Cuts appeared on the enemies. Blood spurted. The hero stood with a bloody sword. 2 bodies fell nearby. The blonde looked on in shock. The silhouette of the guy was visible from the diner. The rain washed away the blood stains. Jaha stood there. The manager bowed and thanked the gentleman for his hard work. The boy looked at him and asked him to act as usual. Sung-ti thoughtfully touched his chin and wondered who they were. The hero looked down and replied that they were members of the Black Lily. The blonde looked at him in surprise. He frowned and muttered that the Black Lily was more powerful than the Black Rabbit Alliance. This was getting serious. The brunette headed off to take a shower. The ward asked to leave the cleaning of this place to him. He watched the master leave. The blacksmith crossed his arms and looked in that direction. The man realized that the boy killing the brothers was not a fantasy. The rain did not stop. The boy was lying in the bathtub. His growth of power had definitely accelerated significantly. He was worried that the people who were supposed to die by his hand in the distant future were dead now. The boy closed his eyes. Now the list of groups to deal with also includes the Black Lily and the Black Rabbit Alliance. The boy lowered his head. Silence. The boy opened his eyes and thought that the sounds from the street suddenly died down. Someone was running down the hallway. 2 men appeared in the doorway. The hero turned to them. They were the owner of the Lee brothel, Song Wijiem, and the owner of the Shi brothel, Yoon Junggu. The brunette narrowed his eyes and asked if it was Cha Sung-ti who had prompted them to do this. They rushed at the boy. The wooden bathtub cracked. Water splashed everywhere. The men closed their eyes. The hero jumped up and grabbed them. The men were thrown across the room. They crashed into the wall and collapsed. The boy looked down at them and thought that they had attacked him, knowing that he would not have a weapon with him while taking a bath. The brunette frowned and wondered if this was Sung-ti's doing. Quick steps. The guy approached the servant. He bowed tremblingly. Jaha asked where the manager was. The man replied that he was not here. The hero looked at him menacingly and said that he had better be completely honest with him. The servant was shaking. He muttered that he really hadn't seen the blonde since he left a little earlier. The young man frowned and turned around. The guy went outside into the rain. He didn't know if Cha Sung-ti was involved in this attack, but anyone who bared their fangs at him would die. His eyes flashed. The brunette turned towards the voice. Jaha narrowed his eyes. It was the voice of his manager. He quickly ran towards the sound. There were bodies on the ground. The guy didn't understand where they came from. The young man ran further. He turned the corner. There was a crowd. In the center stood a bloody Sung-ti. They were shouting that he was barely breathing. The blonde frowned and clutched his sword. The hero looked there in shock. He came closer. The men turned around. The subordinate noticed the master. He smiled and noted that he was still alive. The blonde looked at him and asked for help. Sung-ti clenched his teeth and trembled. There were tears in his eyes. The man cursed. Sung-ti watched as the villains looked back. He furiously pulled out his blade and shouted at the protagonist why he was just standing there when he was supposed to save him. The brunette frowned from under his brows and thought that this was such a ridiculous way Sung-ti asked him for help. The bandits immediately pointed their swords at Jaha. He looked at the enemies with disdain and did not understand why they were standing there and ordered them to take their swords in their hands and attack. The crowd of bandits grinned furiously and understood that there was no need to be afraid of him because he was just an errand boy. They ran at him in a crowd, wanting to attack him all at once. The protagonist watched what was happening with cold blood. Then he thrust his fist into his stomach with a sharp blow. Then he powerfully hit another bandit in the face. Then he hit his body with his palm. He punched another guy in the stomach with his fist. The enemies ran at him from all sides. Then they all began to fall to the ground. The protagonist looked at the bloody bodies. Then he looked back at Sung-ti, who was screaming. His assistant leaned on his knee and tried to catch his breath, saying that the villains dared to attack him. The brunette looked at the blonde cautiously. The bloody Sung-ti looked at Jaha from under his brows and asked if he really came personally to save him. Jaha looked at him with disdain and refused, because he was going to kill him with his own hands if he found him. Sung-ti started screaming in anger, not understanding why he deserved such a fate. The blonde looked at the demon with anger, who said that he himself thought that Sung-ti was somehow involved in this matter. His assistant wondered if these bandits really came to him. The brunette looked at the assistant and said that he was enjoying the bath procedures when Junggu and Wujiem came for him. Sung-ti held his wounded shoulder and was indignant, noticing that these guys still did not understand, because even masters of the Cho brothers level died at the hands of Jaha as soon as they looked down on him. The bloodied blonde frowned slightly and wondered if the protagonist had seen the state he was in, hinting if they had cleared up the misunderstanding by saying he hadn't been hanging out with those bandits. The protagonist looked away and said that seemed to be true. Sung-ti at this time thought of him as a scoundrel after he was about to kill him. Jaha looked away and turned to his assistant. The blonde man looked at him intently. At this time, the main character stood behind the wall and looked away, noting that he was not even from the Black Rabbit Union and wondered how many more people he needed to kill. The brunette looked away with narrowed eyes and thought that they thought of him as an easy target, just an errand boy from the Zahayan. He then asked a question: how many more men of Ilyang County did he need to kill so that such useless things would not happen again? Sung-ti looked at him with narrowed eyes. The blonde man was about to lower his head in front of the brunette and stated that he would take care of it so that no one would even dare to think about such nonsense. Sung-ti stood with his head lowered in front of Jaha, who asked him to try his best in this matter. Sung-ti continued to stand with his head down as the protagonist repeated his words about his efforts. The brunette began to walk away across the square with bloody bodies, ironically saying that he just wanted to soak in the bath. Rays of bright sun illuminated the trees. Sungti walked towards the workers in the field. At this time, the protagonist was meditating with fire. Sungti, in the company of men, watched the workers in their construction. A month later, there was already a building in an empty field. Sungti walked behind the protagonist, who looked angry because he knew that a whole month had already passed, and this was supposedly all they had managed to do. His assistant objected that due to the scale of the project, it would take at least a year. Jaha asked if it was possible to do it faster. The blonde raised his hand in front of himself and answered with displeasure that it would not work, although he himself would like to speed up this process, but things will not go faster if you just throw a bunch of random people into production. The protagonist frowned and looked up. The two of them were standing on the field and looking at the construction. Sungti looked at Jaha and said that he had recently found a skilled leader, so he wanted to somehow speed things up. A guy in a blue cape was walking towards them from behind. Sungti pointed at him with his hand and drew Jaha's attention, saying that this guy would be in charge of the construction. It was a brunette named Yeon Ya-sung, who was smiling at them. The protagonist looked at him sarcastically and realized that this was a craftsman who was famous for when he was the head of the ignoble clan, and was surprised at such a meeting. Sungti pointed out Jaha to the craftsman and noticed that the guy had arrived on time and asked him to greet the demon, the head of their clan. Ya-sung introduced himself with a wide smile and said that he took on this job on the recommendation of Jeom Cholyong's uncle. Jaha looked at him sarcastically and said that he was glad to meet him. Ya-sung stood there with a puzzled look and said that according to this uncle, if he did a good job, they would be ready to give him the position of the head of the clan of builders, and as the uncle said, there would be no need to pay any contribution to the clan. The craftsman stood in front of the head of the clan and asked if this was true, to which he received an affirmative answer. Ya-sung began to smile widely and said that this would be enough for him, and he would be happy to work with Jaha and make something truly amazing out of the Zaha Hotel. Ya-sung extended his hand in front of the head of the clan and said that before that he wanted to ask him for something. Ya-sung pointed to the side and said that they were planning to build temporary barracks there for living and eating. The protagonist looked at the smiling Ya-sung with a cold face, who assured them that it would be great if the leader treated them to delicious food sometimes. The protagonist closed his eyes and turned to Sungti. The blonde man looked at him intently. The protagonist looked to the side with a smile and told Sungti to send people from me, Lee and she here every night to cook delicious food and treat the local workers to it. The blonde man smiled wickedly in response and said that it would be done. The craftsman was about to bow his head to the clan leader when the latter said that if he liked the building, he would make him the leader of the clan of builders. The protagonist walked away from the guys. He walked along an empty street and noticed a big guy. He started walking towards Chuliang, who asked if he had met the craftsman. The bearded man crossed his arms and said that this craftsman was very talented, since he was so diligent that he could go out day and night to find work. The protagonist exclaimed slightly at this news. The clan leader looked at Chuliang and realized that he could not even imagine that he was somehow related to this GM, and was surprised that Ya-sung belonged to this clan since it was very profitable. Chuliang put his hands on his hips and smiled that he wanted to give a gift to Jaha as a souvenir. He extended his hand in front of the puzzled Jaha and added that if he had the weapon he wanted, then let him tell him. The protagonist looked tiredly through his bangs and asked if Chuliang had ever made anything that could be called a famous sword or a precious sword. Chuliang crossed his arms and answered with a dissatisfied refusal. He looked at the protagonist and said that he would not be able to get money from them, and if rumors spread, then such treasures would definitely come to steal and it would be good if they did not kill him. The bearded man looked away and said that even if he was lucky enough to sell it, others would start threatening him to make them the same. The protagonist looked closely at the smiling blacksmith and assured him that he knew how to persuade, to which the bearded man replied that it was true. The protagonist touched his chin and was slightly puzzled. He stretched out his hand and imagined various blades, that in this case, let the weapon not be sharp and the weight was also not important, but it would be enough that it would not break or bend, so he wanted an indestructible weapon. The blacksmith touched his beard and began to talk about how if he focused only on strength, be it a cane, a club, or a spear, then there would be a variety of shapes. The blacksmith frowned intently and asked if it mattered what shape the weapon would be. The brunette looked through his bangs and answered in the affirmative. Shuliang put his hands on his hips and smiled, wanting to take into account that he would one day give this weapon to him and Jaha was going to wait for him. Then the clan leader began to walk further. He walked along the street where people were walking. Suddenly, along the way, he met two people. Two warriors were staring at him. The main character stared intently at what was happening and tried to understand what was happening. The brown-haired man tilted his head and asked Jaha if he was the owner of the Izaha Inns. The brunette looked at the guy with narrowed eyes. The protagonist broke through the guys and said that he was just an errand boy. The brown-haired man looked back and started shouting for the clan leader to stop. The protagonist looked back at him. The brown-haired man sighed heavily. He pressed his hand to his chest and lowered his head and said that he was an envoy from the Black Rabbit Union Hayek Ryon Hong, and he came here to convey words from his superior. The protagonist peered through his bangs and asked again about the Black Rabbit Union. The brown-haired man looked ahead and said that the master of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion wanted to see him. Ryon Hong grinned maliciously and said that he sent an invitation, not assassins, and therefore he had better not refuse. Jaha stood proudly in front of Ryon Hong, who replied that if he returned empty-handed, he would not do without assassins. The brunette peered through his bangs and understood about Mr. Yizaha. Ryon Hong stood opposite the clan head. Jaha slightly bowed his head and wondered if he was obliged to come if this master of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion called him. Ryon Hong grinned maliciously and said that if he did not accept the invitation, he could just run away. The brown-haired man stretched out his hand and said that then he would save his life and there would be no killing of innocent people in the Ilian district, and it would be good for everyone. Jaha touched his chin and thought, if Ryon Hong was saying that if he wanted to continue being the head of the district, then he should bow his head to the Black Rabbit Union. The brunette looked forward and asked if even if he did not do this, he would have to leave Ilian. The brown-haired man looked at him maliciously and answered in agreement. The main character looked forward with a smile and said that running away would not be manly, so he would meet him. Ryon Hong stood opposite and asked whether he should give him time until the evening or follow them right now. The protagonist stretched out his hands, sarcastically stating that he was going to meet a wealthy man from the Black Rabbit Union after all and could not come empty-handed, especially in such simple clothes. Jaha stood in front of Ryon Hong and said that if he told him where to go, he would get there himself. The brown-haired man smiled mockingly and said that it was a mountain hut in the hunting grounds of Mount Dinghu. The brunette touched his chin and realized that it was quite close. Jaha began to walk away from them. Ryon Hong with a malicious grin said that if Jaha wanted to run away, he had better run as fast as he could as far as he could. The protagonist walked without looking back and repeated his words that he would definitely not run away. Clouds floated over the Chinese province. Sungti looked anxiously at Jaha, who was adjusting his sleeve, realizing that he would have a meeting with the master of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion. The blonde screamed furiously that it was the money-obsessed killer who called him. Jaha looked at the assistant and said that it was not he who called him, but he himself decided to go. Sungti frowned through his bangs and said that in any case, he would immediately gather everyone and wanted to start a war. The protagonist sighed with displeasure and did not understand what kind of war was being discussed, as if Sungti was going to send all the young Ilian guys to their deaths, although he could handle it himself. His assistant began to shout angrily that Jaha had gone crazy, because if he went alone, he would definitely die. The assistant continued to shout angrily, looking at the head of the clan and asked if he thought that this phoenix would just leave him like some errand boy had angered him, and now he had definitely come to an end. The blonde looked ahead angrily and asked to at least take him with him. Jaha looked at him with bewilderment and did not understand if he was serious about this. The blonde looked at him intently. He immediately lowered his head and sincerely answered that this was not exactly what he wanted. The main character frowned at him and said that his mouth behaved as usual and said that he would return soon and wished him to work on his manners for now. The blonde followed his leader and called out to him. Jaha looked back. The guy was holding out a red cape. He held it in his hands and asked Jaha to put it on. Sungti held the cloak and looked at Jaha, who did not understand what had happened to his assistant because it was the clothing he treasured so much. The assistant replied that it was. The clan leader looked closely at the assistant and said that it could have been torn because he was not going to have fun. Sungti grinned maliciously and said that he could have torn it to shreds. The brunette mockingly closed his eyes. The red cloak fluttered in the wind. Jaha put it on and went ahead, saying that he would return soon. Sungti bowed before Jaha and said that he would definitely improve. The assistant bowed before the leader, who was leaving. It was a mountainous area. 2 guards stood in front of the door. Ryeonhong crossed his arms and realized that he was only waiting here because of his master's order, but he thought that this errand boy must have run away. Suddenly, he became wary when he heard a sound. He saw Jaha walking along the path. He was slightly stunned and realized that the guy had not run away and thought that he had decided to bow his head and be subordinate to the Black Rabbit Union after all. The brown-haired man made a dissatisfied face and thought that the errand boy was too greedy. The protagonist stepped onto the ground. Then he looked at the 2 guys and said that he had come. Ryeonhong frowned deeply and realized that this guy had become overconfident because he had killed those 3 brothers and wanted to test how long his confidence would last. Ryeonhong pointed his hand forward and greeted the guest, saying that the master had been waiting for him. The door opened. The protagonist followed the brown-haired man. A healthy man was sitting in front of a fire. The protagonist was looking at him intently. It was the healthy master of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion, Ban Sa-woong. The brown-haired man bowed his head to the master and said that he would come to the owner of the inns. Sa-woong frowned maliciously and said that he should not be made fun of by this statement. Then the big man looked intently to the side. He saw the protagonist. Then he became slightly embittered and said that he was interested in what the guy looked like who grabbed 3 brothels for himself, but even more so he looked even younger and more ignorant than he expected. Jaha approached Sa-woong, who was sitting by the fire. The pavilion master said that since the guy did not run away and came to him, then he came to say that Jaha would like Sa-woong to take care of him. The big man frowned solemnly and assured that the guy did not know his place and was too greedy. The protagonist stood with an indifferent look. Then Jaha walked forward. Sa-woong noticed Jaha sitting down. The big guy immediately started yelling furiously about who allowed the insolent guy to sit down. The protagonist crossed his legs and asked if he needed permission to sit down. Sa-woong frowned angrily, wanting to hear such a statement again. Ryeonhong looked at Jaha sitting opposite the master. He frowned in sweat and thought that this errand boy had completely lost his mind, and even if he bowed his head and crawled, it would not be enough, because he did not dare to behave like that in front of the master. The Phoenix Master grinned maliciously and realized that the guy had completely lost his mind. The protagonist answered smilingly that it was true. Then Sa-woong began to laugh loudly. He extended his index finger and noted that Jaha was funny and asked him how old he was. The brunette became slightly embittered and did not understand why this information was needed, because he understood that he had called him not only to find out his age. The Phoenix Master frowned sullenly. The head of the clan assured that if this was all the master wanted to say, then now it was his turn. The protagonist sat opposite the big guy and told him to choose. Jaha looked at him frowningly and asked him to choose whether he would die alone or first send his subordinates to be slaughtered. Sa-woong began to grin furiously, not understanding how this impudent little guy could tell him such a thing. Sa-woong immediately reached for his blade and said that he wanted to spare the guy, but now it would be difficult not to kill him. He was about to pull out his blade. Jaha watched this closely. He immediately reached out with his foot to hit the master. The big guy managed to cover himself with his sword. However, he received a crushing blow to himself. Jaha saw the Phoenix Master flying to the ground. His gaze was full of rage. The protagonist stared at him. The big guy managed to land on his feet. He tried to catch his breath, holding the blade in his hands. Then he bared his teeth angrily, not understanding how this happened. Ryeonhong watched what was happening in bewilderment. The people saw the protagonist heading towards their master. The brunette in the cape looked ahead coldly and asked a question about the master wanting to spare him and did not understand what to do. Jaha stared ahead and assured that he was not the one who needed his mercy. Sa-woong frowned in horror. Ryeonhong looked at all this with a downcast look. Jaha stood in front of the Phoenix Master. The big guy bared his teeth angrily and pulled out his blade, not understanding how this was possible. The Phoenix leader looked at his enemy and realized that he had definitely heard that he was an errand boy at the inn. Jaha smirked slightly and noticed that Sa-woong was ranting as if he could kill him at any moment and did not understand why he was standing there now. The big guy was clenching his blade furiously. Then, he bared his teeth bloodthirstily and wanted to attack first. He pulled out his blade and ran forward. He swung his blade, but Jaha managed to turn back. The Phoenix leader bared his teeth furiously. He slashed his blade repeatedly, but Jaha managed to dodge. The protagonist coolly dodged the blows, thinking that he should try to fight him since he was a master from the Black Rabbit Union, but as expected, he was only a third-rate opponent. Then, the protagonist swung his hand. He dealt a crushing blow to the big guy's body. The Phoenix master wheezed, spitting out blood. He flew back slightly from such a blow. The protagonist's foot left the ground. The main character flew with his blade towards the head of the Phoenix. Sawung frowned furiously, realizing that a sword was coming at him. The red color of the blade cut through the air. The main character struck with the blade, cutting off the enemy's head. The main character looked through his bangs with cold blood. He saw how blood splashed through the air. All the warriors drooped and were stunned by the death of their leader. Ryeonhong was stunned and drooped. Jaha lowered his bloody blade to the ground. The brunette looked back at the warriors and asked them if they saw what would happen if they touched the errand boy from Ilion. The brown-haired man stood there with a sullen expression and realized that the master couldn't even fight back properly and was defeated so easily. Jaha looked away and asked about who wanted to die after their Phoenix master. All the warriors immediately became wary and wilted. One of the warriors began to step forward and said that right now the guy attacked the Black Rabbit Alliance. The blonde guy frowned slightly and asked Jaha about how he was going to deal with this. The brunette looked at him arrogantly and wondered why he should care, because they could die right here at this very moment. All the warriors immediately became horrified and angry. A whole crowd of soldiers stood in front of Jaha, who was about to count and ordered everyone to kneel down and those who did not bend their knees. He wanted to send first straight to their leader, so he ordered them to decide what they wanted themselves. He extended one finger and said the count. The blonde guy stood there dumbfounded. Then he immediately fell to his knees. All the soldiers began to kneel after him. A whole crowd of warriors were kneeling before Jaha. He remembered how he meditated and saw various painful moments from his life. He realized that the reason he endured becoming a demon was to practice martial arts, because he had not eaten normally for 2 days, and so all this suffering was for such a moment. The wind was blowing the protagonist's hair. He watched as a whole crowd of warriors bowed before him. The blonde guy looked askance and asked if Jaha would spare them. The brunette was slightly perplexed, not understanding why he should suddenly do this. The blonde guy with a dejected look assured that Jaha himself said that if they kneeled, he would spare them. He looked at the frightened soldiers and repeated that he would send first those who did not kneel, and there was no talk of mercy. The blonde guy began to angrily shout that they be allowed to survive. Jaha looked at them with confusion and asked why he needed to do that. The blonde guy was holding his knees and said that if the brunette was going to kill them all, then did they have a choice but to fight to the death. The protagonist looked down and understood that the guy was trying to negotiate, so he said that they should introduce themselves first and then offer a deal. The blonde guy looked at the brunette and introduced himself as Simabai, like a secret inspector. The protagonist looked at the guy, saying his name. He looked at him with disdain and realized that he did not remember this guy, thinking about whether he could have died along with Sawung when the Black Rabbit Alliance dealt with his bad deeds. Sima carefully looked at Jaha and was going to honestly say that if his skills were similar to the master, then together they could win and turn the tide of the game. The protagonist looked at the guy with trepidation and wanted to hear his addition. The inspector looked through his bangs and said that he thought the boy hadn't demonstrated all of his skills, and Sima was holding back some hot-tempered guys. The main character looked at him sarcastically and was impressed because the errand boy was hiding his martial arts skills and learning techniques. He looked at the whole crowd of bowed warriors. Then he approached the inspector and said that he was accepted, and if he was quick-witted, then let him try to survive because it would be natural. He immediately clenched his fist enthusiastically. Then he suddenly froze, trying to understand what concerned the others. The main character narrowed his eyes and said that he needed to get rid of everyone who knew, because suddenly one of them would inform the Black Rabbit Union. And if a full-scale war with the union of this black clan began now, it would be harder for him to move towards his goal. Jaha pulled out his blade and told the others to attack him, and he didn't mind, even if it was all of them. All the warriors immediately drooped in the sweat of their brows. One of them was convulsively about to pull out his blade. The inspector immediately threw his hand to the side, telling them to stop, asking a question. Wouldn't all this be resolved if they simply did not report to the union under any circumstances? The brunette looked at Seema arrogantly and said why would he believe that? The fair-haired guy angrily shouted that he personally could be trusted. The brunette looked at the worried crowd and said that he could not do that. He looked down on the guy and said, be it his facial features or his eloquence, but no matter how you judge, the fair-haired Seema seemed to him to be the one who was responsible for everything after the master. The inspector looked up with disdain and said that Jaha was right. The protagonist looked at the inspector with disdain and said that his boss, the master of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion, was dead, and if he came to the authorities with such news without a single scratch, then he would hardly be left alive. The blonde guy was angry with sweat. He stretched out his hand and said that these bastards, too, like the master of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion, died, and no one even rushed to his aid, and everyone just watched his death. All the warriors in black cloaks were horrified. The protagonist added that perhaps they would be able to survive, but the brand of a half-traitor would not go away, and then it would be obvious what kind of life awaits them in the Union of the Black Rabbit. The inspector immediately lowered his gaze. He held the blade in front of his face and wanted to begin. Suddenly, the inspector cried out, looking at Jaha, and said that he had come up with a plan and asked to listen to his words and then make a decision. The protagonist crossed his arms with a smile and realized that the guys were as smart as if they had been reborn as Juge Liang or Simi to come up with this method. The inspector enthusiastically stated that all they had to do was go and steal the money from the hut and basically commit an open crime together. The protagonist stood in front of a crowd of warriors. The blonde guy spread his arms and said that in fact, this hut was full of money that the master had embezzled, and if the higher-ups found out about this, everyone in the Golden Phoenix Pavilion would have to die because they kept their mouths shut and cooperated. The protagonist stared at the inspector, who stated that this money was obtained from Ilian County. Since they themselves openly carried the stolen money, they would inevitably become accomplices. Jaha looked at the guy sitting and noted that he said so because they were accomplices. He would not report to the Black Rabbit Union, so he asked not to kill them. The inspector added that he did not know what would happen, but it was better than dying right now in this place. The protagonist was in thought, his head down, and realized that in theory this only concerned him now, and it did not matter if a little later the Black Rabbit Union still found out about it. All the warriors bowed their heads before him when he accepted such an offer. Jaha looked at the guy with a smile and said that he was assigning all this work to him. Seema looked with bewilderment, hearing about the soldier. The protagonist held a sword behind his back, looking at the blonde guy, mentioning that he himself said about his last name Seema. The guy agreed with this statement and Jaha noted that he was a soldier. The brunette extended his index finger and stated that since ancient times, people with the surname Seema and Juge were the best when it came to recruiting soldiers into a strong organization. The warriors continued to look at the brunette as the inspector wondered why, although Jaha himself did not know. It was a surrounded camp in the mountainous area. The carriage was parked near a provincial house. The protagonist looked away and noticed that the theft had been successful. Seema stood next to Jaha at the window and said that now that they had moved the stolen money together, there was no reason to return. The brunette looked away and said that there was no point in causing trouble while they were in Ilion, and he did not intend to spare anyone who bothered him like that. The inspector was slightly surprised and said that he would settle things and keep an eye on everything. The main character looked at his new assistant and told him to gather all the useless bastards who usually do nothing and to come up with activities for them. The inspector frowned and asked if Jaha's organization had a name. The hero looked through his bangs and said that it was the incomparable ignoble clan. The blonde guy was slightly taken aback by such a name. The two of them were standing by the open window when the inspector said that he had never heard of such a thing. Jaha looked at him intently and asked again if he had never heard of it. The guy, looking dumbfounded, quickly leaned over and apologized for not understanding such things. The brunette looked away and said that everything was fine because he had created it in a hurry some time ago. Jaha looked at the new assistant, who noted that it was in a hurry, and the head of the clan said that the point was to create something, and it did not matter what exactly it turned out to be. His assistant looked ahead and said that it bothered him that Jaha was so careless to call themselves a peerless clan when they didn't even know what people could talk about. Jaha looked at the sweaty boy and said that it was okay because being peerless meant having a miserable life. Sungti's cry was heard, trying to find out what was being dragged outside. Sungti burst into the room and asked where they got all this, as if they were learning to steal. The brunette looked at him and said that it was the money stolen by the master of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion, as well as the funds for building their guest house. Sungti was slightly angry at this news. Sungti looked at Jaha with an angry look and asked him if he had brought money from the Black Rabbit Union here and for what. The protagonist looked away and said that he wanted it that way because it was the will of the errand boy and the will of the clan leader along with the will of the thief. Sungti continued to frown from under his bangs. He immediately said angrily that he, of course, understood the wish of the errand boy, as well as the clan leader, but wondered what they should do if this became the reason for the Black Rabbit Alliance to attack their district. Sungti started waving his arms wildly, noting that Jaha himself knew that the Black Rabbit Alliance were people who stole money, not people who could be stolen from, and they were the very same scoundrels who would capture and beat up thieves and then take everything away. The main character looked at the angry assistant coldly and said that he had been doing well with everyone, so everything should be fine. Sungti grabbed his head and sighed heavily, thinking that he would go crazy like that. The main character stared ahead and told Sungti not to worry, because if someone from the Black Rabbit Alliance came, they would just beat the clan leader's face. The blonde man stood there with a dejected look and ironically noted that it sounded great. The dejected assistant looked at his leader, who suggested that it was possible to torture and torment the leader of the union, or depending on the situation, it would be good in principle if the leader of the union became a subordinate. The assistant replied that torture and subordination also sounded great when he heard that in general it would be possible to kill them. Sungti began to laugh loudly when he heard about killing the villain, noting that his leader had such a great plan, and he was worried about it in vain. Jaha looked animatedly at the assistant and noted that he said that there was no need to worry. Sungti looked at the sky with an angry expression and ironically noted that it would be worth him to say something meaningful, then he would calm down. The protagonist looked at him indifferently. Then he slightly bared his teeth and said that, looking at Sungti, everyone would probably be worried too, and he expressed his understanding of the feelings. The assistant bowed his head to Jaha, who gave him the order to tell all the clan leaders to gather at the inn's wasteland. The blonde looked up at Jaha, trying to find out who exactly he was talking about, since he himself was still unaware of the situation. The protagonist introduced Yuxu of the merchant clan, then Chuliang of the blacksmith clan, and a smiling Yasung of the builder clan to be in front of him. Sungti smirked slightly and said that it would be done. The protagonist sat at the wasteland with the boys by the fire. Chuliang crossed his arms and mockingly asked what their clan leader wanted to say. The brunette looked at him. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said that he wanted to inform them about the principles of the ignoble clans. Yuxu slightly grimaced, hearing about the principles. All the boys looked at the protagonist, who said that from now on, everything that happened in this clan would be his fault, and if there was a problem, they should say that it was all the clan leaders doing. The four boys sat opposite him and were surprised. Jaha extended his hand and said that if anyone came and asked them where the clan leader was, they did not have to remain loyal and silent, but simply reported where he was, and if anyone interrogated them, they should say that only the clan leader knew about it. He raised his index finger and said that this was the first principle of action in their clan. The four boys listened to him attentively. The blacksmith crossed his arms and said that saying that the clan leader was to blame for everything could hardly be called a principle of action. Jaha leaned forward, looking up from under his brows, and said that if he were to explain further, he had no talent for making noodles, so he decided to focus on influence. Chuliang frowned sharply, asking if that was real. The boys sat across from the protagonist and began to discuss that Jaha finally admitted that he was bad at making noodles. The protagonist looked forward with a tired expression. He immediately lowered his head and wanted to change the topic, adding that anyway, Uncle Jiam, who ran the forge, or Hyam, who ran the inn, had no desire to become influential. Chuliang and Yuxu agreed, saying that they were lost among them. The brunette looked forward and assured that the two of them probably thought the same thing. Smiling, Yasung replied that it was true. Sungti extended his hand and said no. All the boys looked at the blonde with bewilderment. Jaha crossed his legs and said that most of their clan thought the same way, but he was different. The protagonist glared and said that he wanted to reduce the number of deaths of those who were unable to defend themselves by using the ignoble clan. Chuliang looked forward along with a dejected Ryuksu. Sunti looked forward along with a smiling Yasen. Jia raised his hand and said that the errand boys at the inns were entertainers or coachmen, people who made weapons, food, and necessities. The blacksmith along with Ryuksu listened attentively to the leader. Yasung continued to look at Jia with a smile, who added that there were still many merchants who were killed by influential people countless times, and this injustice did not stop, and perhaps it will be like this in the future. Sunti looked forward with a dissatisfied smirk. The protagonist looked ahead and said that if there were people who died unjustly, then as the clan leader, he planned to find out whoever his opponent was. Chuliang leaned forward, holding out his hand as Ryuksu repeated his words. The blacksmith wondered what the leader meant, that he was going to face not only the Black Rabbit Alliance alone, but also the existing established forces. The protagonist looked confidently through his bangs and said that it was so, because if someone died at the hands of someone from the White faction, he would kill them in return. If someone from another alliance killed, he would go to the Muram Alliance and kill them before the trial. All the guys were sitting around the fire when the brunette said that he was the leader of the ignoble clan. All the guys listened to Jaha's statement in surprise. The protagonist recalled the various factions of the buildings when he was a mad demon and represented the various factions such as the demon cult, the Muram Alliance, the Black faction, and the White faction. Every time they clashed with each other, countless people would die as if a war had broken out. A pile of bloody corpses lay on the field. He recalled standing in the empty space and casting a shadow, as he had no sympathy for those crazy primates who mastered martial arts only to die fighting each other. However, he could not accept the fact that the errand boy who carried alcohol and snacks without thinking about anything was beaten to death for no reason. He recalled his bloody sword, and as a result, he killed those crazy monkeys and easily earned the nickname Mad Demon. The corpses were piled on top of each other, and he said that he was being frivolously pointed at and criticized. His hair was blowing in the wind. Back then, no matter what he did, he was called crazy, and there were even cases where he took on crimes that he did not commit. He thought about how, in truth, there were many cases where he did not explain anything, simply because he was bored. He remembered how he looked arrogantly through his hair, and he realized that on top of all this, given his temperament, he became a martial artist in no time. His black demon form stood above the black moon. He thought about what it was like to run away from the Muram Alliance during training to kill the leader of the demon cult, although now everything was different and no matter who he fought, he was the first to find a reason to fight. Jia stared ahead and understood that therefore he would become a protector of the weak. Sungti extended his hand, trying to ask a question. The blonde held his hand in front of him and said that he was unable to understand something, because all these principles of action did not make sense only if he had incredibly strong abilities. The protagonist looked at his assistant, who resigned himself to the fact that it was the Black Rabbit clan, and asked how he was going to cope with a huge number of clans and masters in the future. The brunette looked at Sungti with bewilderment. He slightly narrowed his eyes and said that if he became the best in the whole world in the future, then that would be the solution. The four guys listened to him attentively, hearing about the best in the whole world. They were all sitting around a fire in the wasteland. Sungti crossed his arms and sighed in displeasure, realizing that their leader was talking nonsense again, and he could not remain calm. Charles crossed his arms and said that he would support their leader, because as a man, he should have more leadership ambitions. Yasun continued to smile and said that he would also support Jia and become the assistant of the ignoble clan and the leader at the same time. Ryuksu slightly furrowed his brows and tried to find out if it was possible. The blacksmith looked at the blonde man in confusion, who began to say that there were countless clans and masters, as well as geniuses with outstanding martial arts skills. He noted that it was said that most of them began practicing martial arts before they could even walk. The protagonist looked up from under his brows and said that they were like that. Ryuksu tilted his head and assured that it was also quite difficult for them to become peerless, because it was said that a peerless one came from the sky once in a generation. The protagonist looked at Ryuksu with displeasure, assuring him that it was someone from the sky. The protagonist suddenly froze, realizing that it was him. All four boys stared at him. Jia sat in the distance opposite Chuliang and said that it really didn't matter whether he became peerless or not. What mattered was how much effort he put in for it. Dukesu and the blacksmith listened to how the errand boy and Izaha had chosen to be the best in the world, and everyone here should seriously think about what they would live for in the future. Yasung smiled, sitting next to the dejected Sungti. Everyone was sitting together by the night fire. The protagonist walked along an empty street. He walked along the sidewalk, thinking that the difference between the crazy demon in his past life and his current life was that in his past life, he didn't have a plan, but now he does. Jaha walked forward in his thoughts and realized that only if he took good care of his clan, he would be able to fight other alliances in the future, and if he was a representative of the weak, there would be no reason to curse like before. Jaha walked under the rays of the night light and understood that it was necessary to have a reason to be able to fight the Black faction for justice and other villains from the other alliance, because they could be beaten to death or left as minions. The protagonist's hair covered his face, and he realized that this was the power of reason. He walked forward, looking at the shadow, and tried to realize that when someone imposes a different opinion on the world from the majority of people, then if he succeeds, he becomes a revolutionary, and if he fails, he simply becomes a crazy scoundrel. He peered intently from under his bangs. The bright moon illuminated the silhouette of the protagonist, who realized that unlike his past life, he would become a successful crazy villain. A group of people in black sat in front of their leader. It was the masked leader of the Black Rabbit Union. His henchmen sat on chairs with their arms folded. The clan leader looked ahead through the mask and asked again that the master of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion had embezzled the money for himself and leaned back from the hands of the errand boy. The assistant bowed his head and explained that evidence of theft was found in his house as well as his body, and he examined it. It looked like Sawung died with little resistance. He also added that his subordinates were captured by Jaha from Ilian Prefecture. The clan leader looked through the mask and wondered why the master of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion could not resist and died, and tried to find out who Izaha was. His warrior bowed his head and said that it was that same errand boy. The clan leader asked through his mask if the leader of the Black Rabbit Union was beaten to death by an errand boy. The clan leader looked at his henchmen and assistant, who agreed with this. He frowned slightly and realized that one of the 12 heavenly generals decided to play a cruel joke on them, and this could not be. The clan leader extended his hand and noted that it was possible that one of these heavenly generals or masters from other provinces sent this errand boy and was trying to find out where he was from. Her assistant sweatingly stated that this was not the case because the guy originally lived here. The brunette in the mask was slightly perplexed. His servant stood in front of the leader and wanted to leave this matter to him and accept this assignment because he would definitely figure everything out. The masked clan leader listened to his servant finish off the guy and return all the money that the deceased Golden Phoenix master had stolen. The clan leader glanced to the side. He was looking at the brunette with long hair. He then addressed him as Master So, who stood up. The master stood far away from the leader, who remarked that he had heard that he had been training extremely hard recently. The guy replied that he had been training just like before. The masked brunette put his head on his hand and said that he knew that his skills were better than the Golden Phoenix Pavilion master, and asked him how long it would take him to defeat the guy. The brunette held onto his sword, being the Golden Dragon Pavilion master So Gunpyeong. Dunpyeong stood there with a puzzled expression and understood that although they were in the same position, his strength was not that great and he would be able to defeat him in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, but there was no need to say it like it was. The swordsman bowed his head and stated that he was not sure about it since he had never fought the master of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion before, but he would find a way to defeat him. The clan leader frowned slightly and said that in that case, he wanted to hand over the matter to him and test his skills at the same time. Gunpyeong was suddenly stunned, realizing that the clan leader wanted him to fight the enemy that killed Sawung so easily and simply, and was trying to find out his intentions. The brunette with the sword immediately bowed his head and accepted this order. The clan leader stared at the master and stated that there was no need to bring subordinates and make a fuss in order to eliminate this guy, so he ordered him to take care of it alone. Dunpyeong glared, realizing that they were simply trying to send him away alone. The masked leader looked arrogantly into the swordsman's eyes and told him that if he failed, he should kill himself right away. The boy realized that they were simply trying to send him to his death. The swordsman stood, bowing before the leader, and said that he would die anyway if he failed, so he would do everything. Gunpyeong bared his teeth angrily, realizing that they were simply trying to throw him away when he was no longer useful. The protagonist entered the house at this time. Ryuksu placed a bowl of noodles on the table. He held the bowl with a smile and stated that it had been a long time since he had last come here. Jaha sat at the table and looked at Ryuksu, saying that instead of rice soup, he wanted spicy noodles today. The protagonist sat at an empty table opposite Gunpyeong. He started eating the noodles with great appetite. The protagonist looked at the swordsman with confusion and did not understand who it was, because it was the first time he saw him in this area and he seemed strong to him. Then he saw his Japanese sword. The protagonist touched his chin and thought that the one who owned this sword was a 300-year-old man from the Black faction, and he received this nickname for his constantly continuing life, because in the future he will be a big figure in this Black faction, and did not understand why he suddenly ate noodles in a restaurant. Gunpyeong looked back at the smiling Ryuksu, who thought that he wanted to order something else. The swordsman looked from under his brows and said that he heard that a guy named Izaha lived in this area and he asked where he could have met him. Ryuksu mockingly smiled, asking about the guy. The swordsman looked at the cook, who said that he was not aware of it since he had not been seen at all lately. Gunpyeong asked what had happened. The blonde continued to smile mockingly and said that this guy often got into all sorts of troubles. Maybe he had already fled somewhere far away and wondered why he was looking for a meeting with him, suggesting to ask others about him. The protagonist leaned back and realized that this was a very dignified moment for the head of the merchant clan. Gunpyeong frowned slightly, then lowered his gaze mockingly. Ryuksu looked at the swordsman, who said that he had heard that Ilian Prefecture was full of crazy people. From what he could see, it was truly a well-deserved glory when Ryuksu was about to approach him with sweat on his brow. The swordsman furiously frowned and shouted that Ryuksu dared to lie to his face when the guy was sitting in front of him. The protagonist looked at him coldly. Ryuksu furrowed his brows and frowned. The swordsman looked at the protagonist and asked him if he knew who was sitting in front of him. Jaha frowned slightly and said that he knew him as Gunpyeong from the Black Rabbit Union, and he also did not understand why he switched to informal speech with the clan leader. The brunette was slightly stunned, realizing that Jaha knew his name from somewhere. The swordsman tilted his head and asked Jaha who he was. The protagonist looked at him coldly and informed him that he himself had already said this and did not understand his repeated question. Gunpyeong frowned angrily and asked what he meant, who he was. The clan leader crossed his arms and smirked. He then touched his chin with a puzzled expression and began to speculate on who he was, although he had no answer to that, as he needed time to think about it for a while. He then looked at the guest and asked himself, who was he? Gunpyeong looked at him with a dark expression and called him crazy. He then began to eat the noodles with gusto. Ryuksu looked back at the protagonist, who wanted spicy noodles. The cook became tense and dumbfounded, realizing that this guy was still asking for food when they were about to be killed. The protagonist was very angry and slammed his fist on the table when he heard that the noodles were finished and did not understand why Ryuksu said this after taking his order. Gunpyeong drank the broth with a furious appetite and remarked that the area was funny. He then placed an empty plate on the table. He began to wipe his mouth and asked the owner to pay him. Ryuksu was smiling with all his might and did not understand what kind of payment he was talking about, since it was enough for him that his noodles were simply well eaten. The swordsman showed the coins sarcastically and said that if he ate, he had to pay for it and asked Ryuksu to come to him and take the coins. The cook was grinning with all his might and realized that this would be a bad decision. Gunpyeong frowned angrily. He then placed the coins on the table. The swordsman was about to get up from the table and turned to Jaha, saying that this room was cramped and suggested that he go outside. Gunpyeong also looked back at Ryuksu and spoke to him. The swordsman looked at him with disdain and said that the noodles were delicious and he would come again. Then Gunpyeong began to leave, taking the blade with him. The protagonist approached the cook and asked him to give him a kitchen knife since he did not bring a weapon with him. Ryuksu was completely stunned in the sweat of his brow. Jaha stood in front of the other swordsman. Gunpyeong looked at him from under his brows and asked what he was going to do with a kitchen knife in his hands. The protagonist was holding a kitchen knife in his hands and said that he simply did not bring his weapon. The swordsman frowned angrily at this. He saw how the protagonist timidly held the kitchen knife. The protagonist brought the knife to his face and noticed that it smelled like garlic, and if this juice seeped into the wound, it would be quite painful. The brunette looked at him through his bangs and told the guy to get ready because if he touched the errand boy, he would immediately get hit by a kitchen sword with the smell of garlic, and asked him to imagine how it would hurt when the garlic juice got into his wounds. Gunpyeong looked at him with disdain, calling him a scoundrel, realizing how the master of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion could lose to such a slob. The main character waved his knife and asked him why he came alone without subordinates, because attacking in a crowd was also one of the advantages of their clan. The swordsman replied that there was no need to create a noise to get rid of some errand boy, because it would be a shame. Yahello looked at him angrily and asked whether it would really be a shame for him to fight him. Gunpyeong frowned in response and said that they couldn't even have a normal conversation, and asked him if he really killed the master of the Phoenix Pavilion. The protagonist stared at him and asked why he had such a puzzled expression, as if he had just been disposed of. The swordsman became very angry at what he heard. He saw the protagonist stabbing him with a knife and knew that he was right, that he had just been disposed of. Gunpyeong frowned angrily and said that he was not going to listen to this nonsense anymore. He then reached for his blade. His sharp sword was emitting light. The swordsman extended the blade in front of him and asked why the errand boy in this area was so impudent. The protagonist calmly crossed his arms and replied ironically that he did not understand why some unknown guy was so self-confident. Gunpyeong became furiously angry at this irony. The swordsman immediately rushed to attack. The swordsman flew to attack the protagonist, who managed to jump back. Yahello looked at him intently and realized that his sword was quite sharp and strong, but if he tried to reflect it with a kitchen knife, then the blade would be finished. Gunpyeong tried to cut the air with his blade, trying to hit Yahello. The protagonist looked down and realized that introducing internal energy into the kitchen knife would be completely ineffective. Gunpyeong bared his teeth furiously. He swung his sword. The protagonist deftly dodged his attacks. He bounced off the ground with his foot. The protagonist managed to run away from the enemy's back. The swordsman grinned angrily, looking back. He continued to try to cut the main character with his blade, who dodged. Their legs stepped over each other. Yahello dodged the enemy's attacks. Then he jumped back, dodging another attack. Gunpyeong flew at him with a sharp blade. The swordsman almost managed to plunge the sword into Yahello's body. However, he suddenly tensed up with his gaze. He slammed his sword down as Yahello dodged. The protagonist looked at him and understood that his skills were quite good, but he still had a lot to learn. He pulled his fingers towards the enemy's blade. The swordsman tensed up and was angry. The protagonist threw the enemy away with his hand. Gunpyeong flew back, raising a cloud of dust. The brunette looked at him with trepidation and understood that the guy had finally realized that he was the only one here who had lost his mind and his stupid attacks would not work on him. Gunpyeong frowned furiously and did not understand who was in front of them and how he managed to predict his every move. They stood opposite each other and Yahello stated that he came to him knowing that he was underestimated, and therefore continued to talk nonsense about him. The swordsman began to shout furiously for his enemy to shut up, because he knew perfectly well that he was asking about something else entirely, or whether he had some kind of status, like the head of the union, or whether he was one of the 12 heavenly generals. The brunette peered through his bangs and noted with irony that the guy first asked a question, and then told him to shut up. He added that what else could he do if his movements were so sloppy that he could easily follow them. Gunpyeong held the blade with his legs wide apart. The protagonist stood in front of him and did not understand why the guy was sharing, because Gunpyeong had mastered the useless martial arts that their clan's slaves were taught. The swordsman continued to grin and did not understand why he was suddenly calling his swordsmanship like a slave's. The protagonist sighed and said that all 12 heavenly generals were actually slaves of the great slaughterers. The swordsman tensed up in bewilderment. The protagonist stared at him and said that even calling them slaves was too much, because they were not just the black faction, but pawns of the great slaughterer's slaves. The protagonist looked at him with disdain. The swordsman was perplexed by such news, frowning. The brunette continued to look at him with disgust and called them slaves, because they were an ordinary cleanup crew. The swordsman continued to frown even more. The brunette looked through his bangs and said that it was an organization that provided all possible means to women, and he only existed to lick his ass. Gunpyeong furiously shouted for the guy to shut up. The protagonist spread his arms and said, "How should I look at this situation? Even these 12 heavenly generals, they were also disciples of a slave. The guy crossed his arms and said that they were told to wear an ugly mask, and they wore it. They were told to kill, and they followed all their orders. The protagonist waved his hand. He said that to take over any organization, then immediately take for the entertainment of the great slaughterers, they organized everything, determining the ranks. The protagonist looked at the fighter arrogantly. He said that these are scum who pay tribute and give women to the great slaughterers just to suck up. Gunpyong angrily goggled his eyes. He bared his teeth, thinking that he wanted to say that he was wrong. The brown-haired man's hand was shaking. He did not understand why he could not object to a single word of that boy. The head of the clan looked intently at the fighter, asking why he was so surprised, and that he thought that he was at least a little cool. The brunette grinned slightly, saying that there was no need to consider himself some kind of loser, and that the great slaughterers was just an old pervert who would later also die at his hands. Gunpyong looked at the clan leader with displeasure, asking what else he would say. The brunette looked at the guy with a serious look. He smiled slightly, thinking that he could only take a look at him. The brunette slightly raised the kitchen knife. He stated that if he managed to take first place in the leader battle of the 12 heavenly generals, he would learn more martial arts from the great slaughterer's slaves, asking what he would do with this knowledge and that he would become the best in the dark faction. The brunette raised his gaze upward. He noted that without a doubt, but given the bad character of the great slaughterer's slaves, he would simply waste his time using this lure. He enslaves slaves for fun as much as his heart desires. Gunpyong looked at the protagonist with annoyance, asking if he had finished his tirade. The fighter held out his weapon in front of him, saying that since he was so outstanding, he would no longer just dodge. The protagonist smiled contentedly, noting that as he thought, he would come to his senses immediately if he was given a little beating. The brunette moved his hand with the kitchen knife to the side. He ran his fingers along the knife. Flames engulfed the protagonist's weapon. Gunpyong's eyes widened. The protagonist had made a fiery sword out of the kitchen knife. Gunpyong was slightly frightened, pressing his lips together. He thought that, as expected, he was a master that he could not defeat, but he would not retreat even if he died in this battle. The boys stood opposite each other. The clan leader said that he called it the taste of fire. The brunette held out a fire weapon in front of him, thinking that the official name was chlorinated incense. Gunpyong began to fill his weapon with energy. A blue aura surrounded the sword. The brown-haired man smiled slightly. The protagonist narrowed his gaze, smirking. Gunpyong opened his mouth wide, rushing to attack. He directed a blue slash towards the protagonist. The protagonist looked at the approaching attack. He clutched a kitchen knife in his hand. The clan leader sent a pillar of fire towards the brown-haired man. Gunpyong's eyes widened. The brown-haired man held out a weapon in front of him, blocking the blow. The blow sent him flying. He spun on the ground. The protagonist looked at the guy. Ryuksu watched what was happening in surprise. He smiled slightly, thinking that the clan leader was cool, and this was a real martial arts master's fighting technique. The brunette kicked Gunpyong in the body. Ryuksu watched as the protagonist kicked the guy. His face twisted in confusion. Ryuksu wondered what was wrong with him. Gunpyong was lying on the bed unconscious. The protagonist looked at Sungti, telling him to wake him up. Sungti said he would. He slapped the sleeping guy, telling him to get up. The white-haired guy slapped the sleeping Gunpyong in the face. He asked what he thought, that he could continue to sleep like at home and that he was not going to get up. The brown-haired guy put his hand in front of his face. He abruptly got up from the bed. Gunpyong looked ahead in confusion, wondering that he was still alive. The protagonist looked at the guy with a serious look. He said that since he came to his senses, he should answer the question, asking where the great Rakshasa was. The brown-haired man narrowed his eyes at Jaha. He asked how he knew, noting that even the leader of the union probably didn't know about it. The boys stared at the brown-haired man. Jaha asked what he knew about the leader of the Black Rabbit Union. Gunpyong said that he was most likely sitting in the room. The brunette narrowed his eyes. He noted that he was asking about what that bastard had been doing lately. A shabby Gunpyong looked at the protagonist, saying that the leader was training. The protagonist looked up thoughtfully, asking if this was a rank battle again. Gunpyong looked at the protagonist dumbfounded, asking how he knew about it. The boys looked at each other. The brunette asked what was so strange that he knew about it. Gunpyong said that it was exactly like that and only the masters of the Black Rabbit Union had this information. The brunette looked at the guy with a serious look. He said that their clan knows everything except what he doesn't know. Jaha thought that he only really knows it because he went back in time. Gunpyeong looked at the protagonist with a puzzled expression. Sungti looked at Gunpyeong with a displeased face, saying that there is nothing that their ignoble clan doesn't know. The white-haired boy looked at the clan leader. The leader said that this is not true and what they don't know, they don't know. Sungti asked what it is. The leader said that the most important thing is that they are able to quickly find out what they don't know. Sungti looked at the leader with understanding. Then he looked at Gunpyeong with annoyance. He said that there is nothing that the ignoble clan doesn't know and the strongest intelligence organization is their ignoble clan. Gunpyeong looked at the protagonist with an angry expression. He said that as he thought, he was an unusual person and it turns out that he was a combat puppet of an ignoble clan. The leader looked at the brown-haired guy in bewilderment, asking why he was a puppet. Gunpyeong noted that he was an errand boy. Sungti punched the guy. He showered the brown-haired guy with blows, asking why he had completely lost his mind and how dare he call the clan leader an errand boy. The protagonist watched the situation in surprise, thinking that this was strange. Sungti asked if he had completely lost his mind. The protagonist frowned. He thought that Gunpyeong's skills were not so bad that he could be beaten by Sungti. The white-haired guy continued to beat the brown-haired guy. The brunette thought that this idiot was picking on him just because he was there. The white-haired guy told him to just die, asking how he dared to call the leader an errand boy. The white-haired guy sighed in irritation. He looked at the leader with a satisfied smile, saying that he taught him a lesson. The protagonist looked at Sungti with a serious expression, telling him to go out for a while. Sungti bowed his head to the leader, saying that he obeyed him. Sungti with a shining smile walked towards the exit. The leader turned his attention to the brown-haired man. Gunpyeong was sitting on the bed with his head down. Jaha asked if he wanted to join him. Gunpyeong said no. Jaha, with a serious expression, looked at the brown-haired man, asking that then he should kill him. Gunpyeong widened his eyes. The leader smiled maliciously. He told him not to answer rashly and to think it over carefully, and if he asked to kill him, he would do it immediately. Gunpyeong looked at the protagonist warily. The brown-haired man thought that, apparently, he would really kill him right away as soon as he said this. The brown-haired man twitched slightly. The protagonist asked how long he would remain silent. Gunpyeong lowered his head, asking for mercy. The protagonist smiled slightly, asking that he did not want to work for him, but asked for mercy. Gunpyeong looked at the leader with a smirk. He stated that if he spared him, then in the future, he would never disturb the ignoble clan again, swearing to this. The brunette looked at the guy intently. Gunpyeong noted that this concerned not only the ignoble clan, but also all those associated with it, adding that there would be no more difficulties with him, swearing on his sword. The brunette pressed his lips together. He thought that he had originally planned to make this guy his servant, but it seemed he would just have to send him back. The leader grinned wickedly. He thought that, however, no matter how stubborn he was, if you wanted to get someone, you had to catch him and beat him half to death 7 times. The brown-haired man was shaking slightly from the leader's malicious gaze. The brunette noted that this was what the great crouching dragon he admired said. Gunpyeong widened his eyes. The leader told him to go. The brown-haired man looked at the brunette in bewilderment, asking where he told him to go. The protagonist looked at the guy with a cold gaze. He noted that he was telling him to get lost. The brown-haired man looked at the leader in surprise, asking that he could seriously leave. The brunette told him to remember one thing, that he was ready to accept his challenge at any time if he suddenly returned after becoming stronger. The brown-haired man looked at the brunette with horror. The protagonist said that in return, if in the future he even briefly heard that he had killed any of the merchants or ordinary residents. The protagonist looked at the guy with a terrifying look. He said that he would finish him off by tearing him into small pieces, asking if he understood. Gunpyeong looked at the leader with fear, saying that he understood. He stood up and bowed before the leader. The fighter thanked the protagonist for sparing him despite his defeat, noting that he would keep his promise until his death. The fighter walked down the street. Sungti looked at the leader with displeasure, asking why he spared him, because he should have just killed him. The protagonist sighed in displeasure. He asked Sungti what he was telling the leader of the Life Clan, to kill the man at the first opportunity. The leader turned away from the white-haired guy. Sungti asked that the name had such a meaning. The protagonist said, "Well, screw it." The fighter dragged his feet on the ground. He looked down dejectedly, thinking that he really lost. Gunpyeong recalled the image of the leader of the Black Cat Union and his words. He frowned in annoyance, wondering why he had to take his own life. The fighter clutched his weapon in his hand. He looked down dejectedly, thinking that he was still hungry and he couldn't go back like this. The brown-haired man turned his attention to the side. Ryuksu looked at the fighter, noting that he still survived. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Gunpyeong asked if he could have a cup of noodles. Ryuksu grinned nervously, apologizing to him, saying that unfortunately the noodles were over. Gunpyeong raised his eyebrow. He threw the coins towards the cook. Ryuksu looked at the coins in surprise. There was a rope with money on his hand. Gunpyeong said that he would pay for the food in advance. Ryuksu bowed his head, saying that he could pass. The fighter was sitting at the table, eating noodles. The cook approached the fighter, asking if he wanted anything else, noting that he had paid too much. The fighter asked if that was okay. Ryuksu said of course. The brown-haired man said that anything would do. Ryuksu smiled slightly, heading to the kitchen. He said that he would go and cook something else for him. Gunpyeong looked at his plate. He thought that his future seemed bleak and the union leader would kill him if he returned. He frowned, thinking that he couldn't leave without saying goodbye to his subordinates either. The fighter slightly opened his mouth, saying that life was so complicated. The cook prepared the food. He told the fighter that everyone else had it no easier, asking who didn't have it hard. Gunpyeong asked that he didn't either. Ryuksu poured soup with a ladle. He said that it was, however, since the ignoble clan appeared, there were no more people demanding huge payments, and life became easier. The cook carried bowls of soup to the fighter. Gunpyeong asked that they did not pay tribute. Ryuksu said that they did. Gunpyeong asked what about the ignoble clan, and that they did not pay them. Ryuksu smirked contentedly. He stated that the ignoble clan did not demand money and protected ordinary workers like them, adding that the leader said that this was the reason he created the clan. Gunpyeong looked at the cook with confusion, wondering if the protagonist was crazy. Ryuksu placed the bowl of soup on the table. The fighter asked what it was. He looked at the cook. Ryuksu said that it did not have a special name, so it was just pork bone soup, noting that it was very delicious. There were bones visible on the plate. Gunpyeong asked if they were pork bones. Ryuksu replied that they were. The fighter stared at the soup, thinking that it looked delicious. The cook slightly opened his eyes, smiling maliciously. He said that it seemed simple, but it was really tasty and it would be more convenient to eat with your hands. The fighter took the pork bone, opening his mouth. The door to the establishment slightly opened. The protagonist entered. He looked ahead with irritation. The fighter looked at the protagonist in shock. The protagonist glared at the guys, asking how they dared to eat pork bones without him. Gunpyeong held a pork bone in his hands. The guys looked at the evil leader with fear. The guys sat at the table, eating pork bones. The protagonist pointed the bone at the fighter. He said that he generously granted him salvation, asking what he meant by sitting and eating bones. Gunpyeong widened his eyes. The brunette narrowed his gaze, asking if he had nowhere to go, noting that he had been kicked out of the Black Rabbit Alliance. Gunpyeong looked at his plate, saying that he needed to think about something, so he decided to take a look for a while. The protagonist asked what was the matter with the subordinates who remained in the Black Rabbit Alliance. The fighter looked at the leader sadly, saying that they were like brothers to him. The leader stared at the fighter, wondering what it meant that he was very loyal to them. The fighter furrowed his brows. He stated that most of the people arriving in the Black Rabbit Alliance were subordinates of the former leader, who died at the hands of the Great Rakshasa, after which they surrendered, including him, adding that the Great Rakshasa killed the previous leaders and replaced them with others. The protagonist looked at the fighter curiously, asking how he survived. Gunpyeong said that he did not hold any leadership position at the time. The protagonist pursed his lips. He thought that if Gunpyeong did not return, then other idiots would show up, and maybe even the leader of the union himself would show up, and this would only cause him unnecessary trouble. The protagonist looked at the fighter, calling out to him. Gunpyeong asked what he wanted. The brunette narrowed his eyes, telling him to take him to the Black Rabbit Union a little later. The fighter looked at the leader in bewilderment, asking what had come over him so suddenly and whether he was going to attack the union alone. The protagonist looked at the guy with a confident look, saying that this is exactly what he wanted to do. Gunpyeong frowned, wondering if he was really crazy and was going to attack the union alone. The brunette held a pork bone in his hand. He stated that after he led him there, he must make sure that his subordinates did not die, adding that if he went there alone, he would definitely get rid of the leader, but it may happen that he would kill not only him, but also the ordinary soldiers of the Black Rabbit Union. Gunpyeong looked at the protagonist in confusion, asking how soon this little while would be. The chair suddenly moved to the side. The brunette stood up, saying that at this moment, Yuksu looked at the leader in confusion. He asked if he was in too much of a hurry going there without any preparation. The leader looked at the guys menacingly, saying that a surprise attack is always done in a hurry. The guys looked at the leader in bewilderment. The brunette smirked slightly. He thought that he should attack first, and then Ilyang County would be safe, adding that even more so if Gunpyeong's subordinates were killed, he would definitely not obey him. The night sky was visible above the estate. Gunpyeong looked at the protagonist with a serious expression. The brunette told him to wait for a while, and when there was a chance, take care of his wards. The brown-haired man said that he understood. The protagonist stood near the gate. He put his hands behind his back. The brunette kicked the door with his foot. A small window opened in the door. Eyes appeared from the window, asking who he was. The protagonist looked at the eyes, saying that he was Jaha from Ilyang County. The guard asked who Jaha was. The brunette sighed in displeasure, telling him to stop asking questions and just open the door before he himself could break it down. The guard told him to stop talking and he would let him get away with it this time, so he should go and have a drunken rampage somewhere else. The protagonist looked at the window where the eyes had disappeared. He immediately jumped onto the wall. He touched the wall with his foot. The protagonist grinned contentedly. The guards noticed the shadow. The leader jumped off the wall. The leader walked towards the estate. The guard opened his mouth wide, shouting that they had an intruder. The fighters began to run along the ground. They surrounded the protagonist, asking who he was. The leader noted that he had already said that he was Jaha from the Ilyang district. The leader of the union asked that he was Jaha. A man came out of the estate. The leader of the union looked at the protagonist with a menacing look, asking that he was the same errand boy. The protagonist grinned slyly. He thought that during a verbal duel, answering a question with a question was a worthy decision of a strong man. The brunette narrowed his gaze. He asked that he was the same rabbit slave of the great Rakshasa, famous as an old scoundrel. The head of the union pressed his lips together. The head of the clan looked at the man thoughtfully. He asked if he was mistaken, and the correct one would be not a rabbit slave, but a slave rabbit. The fighters looked at the main character in confusion. The head of the clan looked at the man with a serious look. He asked that in any case, how dare the head of some backwater gang, whose duty it is to be a slave, send a killer to him. The head of the clan narrowed his gaze, asking if he had his brains with him. The fighters goggled. Jaha flashed his gaze. He asked why he was silent, and maybe the rabbit, who does not know his place, will finally open his mouth. The fighter opened his mouth, saying that he was a crazy bastard. The leader of the union narrowed his gaze, saying that since he had already come, it meant that Master Gunpyeong, who went to deal with him, had lost. The protagonist smiled maliciously, telling the rabbit that this was enough of this useless talk, offering to fight. The leader of the union looked at the protagonist menacingly, asking why he would do this. The protagonist stood in front of the leader of the union. He addressed the fighters, saying that if their leader were to stand against him alone, he would be a good leader regardless of his skills. The fighters looked at the protagonist carefully. Jaha said that nevertheless, he was sure that he had some guesses about his skills if he ordered them to attack him first. The brunette pointed his finger at the leader of the union. He narrowed his gaze, noting that he was not worthy of them serving such a degenerate. The fighters gaped. Jaha stared ahead with a menacing gaze. He stated that this was not all, and that he was a worthless scum and a cowardly worm of the black faction, adding that he was incapable of anything, and that he was a rat hiding behind a mask. The fighters looked at the protagonist in shock, wondering why he had not finished his tirade yet. The clan leader stared ahead with a cold gaze. He stated that the alliance leader was a useless idiot who controlled them by relying on the insignificant influence of the great Rakshasa. The protagonist stood with his back turned, looking at the alliance leader. The fighters turned their gaze to the side. The alliance leader stared at the protagonist. He noticed that the protagonist was talking about wanting to fight him one-on-one, asking that he thought there was a single master who would so easily succumb to the banal provocations of an errand boy. Gunpyeong appeared in the courtyard. He asked the Union leader if he was going to send his subordinates to their deaths this time too. The Union leader looked at Gunpyeong with disdain. He noted that he had made it clear to him that he would kill himself if he failed, asking why he was still alive and that he had begged for mercy, which was unbecoming of a master. Gunpyeong chuckled in displeasure. He asked who cared, since his life was his own, so he would decide what to do with it. Or did he really think that they were so close that he could decide whether to live or die? The man looked at the brown-haired man with displeasure, asking what he said. The protagonist looked at the man with a cold gaze, noting that Gunpyeong was right. The man looked at the brunette, asking why he spared his life. Jaha bared his teeth, noting that he was not a fool like him. Gunpyeong furrowed his brows, turning to the Golden Dragon Pavilion, telling them to come over to his side, and that he would bet his life on the victory of the ignoble clan chief from Ilyang. The fighters stared at Gunpyeong. The fighters moved from their place. They stood next to the brown-haired man. The Union chief glared at the fighters, asking how dare they. The brown-haired man looked at the Union chief with displeasure. He stated that if he was so confident in his strength, then he should not get involved in this fight of subordinates, asking how about fighting that man one-on-one. The man's eyes widened. The fighters looked at the Union chief in fear. A terrifying aura emanated from the man. He thought that after he dealt with this, he would not leave so easily. The man bared his teeth, saying that he accepted Jaha's challenge. The protagonist looked at the leader of the Union with an arrogant look. He told him to stop shaking the air, trying to seem like he was not the one who was forced to do something he did not want. The leader of the Union bared his teeth angrily. Jaha turned towards the fighters. He told everyone that this was a one-on-one fight between him and that rabbit, and if they interfered. The fighter threw his axe towards Jaha, telling him to shut his mouth. The protagonist looked at the axe. He grabbed the weapon. The clan leader threw the axe towards the fighter. The weapon flew through the air. The fighter's eyes widened. The axe sank into the guy's head. He lay near the wall, splattering the wall with blood. Jaha's red eyes flashed. He noted that he was going to say that they would die if they interfered, asking why he interfered. The leader of the alliance looked at the scene with confusion. The leader of the alliance exuded a terrifying aura. He narrowed his gaze, telling the protagonist that he was too noisy. The protagonist grinned maliciously. He turned his head to the side. Gunpyeong held out his sword. He handed it to the leader of the clan. Gunpyeong told him to use his sword, noting that the leader's sword was certainly sharp, but his was no slouch either. The protagonist looked at the fighter with a serious expression. He thought that for a warrior, handing over his sword to someone was the same as entrusting his life, and besides, it was said that this sword was a weapon that Gunpyeong treasured very much. Gunpyeong held his sword in his hands. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled. Jaha took the fighter's weapon, saying that he would use it and return it. Jaha drew his blade. He held the sword out in front of him, emitting a blue aura. Jaha told the rabbit that it was time to begin. The leader of the Union flashed his eyes. He headed towards the brunette. The leader of the Union began to draw his sword, after which he pulled it aside. The protagonist swung his weapon with a grin. He pulled the sword back, holding his fingers out in front of him. The leader of the Union looked closely at the brunette. He swung his sword. The protagonist smirked contentedly. He dodged the blow, appearing in front of the rabbit. The blades of the leaders met in battle. The swords touched each other. The brunette began to emit a red aura. The guys swung their weapons. The protagonist relentlessly attacked the rabbit. The leader of the clan narrowed his eyes. The rabbit closely watched Jaha's movements. The rabbit blocked the protagonist's blow. He dodged the protagonist's attack. Jaha skillfully dodged the rabbit's attacks. They continued to fight tirelessly. The protagonist persistently emitted a powerful aura. The fighters looked on in shock, not understanding what the hell was going on. The fighter asked that the errand boy was fighting the clan leader on equal terms. Gunpyeong watched the fight in horror, wondering what kind of fight they were fighting on equal terms. Gunpyeong pursed his lips, thinking that the clan leader was not even putting in much effort. The protagonist dodged to the side. Brown-haired thought that he was deliberately allowing the collisions to discern the martial art of the alliance leader, the fighting techniques of the great Rakshasa. The protagonist looked ahead with an indifferent look. Brown-haired thought that apparently there was nothing else to see. The clan leader moved his hand to the side. He attacked the rabbit. The rabbit's foot hit the ground, causing it to crack. The leader's hand was shaking. He glared at Jaha, wondering if the bastard was hiding his abilities. The protagonist smiled bloodthirstily, asking what had finally dawned on him. The protagonist furiously attacked the rabbit. The leader of the union clenched his teeth angrily. The brunette grinned wickedly, noting that it was too late. He attacked the rabbit with a fiery aura. The leader of the union was thrown aside. The guys stood opposite each other. The rabbit held his sword in front of him, telling the fighters to kill him. Gunpyeong glared at the leader of the union. He noted that he himself told him to commit suicide if he lost, asking why he was acting so meanly. The rabbit nervously looked at the brown-haired man, telling him to shut up. The fighters pressed their lips together. Gunpyeong extended his hand forward, telling everyone to stand still, noting that if they ignored the leader's order and just stood there, he would settle everything. The fighters stood motionless. The leader of the union glared at the fighters, asking what the hell they were standing there for. The protagonist attacked the rabbit. The rabbit asked the leader to stop. The brunette smiled maliciously, asking why he called him the clan leader and not an errand boy. The leader of the union bared his teeth in anger. He immediately attacked the protagonist. The protagonist delivered a fiery blow to the leader of the union. Blood gushed out from the rabbit's fingers. The leader of the union glared at the protagonist, calling him a scumbag. The rabbit jumped to the side. He took a fighting stance, filling his sword with aura. The leader of the union sent a slash towards the brunette. The brunette looked at the approaching attack. He narrowed his eyes. The clan leader filled the sword with a fiery aura, thinking that if he dodged, Gunpyeong and his group of subordinates would suffer. Fire energy emanated from the protagonist and the sword. He directed a fiery attack towards the alliance leader. A slashing fire strike caught the rabbit. The attack sent him flying. Clouds of dust and smoke rose up. The alliance leader's hand was burned. He was slammed into the wall. The alliance leader spat out blood from his mouth. The blood flowed to the ground. The rabbit lowered his head, giving up his spirit. The fighters looked at what happened in shock. Gunpyeong gritted his teeth, thinking that he knew that the clan leader was hiding his true abilities, but he never thought that he was so superior to the alliance leader. The brunette stood with his back. The protagonist looked ahead with a menacing gaze. Jaha looked behind him, turning to Gunpyeong. The brown-haired man shuddered slightly. The night sky stretched out above the boys. The clan leader said that with his words, he saved many lives. The moonlight illuminated the courtyard. Gunpyeong bowed to the protagonist. He noted that thanks to his warning, he was able to save his comrades, thanking the leader. The clan leader turned his head to the side. He looked at the fighters. Jaha said that he was a man who respected the men's thirst for togetherness, and those who were deeply saddened by the loss of the union leader should step forward. He grinned maliciously, saying that with a pious heart, he would open the way to heaven for them to go there with the leader. The fighters widened their eyes. The protagonist looked at the fighters. He asked what no one wanted, noting that this was an ideal day to die, and it seemed that there would still be someone who wanted to go to heaven after the leader, and it was not every day that a chance arose to challenge an errand boy. The fighters looked at the protagonist with bewilderment. The brunette looked sadly ahead, noting how sorry he was, and this was the last chance to challenge the errand boy. The fighters looked at the brunette with confusion. The protagonist began to move on his own feet. The fighters looked at the brunette with curiosity. The protagonist reached out his hand to the mask. He put the mask on his face, telling the fighters to remember. The leader radiated a terrifying aura, noting that from that moment on he was the leader of the Black Rabbit. Blood from the mask flowed down the brunette's face. Jaha stated, whether they wanted it or not, he decided so. Jaha turned his attention to Gunpyeong. The protagonist put the sword back in its sheath. The brunette threw the weapon back to its owner, thanking him. The protagonist reached for the sword on the ground. He asked what the name of this sword was, noting that its memory was just like a fish. Gunpyeong presented an image of the sword, saying that it was called the Black Dragon's Fang. The brunette said that he understood that, noting how stupid the name was. He widened his eyes, saying that although no, he was taking it back now. The fighters looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. The brunette turned away, saying that first they had to get rid of the corpse of the former leader, who did not know his place, trying to resist him, and also wash the floors and walls. The clan leader looked menacingly at the fighters, adding that they should remember that if they wanted to succeed in the dark faction, they had to clean up well first. The fighters looked at the protagonist in confusion. Jaha narrowed his eyes, asking that they would remain silent. The clan leader looked at the fighters, who said they understood him. The boys looked at the protagonist. The brunette said that it was time to start the meeting of the leaders to celebrate the new beginning. Gunpyeong extended his hand in front of him. He said that he would go in as soon as he completely figured it out, and the other leaders should go in first. The protagonist watched as the leaders ran into the estate. The brunette moved his leg to the side. He extended his sword in front of him, noting that from that day on, he was the leader of the Black Rabbit Union. The brunette looked ahead with his red eyes. He thought that this was until the great Rakshasa revealed him. The protagonist swung his sword, emitting a golden aura, turning it into a fiery one. The fighters looked at what was happening, dumbfounded. Gunpyeong's eyes widened. He wondered if this was the sword technique that the former leader of the union used, and that he had mastered it in such a short time. The boys watched the protagonist. The protagonist sat at the head of the leaders. He stated that they should report on the current situation. Gunpyeong looked at the clan leader. He noted that as far as he knew, thanks to the leader's generosity, quite a few soldiers from the Golden Phoenix Pavilion managed to survive in Ilyang, adding that he should give orders on how to deal with them. The leaders looked at the leader. The brunette smiled contentedly. He stated that as expected, Master Gunpyeong was worthy of praise. They all should look up to him, adding that not only was he smart, but he also treated his comrades and subordinates warmly, and before that, he had shown courage in asking for the lives of the other leaders to be spared. The leaders looked at the master. The master lowered his gaze in embarrassment, wondering why the leader had always been such a good person. He thought that he knew that he was unusual, but not so much as to even acknowledge the rumor. The clan leader noted that he was also a man with unusually good endurance. The master looked at the brunette with bewilderment. Jaha noted that he had gotten it good. Jaha looked ahead with a serious look. He told Gunpyeong that he would take care of those guys. Gunpyeong lowered his head, saying that he would do so. The leaders looked at the brunette. The brunette said that as a talented person and a sage of the Black Rabbit Union, as well as a representative of the leaders in the future, he should train, adding that he would give him a bonus that day. The protagonist pressed his lips together, thinking that it was not his money anyway. The master looked at the clan leader with a wide smile, saying that he would try even harder. The leaders shuddered in fear. The brunette asked why they were sitting and where the applause was, and that they were afraid of breaking their wrists. The leaders began to clap their hands, after which they put their hands on their knees when the protagonist stopped them. The protagonist looked at the boys with a menacing look. He said that by training and motivating each other, as well as fighting, they all become stronger together, noting that this is the meaning of the dark faction. One of the leaders lowered his head, while the others looked at the clan leader. The brunette said that if in the process of all this they develop a deep attachment through bad or good, they will certainly have brothers in spirit, which they did not have before. The protagonist looked at the leaders with a menacing look, noting that this is the strength of the dark faction, adding that it was like that in his time. The protagonist turned his attention to the side. The leader slightly shuddered in fear, looking at the leader. Jaha asked that he found his words boring. The leader began to shake his head, saying that it was not so. Jaha said that if he was bored then he should get lost, and why should he be the leader, adding that he should then go and sit outside with the others, piling dirt on the ruined wall or disposing of the corpse. The leader bowed his head, asking for his forgiveness. The protagonist clicked his tongue in displeasure, saying that it was unheard of to act so impolitely while the leader was speaking. The leaders pressed their lips together in fear. Gunpyeong looked at the head. Jaha asked where he was. Gunpyeong said that this was the strength of the dark faction, noting that in this place. Jaha said that was correct, asking who the leader was. The old man bowed his head, saying that he could call him Commander Byok. Commander Byok. The protagonist looked at the commander. He told Byok to give their Dragon Pavilion master his bonus, adding that he had already understood how things were now, so he should put everything in order and report the current state of affairs. And if any theft or deception was discovered in the future, he would be the first to be sentenced to death. The old man closed his eyes. The protagonist looked up thoughtfully, saying that he had completely forgotten about the ranked battle, asking when it was. The leaders looked at the clan leader in shock. They wondered how he knew about this, adding that he had been speaking so naturally from the beginning, as if he had long been the leader of the Black Rabbit Alliance. Gunpyeong looked at the protagonist, noting that there was still no set date. But it was expected that one of the heavenly generals occupying a low position would issue a challenge in the near future. Gunpyeong imagined an image of a person. He noted that it would be the red monkey. The master raised his hand, saying that if he wanted to advance in rank, he would have to fight the White Rooster this time. The clan leader looked at the master, asking what place he was in now. The master noted that he was in 5th place among the 12 heavenly generals. Jaha looked ahead dejectedly, saying that this bastard's rank was high, asking where their respected mentor was. The oak looked at the brunette. He said that the heavenly general, the red snake, should find a blue-eyed beauty somewhere and present her to the mentor, the great Rakshasa, noting that he was probably with her. The brunette smirked slightly. He said that this old man still lacked stamina, noting that he had gotten his hands on the blue-eyed beauty. He pursed his lips in displeasure. Jaha looked up angrily, saying that something in him suddenly began to swell with anger. Cold sweat from horror was running down the leader's face. Gunpyeong narrowed his eyes, thinking that his thoughts were completely unpredictable, adding that he first called him a mentor and then called him an old man and got angry. Jaha emitted a terrifying aura. He said that the old man was still pestering poor women through his students, asking that the Murim did not know anything about this and why such a bastard was not caught. Gunpyeong shuddered slightly. The protagonist asked what he said was wrong. The master said that he did not at all. The brunette noted that this would not do. He abruptly stood up from his seat, saying that although the great Rakshasa was his teacher, this old man was obsessed with alcohol and women, so he intended to rebel against him. The leader's eyes widened. The oak looked back at the other leaders. He wondered if the leader wanted to commit treason just because he was old and led a dissolute life, adding that he most likely wanted to rebel just because he was in a bad mood. Jaha looked at the boys angrily. He stated that meanwhile, if there was anyone who was holding on to the great Rakshasa or was going to stand in his way of leaving them alive, he did not intend to. The boys looked at the leader in horror. The protagonist stood next to his place, asking how things were going in the Black Intelligence. Gunpyeong said that he knew that they were always busy with both gambling and auctions, noting that at this rate, it seemed that there was no force nearby that could fight their financial might. Jaha asked if they were still holding slave auctions. Gunpyeong said that they were. The protagonist looked ahead with displeasure. He asked how they dared to hold such an auction in their time, adding that as the leader of the dark faction, he could not turn a blind eye to such an atrocity. The executives looked at Jaha in surprise. The brunette clenched his hand into a fist. He declared that their Black Rabbit Alliance would defeat the Black Intelligence Service to put the dark faction on the right path, and in the future, they would become the frontline leaders to free the slaves from the onslaught of the strong. The executives looked at the leader in bewilderment, wondering how he could make such a decision so easily. The protagonist was beaming with determination. The executives wondered if the dark faction had any moral standards. The leader looked at the brunette curiously, asking why he suddenly decided to attack the Black Intelligence Service. The protagonist frowned, asking that he thought that buying and selling people was the right way. The brunette looked at the leader in anger. The man said that it was wrong. Jaha asked why he was asking that then, since he knew it himself. The protagonist sat with his back turned, looking at the men. He asked them why they studied martial arts in the first place, noting that he would not tolerate injustice. The protagonist looked ahead confidently, saying that wasn't this the way for those who walked at night drunk with their sword. The leaders looked at the clan leader in confusion, wondering what this had to do with it. The leaders shuddered in fear. The brunette said that they would have answered immediately, adding that they were embarrassing the person who was speaking, and now anger was getting the better of him again. The leaders bowed their heads, saying that they understood everything and would take note. The protagonist extended his hand. He stated that in their business, he would freely use elixirs, remedies, and everything else that the Black Rabbit Union had, adding that if anyone had an objection, they could settle it with a one-on-one battle. The clan leader looked menacingly at the leaders, asking if anyone was against it. The leaders looked at the floor. Jaha said that that was great. He smiled widely and closed his eyes. Jaha noted that he meant that it was good that he wouldn't have to get his hands dirty with their blood. The full moon was shining above the place. The protagonist stood by the open doors, looking at the night sky. He raised his gaze, thinking that this was such peace. Jaha remembered the faces of the leaders. He grinned slightly and chuckled. The head of the clan noted that he ended the meeting on a peaceful note and did not disappoint with its meaningful conduct, adding that he did not know that he had such a talent. A guy approached from behind the protagonist, saying that the preparations for dinner were complete. The protagonist stood with his back turned, saying that he would not eat dinner but just wanted to wash himself. He touched his mask, remembering that during the fight, blood splashes stained him a little, but he still had not managed to wash himself. The head of the clan took off his mask, looking at the fighter. The blonde looked at the protagonist, dumbfounded. The blonde bowed to the clan leader. Jaha asked what made his beauty so striking. The blonde apologized to the protagonist. He was shaking in fear, while cold sweat was running down his face. The brunette lowered his gaze. He noted that he would not harm him, and from now on, he was the new leader of the Black Rabbit Union, adding that he did not need to be so nervous. The fighter closed his eyes, saying that he was glad to meet him. He raised his gaze, looking at the brunette. Jaha said that as he could already understand, this was his first day as their leader, so he should accompany him and show him where they had a room for private training and some kind of storage for miracle drugs, and then he would wash himself. The fighter bowed to the protagonist, saying that he would do everything. The brunette went to the room with a closet. He looked around the room, thinking that this was quite a large selection. The protagonist approached the closet with drawers. He was curious about what kind of miracle medicines were there. The protagonist imagined mountains and hands reaching out to small spheres. He noted that among all the miracle medicines, there was a rare kind that all the strongest masters had, but its use could not be seen even under the threat that it would simply rot. The brunette lowered his head. He noted that only a few took it, and most of the strongest masters took ordinary low-level medicines. The protagonist opened the box with pills. He lowered his gaze, noting that as he thought, there were only low-grade drugs, but this was also not bad. The protagonist opened the next box. Jaha moved to another box. The brunette opened the boxes again and again. He stopped at the cabinet, staring at the pills. The brunette grinned slightly, noting that this was a spirit-dispersing pill and that this medicine was a high-quality product of low origin. The brunette placed the pills on his palm. He opened his mouth slightly, bringing his hand to it. The protagonist noted that this was exactly what suited his condition, adding that the effect of this drug could be described as an additional accumulation of Kai energy in his body. The brunette put his hand to his mouth, swallowing the pills. The clan leader was standing near the lockers. He turned around and walked to the side. The brunette sat on the floor, crossing his legs. He closed his eyes and exhaled lightly. A red aura began to emanate from the clan leader. He thought that he would gradually suppress the heat from the spirit-dispersing pill first. A golden aura began to emanate from the protagonist. He used the invulnerable golden turtle technique. Threads of aura emanated from the protagonist. Flames engulfed the pills inside the protagonist, gathering together. Jaha did not understand what was happening. The protagonist continued to sit with his eyes closed. He noted that the heavenly pearl was absorbing the heat of this pill before he could properly practice the spiritual technique. The pills came together. The protagonist sat with his eyes closed. He opened them slightly. Jaha looked ahead thoughtfully, not understanding how this happened. He thought that even before the circular flow began, the energy of the miracle medicine was instantly absorbed by the pearl. Jaha put his palms in front of him. An aura began to gather between his palms. A green sphere appeared inside the palm. The brunette used the Wood Kingdom technique, after which the sphere turned into flame. Jaha used the Flame Kingdom technique. A strong aura began to emanate from the flame. It filled the space around the protagonist. Jaha moved his palms away from each other. He put them on his knees, thinking that something was wrong that day. The brunette imagined the image of a snake against the background of people. The clan leader noted that usually heavenly pearls absorb things like spirit, life force, and martial determination, accumulating them, but it absorbed even the energy of the drug he took some time ago. The brunette narrowed his eyes. He wondered if the heavenly pearl had the amazing ability to absorb energy or the enemy's internal strength. The brunette smiled widely. He thought that it couldn't be, and he only wanted to live like a madman. He closed his eyes, smiling slightly. He noted that it was not really possible to be him and become some kind of monster like the founder of the demonic cult. The clan leader closed his eyes and exhaled, thinking that first, in order to understand the state of his body, he needed to observe it. He slightly opened his mouth. The brunette noted that he would still come up with a name for this technique just in case, because he never knew what could happen. The main character imagined many hieroglyphs. He went through the names such as all-consuming technique, energy absorption technique, spirit absorption technique, all-consuming technique of the heavenly pearl, divine technique of absorption of the heavenly pearl, Demonic absorption technique of the heavenly pearl. Divine technique of absorption of the heavenly pearl of the mad demon. Heavenly pearl absorption. The protagonist sat with his eyes closed, thinking that this was enough. He slightly lowered his head, thinking that he should throw this nonsense out of his head. Jaha abruptly opened his eyes. He noted that once he returned to the past, he was awarded an ironic fate, asking that there was nothing impossible for him. Jaha stretched out his hand to the side. He clenched his fingers. The brunette sat motionless in this position. The clan leader sat with his hand outstretched. He pouted his lips, scratching the back of his head. Jaha thought that perhaps his martial arts and internal strength were not yet at the level that he could control something in the air. The clan leader pursed his lips in displeasure. He wondered when he had ever adjusted to the others. The brunette looked at his hand. He thought that, no matter what, creating martial arts that did not yet exist in the world was the duty of a madman, and he should not adjust to someone else's opinion, and only in this case would something appear that did not exist until now. Jaha straightened his palm. He thought that he needed to discard the theory of ignorance that he had created, and on a clean sheet of paper, he painted an indefinite pearl with the brush of his mind. The clan leader closed his eyes, emitting a fiery aura from his hand. Dark energy began to appear in the space. The protagonist opened his eyes, ordering him to come. A dark aura in the form of a hand stretched towards the cabinets. A box flew out of the closet. The protagonist's eyes widened. The box flew into the protagonist's hand. He sat motionless with the box in his hands. Jaha grinned slightly. The clan chief noted that he had made up his mind, calling it a great technique of outstanding absorption of heavenly pearls. He looked at the box with a satisfied grin. The clan chief thought that having heavenly pearls was a secret, so he would omit these two words. The protagonist smiled widely. He noted that this would make a great technique of outstanding absorption. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. A man was sweeping up the fallen leaves. A girl passed by on the road, fluttering her hair. Gunpyeong stood in front of the protagonist. The protagonist tilted his head to the side, asking what he was saying, that someone was looking for him. Gunpyeong tilted his head, saying that a woman said that she came to tell him about the latest news in Uljong County. Gunpyeong looked at the clan chief. He stated that if it weren't for that, he would have sent her away immediately, but he thought he would be interested in hearing about the affairs concerning the district. The brunette leaned on his hand. He wondered what news there could be, adding that as long as the Black Rabbit Alliance was under his leadership, the district shouldn't have any problems. The brunette shuddered slightly. The master asked that he let her in. The clan leader stared at the brunette. The leaders looked at the protagonist. Jaha said to let her in. The doors to the estate opened slightly. A girl in green shoes entered. She bowed her head in front of the clan leader. She closed her eyes, trembling slightly. The protagonist stared at the girl from under her mask. He wondered if it was Mrs. Soso, noting that she hadn't been seen for a while, not understanding what she had forgotten there. Soso continued to stand motionless. Gunpyeong told her to tell him in detail about the leader, what happened. The brunette slightly opened her mouth, saying that her name was Sun Soso and she was from Uljong County. The protagonist lowered his gaze, wondering what her name was Sun Soso. The girl looked at the clan leader in surprise. Jaha said that she had a beautiful name. He waved his hand, saying that it was nothing special and that she could continue. The girl stood with her back turned, looking at the brunette. Soso said that in the county there was a place called the Zaha Inn and a local errand boy. The leaders widened their eyes in horror. They looked at the girl, wondering what the errand boy was from the Zaha Inn. The brunette crossed his legs, looking at Soso. The leader noted that she was talking about the leader. Soso looked nervously at the brunette, saying that the servant dared to interfere in the management of the Black Rabbit Union. The girl stood motionless. She stretched out her hand in front of her, continuing her story. The protagonist stared at the girl, listening to her. Gunpyeong frowned, thinking that this woman was reporting to the leader about himself. The leaders lowered their heads, covered in cold sweat. They pressed their lips, thinking that they could go crazy. Soso stood with her back, looking at the clan leader, noting that this was the situation. The leaders looked away in horror. The protagonist lowered his head, saying that everything was clear to him. The protagonist looked at Soso, saying that he understood her. The brunette sat motionless in his place. He asked what it meant that the errand boy from the Zakin killed all the innkeepers and completely captured Uljong, and that wasn't this good news. The brunette looked at the brunette with bewilderment, asking what he was talking about. The brunette smiled slightly, asking if their brave lady had a place to go. The brunette lowered her head, saying that she had nowhere to go. The protagonist looked up thoughtfully, saying that it was such a pity and how it happened that such a valiant girl was without her own shelter. The brunette extended his hand, wondering what to do and what could give her the position of managing servant. The brunette looked at the head of the clan with admiration, asking him if it was true. The brunette tilted his head to the side, saying that of course, because the girl was brave in spirit, very valuable, and if she did not mind, she could start working in the Union of the Black Rabbit. The brunette beamed with happiness. The protagonist said that she was of the right age, and besides, she worked at the Plum Blossom Inn, so she had enough experience, noting that it was perfect. Soso bowed to the protagonist, saying that if he left it to her, she would not let him down. The brunette leaned forward slightly, saying that in return, she would promise him 2 things. The protagonist raised his index finger, saying that if she betrayed him, she would die. Soso smiled slightly, tilting her head, noting that she would not dare. The protagonist lowered his finger. Soso looked at the brunette in surprise. Jaha said that she should especially watch her mouth well. Soso narrowed her eyes, thinking that she seemed to have heard this somewhere before. Soso bowed to the brunette. Jaha asked if it was really that difficult for her. Soso said that of course not, and she would always follow his will. The protagonist said that it was okay then. The brunette widened her eyes when Jaha said that she was accepted. The protagonist pointed his finger at the girl, saying that a woman with a brave spirit was accepted. Soso smiled widely, thanking the leader, saying that she would serve him wholeheartedly in the future. The brunette smiled widely. He stated that she should be grateful that he gave her another chance and hoped that they would work together. Soso looked at the leader in surprise, asking what he was talking about. The brunette touched his mask with his hand, saying that this idiot's mask always covers his eyes. His hair fluttered in the air. Soso widened her eyes in horror. The protagonist took off his mask, asking why his beauty was so stunning. The brunette rolled her eyes, falling to the side. She fell to the floor, gaping. Gunpyeong leaned over to the girl. Jaha asked why she passed out. Gunpyeong put his fingers to his nose. He looked at Soso with confusion, saying that it looked like she fainted from being so scared. The protagonist hissed in displeasure, telling him to tell the servants to take care of her. Jaha added that she fainted as soon as she saw the leader and how rude it was. The master looked at the brunette with confusion, asking them to take care of her. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He asked if he was suggesting that they just leave the person who fainted outside, noting that she had nowhere to go, calling them empty-headed. The leaders looked at the clan leader with confusion. The brunette looked at the boys with a serious expression, telling them to remember well. He widened his eyes, noting how merciful he was. The leaders gaped. They stared at the clan leader, saying that they understood him. The man shouted that except for the Golden Dragon Pavilion warriors, everyone needed to do 500 basic push-ups. The man shouted to remember Dark Faction is training first, training second, and war third. The guy was sweating. Jaha looked ahead and said that from now on, they would only focus on growing their strength, except for the time allotted for eating and sleeping. He looked ahead and said that no one was taking them seriously now, shouldn't they become stronger, right? The man walked forward and told the Golden Dragon Pavilion warriors to go to the backyard, prepare sandbags and bring them here, and then place them on the backs of their comrades doing push-ups. He looked at So Gunpyeong and told him to step in with the guys from Golden Dragon Pavilion and watch over them. He told the leaders to do 100 push-ups. The man looked ahead and said that those who had finished would take wooden swords and beat those who tried to cheat. The men's eyes widened when he said that they would not beat them to death, but that broken bones were acceptable. The sweaty warriors ran forward. They ran toward the wooden swords. The hero exhaled and wondered, had they really used Kigong just to go get the wooden swords? The warriors were doing push-ups when he said that they had better finish their push-ups quickly. They gritted their teeth when he said that soon the Golden Dragon Pavilion would bring sandbags, and then they would have to do the rest of the reps with the sandbag on their backs. Jaha looked ahead and asked which they thought was more comfortable. He looked ahead and told them to speed up. The warriors shouted. The hero looked ahead. He nodded and said, "Great." He looked down and said he had just expressed the increasing pain well with sound. The man was hitting the other man with a stick when he said that he allowed such screams, so let them scream as much as they wanted. The hitting with the stick continued. The hero smiled and said that the 5 people who could do 500 push-ups the fastest would be rewarded with a day's wages, so they should work even harder. He walked forward. Jaha was holding a book in his hands. His face darkened and asked if this was a collection of characteristics of the 12 heavenly generals. Byok smiled and said that he thought it would be useful for him to know about the masks, physiques, martial arts, and weapons of the 12 heavenly generals. He looked to the side and said that he wrote down everything he knew along with the illustrations. The hero looked at the book and said that the illustrations were especially impressive. He frowned. The man thought that there was a lot of information about the 12 heavenly generals in it that he didn't know. He looked at the book and asked if the red monkey was a woman. The manager looked down and said that she was a special disciple who stole items for the great Rakshasa, a woman who asked him to teach her martial arts as payment for the theft. He raised his head and said that she was far below him in rank. Because of her outstanding Qigong skills, there was no general who could easily see her. The hero looked at him and asked, "Is she really that good at Qigong?" Byok looked at him and said that every now and then a genius is born in some field. It seems she has a natural talent. He asked if he had by chance also organized the information about the great Rakshasa. The manager's eyes sparkled and he said that she was at the very end. The boss was always left for last. The man smiled. He looked at him and said that their commander was really worthy of praise. He would give him gold. He bowed and thanked him, said that he did not do this to get money. He looked up and said that he would use it for his own life. They laughed. The woman came and bowed. Jaha smiled and asked if something had happened. She closed her eyes and said that a man in a mask had come and was looking for him outside. The hero looked at her and asked what kind of mask he was wearing. She replied that it was a monkey mask. Byok frowned and said that by all appearances it was a red monkey. The man looked at the book. The red monkey has incredible Qigong skills, has strong kleptomania, has the audacity to demand a draw, runs away when at a disadvantage. He closed the book. Jaha smiled and said that he was done with the characteristics. He walked forward. The red monkey sat in front of him. The hero looked at her. He sat down on the chair. The girl clasped her hands and asked how he was doing. He looked at her and said that they had not seen each other for a long time and called her a thief. The red monkey looked at him and said that she was extremely unpleasant to be treated like that. If you think about it, his voice and manner of speech are also strange. Jaha looked at her and thought, apparently they do not have such an atmosphere in communication. He said that recently, it seems that due to fatigue from training, he often says something strange. In addition, recently, while studying one of the complex martial arts, he was unable to control the Kai energy in his body. His throat suffered, and his temperature was quite high. That is why his voice became like that. She looked up and thought that it was perfect since he had internal injuries. The girl looked at him and said that she had come to greet him. If he just gave her some extra money like last time, she would just leave without challenging him. Jaha looked at her and thought that she knew that he shouldn't overexert himself before the decisive battle with the White Rooster and was specifically asking for money. He exhaled and thought that extorting it like this was, as expected, a complete mess. The red monkey crossed her arms and said that he would have to fight the White Rooster soon, but if he got hurt fighting her, his efforts would be in vain again. Jaha frowned and asked if she also went around extorting money from others like this. Was she really a beggar? The girl frowned and said that his words were harsher than ever today. She clenched her fists and said that it looked like she would have to give him a proper fight today. The hero asked if she had done any research before coming here. The red monkey smiled and said that she would just take 30 silver bars and not go near that place for a while, otherwise he would fight her. The girl smiled and thought that he said that he had suffered internal injuries while training in martial arts. He would probably try to avoid her challenge, maybe raise the price. The man smiled and asked if she would allow him to make an offer. He looked at her and said that if she gave him all the money he had embezzled, he would let her go safe and sound. The red monkey looked at him in shock. The girl clenched her fist and said that he was just joking. She frowned. Jaha raised his hand and said that he would not accept her challenges anymore until she brought him money. He frowned and said that if she managed to defeat him even once, he would return all the money he had taken earlier. The girl widened her eyes and asked what he said. Jaha smiled and suggested that they duel for money. He looked at her and thought that the desire for easy money is essentially the root of theft. She simply cannot refuse his offer. The red monkey crossed her arms and asked what the conditions of this duel were. He replied that it was up to her to decide. The girl smiled and thought, why is he so confident? Is he also mentally ill? She raised her finger and said that if he can remove her mask within 450 seconds, then she loses. The girl spread her hands and said that he can resort to any methods and anything that comes to his mind. And as for the place, again, they can meet on the territory of the Black Rabbit Alliance. He replied that this is fair. The girl smiled and thought, is he serious about defeating her in Qigong mastery? He is definitely not alright in the head today. The heavenly generals stood opposite each other. The red monkey waved his hand and told the rabbit to come over. Jaha looked at her. Black energy emanated from him. The girl said that he was very collected, but he clearly did not have enough time. The man looked at her and told her to shut her mouth. How dare she lecture him? He looked away and said that he would teach her a lesson today, so get ready. He said that he had told her without a doubt that after the battle she would leave here safe and sound, but it seemed that someone forgot their place. The girl spread her hands and said that these were her words. The hero rushed forward. He grabbed her mask and pulled it off. The red monkey looked at him and asked what they were doing here. The man turned around. He lunged, and the girl jumped back. She was looking at him. The guy frowned and said that the red monkey's Qigong skills were good. The commander replied that even the leader of the alliance with his skills would have a hard time catching her. The hero pushed off and ran forward. The girl closed her eyes and thought about what she could buy with her winnings. Jaha approached her. She jumped back. The red monkey frowned and thought about what was going on. Suddenly he became even faster. Jaha appeared behind her. She jumped back. Smoke was coming out of the man's hand. It filled the entire space. The girl landed on the ground. The hero appeared out of nowhere. He extended his hand. The red monkey jumped. He extended his hand, but he couldn't reach it. The girl turned around. The hero was looking at her. She looked down as he called out the great technique of outstanding absorption. He caught her leg. The girl clenched her fist. The man squeezed her leg. She fell. There was an explosion. The smoke cleared. The red monkey stood on the ground. They looked at each other. The girl jumped back. She swung. She approached the hero. He extended his hand and used the absorption technique. The girl looked at him in shock. Jaha grabbed her mask. He pulled off her mask, and he hit her. The red monkey flew far away and fell. Smoke was coming out of it. Everyone was watching their fight. Jaha smiled and said that he won so easily and without any effort. Everyone was looking at him and congratulating him. He asked them to stop. The man held a mask in his hands and asked what they thought. Was the monkey still unconscious? The oak leaned over. The girl was unconscious. Everyone was looking at her and asked wouldn't it be strange if she was conscious. Jaha frowned and said that she might come to in the middle of the night after they carried her away from here. The guys looked at him and asked again. He said that she would then clean out the elixir storage or steal funds from the Black Rabbit Union Fund and slowly run away with the loot, but it wouldn't work on him. He looked ahead and told them to be careful, especially about her sweet traps. The guys darkened and confirmed. The red monkey disappeared and said that she had learned a lot from him today. The girl stood up. She smiled. The boys looked at her and said that she was very beautiful. They turned away. Bjork also turned away. They looked at Jaha and said that he had overdone it. The hero exhaled and thought that she was literally a sweet trap. The red monkey bowed her head, being tied up. She sat in the middle of the dark room, thinking about how she couldn't move a finger and that she was tied up with pressure on her Kai points. She squinted, looking ahead. The girl remembered fighting with the boy and thought that he was definitely not the brother she knew. She remembered looking into his eyes and thought that his abilities, the way he spoke, and even the aura around him all belonged to me, her brother. Frowning, she decided that she should have realized this sooner. Bjork walked inside. He stood in front of her, saying that he had come on the orders of the head of the union, and then asked her to forgive the rudeness shown. The girl looked at him in rage and asked what he was talking about. Suddenly, a terrifyingly dark aura began to emanate from her. The soldiers quickly stepped back and sat down near the chair. They smiled widely and looked at her, imagining the table. The manager thanked them and said that they had done a good job. The man sat at the table and picked up a pen. He looked sternly at the girl. She frowned and asked what he was doing. The man smiled and said that the head asked to draw the face of one of the heavenly generals and in great detail. The girl exclaimed in surprise, not understanding what he meant. The old man added that he was told to sketch, That's why he was drawing, and that their head is much scarier than she thinks, and he is only following orders, so she should not hold a grudge against him. The girl frowned angrily and asked why her face. The manager held out a brush in front of him and said that if he was not mistaken, then she became famous for being a thief. He was estimating the parameters for the sketch. They say that the head said that if she ran away or refused to help the Black Rabbit Union, then the portrait that he was about to draw would be given to the Murama Union. The oak began to quickly lean in different directions. He asked the girl not to move, saying that he wanted to sketch her in as much detail as possible. Red Monkey asked what he was looking at. The man looked at her sternly and asked how else he could draw her, despite these forms, because when you draw mountains, you have to look at the mountains. When you draw rivers, you turn your gaze to them. The girl clenched her teeth angrily. She shouted loudly, ordering him to stop. The man exhaled heavily and said that although she was the same heavenly general as their leader, it was very unpleasant to hear a person who was young enough to be his grandson address him as you, because it was extremely unpleasant. The girl grinned and asked what he would do with her. She frowned in anger when he asked her if he should draw her naked. The manager smiled and said that of course he was joking and that he would try to do everything as quickly as possible, so she should not be angry with him. He began to use the brush, saying that he had no choice, otherwise he would die. The girl thought that something told her that he was not drawing because he had no choice. On paper, they said that, as she could already understand, the head, the manager in this place before, was already dead. The girl frowned tensely. The old man sadly lowered his gaze and said that without giving a worthy rebuff, he flew over the fence and lost his limbs, after which he died. She looked at him in surprise. Sitting opposite her, the man added that he thought that she would also be torn to pieces and she would follow him. With a serious expression on his face, he said that she should show respect to the master because he was so kind to her. The girl lowered her head tensely. The man tried on the parameters again and said that he liked this pose very much, after which he asked her not to move. The old man painted a portrait of the prisoner. He bowed to the master and asked how he liked the result. The young man replied that the sister looked just like in life. The manager bowed even lower, hearing the words that he had passed. The master looked at him and said that if the sister wanted, he should make more sketches and give them to the Murama Union, and also spread rumors so that a group of followers and influential clans would know about it, and the monetary reward would be at his discretion. The old man bowed his head and agreed with his order. He went out the door and bowed to the head once more. The girl frowned and asked who he was. The boy smiled and asked if she had already realized that he was not a rabbit. Looking into his eyes, the girl said that a mask alone could not hide the true essence, after which she asked who he was that he dared to behave like that with the disciples of the great Rakshasa, and whether he was so self-confident as to withstand the wrath of the teacher. The boy smiled and said that if he had been afraid of him, he would not have started all this in the first place. She looked at him irritated and asked him not to call her sister. The girl bowed her head when she heard him say that he would call her a thief, after which she agreed to let him call her sister. She looked up at him and asked if he had spared her so that he could take advantage of her later. The girl smiled kindly and said that the most important thing in her life was money, and as long as he paid her well, she would do whatever he wanted without a single objection. Yahello looked at her and said that he planned to kill the great Rakshasa. The girl looked at him sternly and thought that he had gone mad. Frowning, she said that her teacher was much stronger than people could imagine, and she believed that the young man was not strong enough to achieve this. The hero looked her in the eyes and said that he would take her words into account and that he needed to make sure whether she could betray him or not. The girl offered to pay her to change sides. The young man looked down and sarcastically said that he already believed her. The girl gritted her teeth and asked what he wanted from her in that case, because in any case he would not believe her. Even if she said that she could really betray, the girl looked him in the eyes. The guy said that the general would soon bring the poison, after which he asked who she thought it was intended for. The girl jerked in fear, hearing the words that I was intended for her. She frowned tensely and thought that this madman was planning to poison her. She looked up at him and asked him not to act in such a way, after which she said that he could give her orders and she would carry them out without question. Frowning, she added that the guy even had her portrait. The gentleman looked down and said that he did not believe her. The general approached him and said that this was the very same purple dawn poison that he had asked for. She looked at it tensely. The swamp-colored ball lay on a white cloth. The general looked at the gentleman. The guy ordered to feed it to her. The soldier approached the prisoner. The girl held her breath and closed her mouth. The general forcefully shoved the ball into her mouth. The prisoner quickly shook her head, thinking that she would never swallow it. The general looked at the gentleman and asked what to do if she did not swallow. The guy replied that he should beat her until she swallowed. The girl closed her eyes and swallowed the poison with effort. She exhaled heavily and said that she swallowed it, after which she asked what was needed from her. The Lord looked into her eyes and said that he would give her 10 days to kill a white rat, a yellow horse, or a green dog, and after that he would give her an antidote. Then he added that duels to the death were common among the 12 heavenly generals anyway, so she would not anger the great Rakshasa in any way. The red monkey frowned and said that these 3 brought evil to people and were bandits, murderers, and robbers. The Lord extended his hand towards her and said that she was very perceptive. He hit her on the back of the neck. The girl rose to her feet, stretched her shoulders, and asked who he was and if he was a former member of the Mirama League. The Lord looked at her and easily replied that he was a friendly neighborhood errand boy. The general frowned tensely and thought that the Lord had laid all his cards on the table so easily. The girl looked into his eyes skeptically. She closed her eyelids and said that he probably wouldn't tell, then added that she would return as soon as she killed one of the 3, and then they would talk. The general quickly turned to her and thought that she hadn't taken these words seriously. The gentleman called out to the girl as she left. She turned to him. The young man said that even though she had swallowed poison, the choice was hers, because she could tell her teacher everything and get an antidote from him, and then lay all her cards on the table. Red Monkey looked into his eyes and asked what she got out of his victory. The young man put his hands behind his back and said that there wasn't much to gain, because she herself was tired of silently following the teacher's pathetic orders, doing all the dirty work for him, and giving all the money to such a young girl. The interlocutor looked at him silently. She turned away and said that she was leaving. The general approached the gentleman and said that he had prepared the so-called poison, but very carelessly, and then asked if it would do. Gunpyeong looked at the gentleman. The young man asked what the poison was made of. The man replied that he had simply mixed a laxative and stomach stimulant, and then molded it into a ball. He frowned and added that he would not be surprised if a car pinned her down while she was running. The gentleman narrowed his eyes and said that this was what he expected from the general, because he had approached the matter carefully. The girl ran along the forest road with a smile. She pressed her foot hard against the paving stones. The girl made a powerful jerk forward. Suddenly her body was pierced by need and pain. She grabbed her stomach and thought that her stomach was not feeling well, and then wondered if this was because of the poison. She frowned tensely and decided that this was why he had made her swallow it all. The girl looked straight ahead with a serious expression. She remembered how the gentleman had said that there was no particular benefit, and she herself was fed up with all of this. She imagined the image of his face in a mask and remembered his words about how she should give away all the money she had earned herself. The girl frowned and mentally addressed the gentleman, asking him if he thought she would risk her life and betray the teacher because of such nonsense. She exhaled with a smile and decided that the guy was crazy. Suddenly the girl turned pale, feeling a new urge. She looked down at her stomach and thought that she felt too sick. Suddenly she pursed her lips, realizing what was happening to her. The girl began to sweat, thinking that she was ready for anything, but not this. A sharp pain pierced her body. She bit her lip and decided that it was diarrhea. The girl grabbed her stomach and walked forward along the street, thinking that it would be better if it was an excruciating pain in her stomach, because in this place she definitely could not give in to weakness. She frowned deeply and decided that she would be a good girl for the rest of her days, after which she prayed. The image before her eyes began to shake. Her vision was becoming increasingly clouded. The girl quickly looked around. There was still a way to go. The people around her were looking at her suspiciously. The girl quickly turned away from the man. She bit her lip and decided that she was unlucky that it happened in this particular place. She swerved and walked forward down the street, thinking that she needed to get to where there was no one. She pushed off the ground. Her body was again gripped by pain. She thought that she needed to concentrate all her internal energy in her sphincter. She came out into a forest clearing. The girl quickly looked around, holding her stomach, and thought that the feeling was similar to her inner demon being released. Suddenly she felt something in the distance. The leaves on one of the trees rustled loudly. The girl turned around and noticed that someone was quickly approaching, at the same speed as her, after which she thought that it was her teacher. A man in a white robe flew over her. He landed softly on the clearing. The girl looked at him in surprise. The man turned to her and asked if she was okay or not, because she looked so pale. The girl stuttered and replied that it was the poison. The red monkey frowned tensely and thought that she shouldn't so recklessly tell just anyone that she was poisoned. The girl bowed her head and timidly said that she was looking for the restroom. The man touched his chin with his hand and replied that this was a very unpleasant situation. He took a step forward. The man sat down with his back to her and told her to climb on top of him, because he was just heading to his favorite shop, and if she didn't want to relieve herself somewhere deep in the forest, he could quickly carry her there. The red monkey looked at him in surprise. Her body was again struck by pain. She asked him in a trembling voice to take care of her. The red monkey climbed onto his back and concentrated. The man smiled slyly. He took her legs and rose from the ground. The next second, the man rose into the air with explosive force. He smiled slightly. The girl clung to him in fear. The man asked her to remain calm, because she would be able to overcome everything as long as she remained calm. She looked at him in surprise and thought that, judging by the speed, he was definitely a master, and besides, he had a pleasant voice, after which she wondered where such a young master like him came from in this place. The guys rose high above the settlement. The man landed on the street. The girl quickly ran to the backyard, hearing words about the fact that there was a toilet there. The stranger watched his running companion. White doves rose into the air. The girl sat in a field full of red flowers, biting her hand. Bitter tears flowed down her cheeks. She thought that everything had happened too loudly. The girl walked tiredly down the street. She smiled softly and thought that she did not know how to look this guy in the eyes now, because he had definitely heard all this. She walked up to the entrance of the shop. The girl opened the door and looked inside. Jaha and if somewhere else in the region met her and asked if she was okay. The girl folded her hands, bowed and said that everything was okay, thanks to him, after which she would thank him heartily. Ryuksu put the pork ribs on the table and said that the guy was definitely lucky when it came to food. He smiled widely and added that he was going to use them in rice soup if the young man had not come today. The guy replied that he should be lucky at least in food, because in everything else, luck had definitely abandoned him. The girl looked at the dish with a wide smile and asked what it was, because it looked very appetizing. The cook smiled widely and said that these were pork ribs. Red Monkey repeated these words incomprehensibly. Jaha looked into her eyes, took a bite and again said that these were pork ribs. The girl's chin was dripping with saliva. She said that she understood everything. Suddenly she jerked in fear. Hearing the chef say that she should not stand there like a pillar and try a piece, the girl replied that everything was fine and that she had some stomach problems. Ryuksu put a small portion on the table and asked her to try his dish. The girl looked at the plate temptingly and thought that it looked delicious, after which she decided to eat a small piece. She scratched the back of her head and said that he shouldn't have done that. The man was annoyed but told her to take the bone with her hands and just eat it. The girl began to eat. The chef was beaming with joy. She bit off a piece of the bone with great appetite. Suddenly the girl frowned in surprise, then thought that it was incredibly delicious. The man leaned over and whispered in the guy's ear, asking him about the relationship between them. Chewing the meat, the guy replied that it was his sister. The girl froze tensely in place. She looked at him in fear and thought that now that she heard that voice, she remembered how she had relieved herself and remembered the appearance of the young master. Then she imagined Jaha handing her the fireball and noticed his eyes. She jerked in fear and began to stutter. The young man wiped his face with his hand. He smiled softly and asked if she was speechless from his incredible beauty. Blue lines began to spread across the girl's face. She thought that not only had he deceived her, but she had also relieved herself in front of him. Suddenly her body became paralyzed. The girl fell to the floor. The guy waved the bone and said that this was absurd, because she had fainted from her own brother. He looked at her and wondered if it was possible that she had fainted from the delicious taste of pork ribs. The men looked at her silently. Ryuksu looked at the gentleman and asked if he was now the head of the Black Rabbit Union. The guy confirmed it. The girl was lying on the floor with her mouth open. The guy said that she was one of the 12 heavenly generals, Red Monkey. The man smiled widely and said that now he understood why the guy called her sister, after which he asked him to take good care of her and said that she was quite cute. The youth frowned sternly and asked if this was love at first sight. The man looked into his eyes and said that this was nonsense. The guy calmly turned his gaze forward and said that if this was the case, then they would close the topic. Thank you. He looked at the girl lying on the floor and asked if she was going to continue lying there when she only had 10 days left. She suddenly jumped up and screamed in the negative, saying that she would complete her task within the allotted time. She bowed low to the cook and thanked him for the pork ribs. The man smiled widely and asked him to come again. Red Monkey smiled and said that it was time for her to go. She bowed low and quickly ran away. She looked back with narrowed eyes. The guy raised both his hands, indicating that there were 10 days left. Then he pointed his finger at her and ran his hand over her neck, indicating that after that time, she would be finished. The girl frowned in fear. She quickly ran away and thought that he was terrifying her because he was very scary. The cook put his hands on his waist and asked the young man if he was leaving. The guy answered affirmatively and said that he should walk around the area a little. As he walked away, he waved his hand at the man. Dukes agreed and asked him to come again. The young man walked down a small street, thinking that after so much training in the skill, his body felt like a feather, and it reminded him of the time in the past when he joined the Speed Squad. The boy remembered the images of his allies and thought that it was a mystical organization that almost no one knew about, and a member of the squad had the right to join it as soon as his skill reached its peak. He imagined the dark silhouettes of people rushing between the houses, and added that the squad was full of madmen, ready to train in martial arts even until death, and each of them competed with each other in skill, regardless of what unions they were in. Then he remembered his image when he was still a member of the squad, and thought that everything was in order to get the title of the fastest of all. But in reality, this title is called the King of Speed or the head of the Speed Squad. But, as it seems to him, in the past he managed to join the Speed Squad, thanks to his exceptional skills of skill, but he never managed to reach the throne of the King of Speed. The guy smiled slightly and decided that he would look forward to meeting the masters of the Speed Squad, whom he had already known before. Suddenly, his gaze crossed with a man. The guy with a bandage on his forehead stepped forward and happily greeted the hero. He scratched his head and corrected himself with a smile, saying that he shouldn't call him so familiarly in such a place. The gentleman agreed with him. The boy smiled broadly and said that one of his friends told him that Jaha had invaded the Black Rabbit Alliance. The gentleman replied that he had sent the leader of the alliance to heaven before he could tell him everything he had to do, so the responsibility for everything that had happened had fallen entirely on his shoulders. He looked to the side and asked the boy if anyone had caused him any trouble, and there was no movement from the Black Pearl Fort. The young man smiled and said that the soldiers he often patrolled the area with his subordinates. He raised his hand and added that no one had a chance to cause them any trouble. The gentleman suddenly remembered that there were soldiers in the area. He smiled softly and asked how Sungti was doing. The young man smiled broadly, closed his eyes and said that his friend was sparring with wooden swords against this very soldier, and had been losing to him shamefully for the past 10 days, and that he had already lost all 10 out of 10 sparring matches. The young man introduced his comrade lying on the floor and said that this event had become quite a popular entertainment, because whenever the soldier and his brother fought, many spectators gathered around. The young gentleman said that Sungti called himself the leader of the clan and at the same time allowed himself to be beaten in front of everyone, so he felt a bit ashamed. He threw the boy a small bag, and the young man asked what it was. With a surprised expression on his face, he discovered that there were gold plates inside. The gentleman smiled and said that the boy should always keep them with him, and buy the people a drink from time to time, because they work to live, but if they overdo it too much, they will definitely fall ill. The boy asked with a shocked look if it was a little. The gentleman walked away. The boy bowed low to him. The gentleman said that there are quite a lot of people in the clan of builders, so with this you can treat them all. The young man thanked him and asked him to take care of himself. While the gentleman walked away, the boys were happy with the gift they received. The young gentleman walked along a forest path. He suddenly noticed a crowd of people in front of him. He went on just to meet. The men passed each other. Dokko looked back at the young man and asked if his name was Jaha. The boy turned to them. The men looked at him tensely. The red-haired man looked at his ally and said that the stranger looked like Jaha. One of his allies took out a sheet of paper with a sketch and said that he thought so too. The guy frowned and asked if they came from the Black Pearl Fort. The man looked him in the eye in silence. One of his allies approached and said that they did not expect to meet him here, and that he heard that the guy had recently left this place. Yahello looked at them silently and thought that they came to sow discord in the land as soon as they heard that he was not there, after which he added that dark groups often resort to such methods because they get to the person's surroundings, not giving him the right to escape. Dokgo firmly stood on the ground. He looked at the interlocutor and introduced himself to him. Without taking his eyes off the boy, he asked if he had finished off the 3 men, and then told him that the head of the Black Pearl Fort had put a reward of 30 gold plates on his head, and that it was done on the orders of the Tiger Roar Alliance and the 3 Swords Merchants. He looked at his ally. It was said that they were on their way to the prefecture to place the document about the hunt for his head, but he could read it himself. The dark-haired man stepped forward and held out the document in front of him. The boy looked at it serenely and thought that this was a banal politeness, and considering everything that the dark faction was offering, it was better for him not to accept anything. The boy did not take any action at all. Silence hung in the air. The people behind Dokgo were thinking about why he did not take the scroll, because he needed to take it. The red-haired man called out to the boy and said that they had been looking for him since rumors of his disappearance from the prefecture surfaced, and if he came to Black Pearl Fort himself, the leader would remove the reward on his head after he paid a decent amount to the Tiger Roar and 3 Swords Merchant Alliance. He frowned deeply and asked what the boy was planning to do. The master looked at him and replied that there were too many of them to just hand him a wanted document. The man replied that they had heard about his skills and so they decided to gather together. The boy exhaled heavily and said that this was an acceptable excuse. The wind blew past the leaves. The hero thought that there were days when he felt strange. There were days when he could feel nothing while beating crowds of people to death. The man with the document sweated in fear. The boy added that there were also days when he tried to avoid senseless killing, and apparently today was one of those days. He looked sternly at his interlocutor and decided that the reason for all this was unknown to him, but he would certainly not be called a mad demon if his actions were not contradictory, and then wondered what he should do. He turned his back to them and said that he did not think he was in the mood to meet their master, but he would visit him soon. The red-haired man frowned angrily and said that it would be better for him if he went with them right away. The young master suddenly stopped and asked him if his name was Dokgo. He looked at him angrily and asked if he was really impatient to go to the next world with his subordinates. The man looked him in the eyes and said that he could not react differently, because he had killed 3 men and now declared that he himself would choose the date when he wanted to appear to them in the fort. His allies prepared for battle. The man raised his hand and added that it made no difference whether he killed them all right now and then went to the Black Pearl Port later, or whether he followed them there right now. But if he continued to delay his visit, he would have to face the people of the Tiger Roar Union and the 3 Swords Merchants face to face. Without taking his eyes off the gentleman, he added that no matter what he chose, it was all just like a stone on his soul. The guy smiled and thought that the enemy was not afraid of death at all. He turned his back to him, agreed, and said that it was time for them to go to this Black Pearl Port. Walking in front of the mercenaries, the guy thought that he was sad, because in this life, while he was wearing the mask, who is the head of the Black Rabbit Union, which develops the powers of the Dark Faction. He looked up at the sky and added that as soon as he took it off, he again became a mad demon. The men were floating down the Hornless Dragon River in a boat. Light waves were crashing against the stern. The boy looked at the distant shore. He raised his hand and said goodbye to his hometown, saying that he was leaving to earn some money and would return as soon as he had collected the dam pile. The opponents looked at him with displeasure. Looking into the distance, the boy asked his homeland to accept him when he returned, because an errand boy was leaving on a boat. The boy sat down in his place. The men were wondering if he was mentally healthy. The young gentleman looked at them. The opponents were silently looking ahead. He looked away. The other men were also sitting, frowning. He looked ahead and said that they were all freaks, after which he asked if they really did all these nasty things just because of their crooked faces. The boy noted that he could not understand how this world even works. He touched his chin and looked down. The boy remembered the left hand of the messenger of light, the sex demon, and thought that there was a handsome man he knew, and at the same time he did many nasty perverted things. The young man put his hands on his knees. The men lowered their heads in annoyance. He said that he thought the nasty actions had nothing to do with their faces. He raised an eyebrow and said that he did not understand why they were so ugly, and then asked if he could think that it was because they were literally mired in vile deeds that this affected their faces. Dako frowned and asked what that meant. The gentleman looked him in the eye and gave the example of the slave auction trade, saying that he had heard that the Black Pearl Fort dabbled in such things. The man with the protruding jaw frowned and asked him to close his mouth. The young gentleman looked at him with annoyance and said that he was not finished yet, then insulted the man with a few swear words and asked what was going through his head when he saw slaves at the auction. The man smirked and said that he was thinking that he needed to earn some money so that he could have a slave himself. All the bandits laughed loudly. Dako frowned in anger and ordered them to shut their mouths or he would kill them all. The bandits quickly fell silent, sweating in fear. The man glared at the Lord and thought that his allies did not understand how to act towards someone who was going to fight the head of the fort in front of them. The Lord turned away silently. The man looked at him and asked if he intended to let them live. Jaha did not pay attention to his words. He silently looked into the distance, thinking that the level of his madness began to increase, and that he was not sure if it was because he left his prefecture. His past appearance was reflected in the water. The boy thought that he would not act like the mad demon from the past in this life. Dako glared at him and repeated his question again. The young lord sternly replied that they should fight each other and his mercy would descend on the one who survived. The man scowled angrily and said that this was great news. The bandits looked back at him in surprise when they heard this. The men grabbed their weapons. Dako got rid of each of them in a few seconds. The young gentleman looked into the distance, unperturbed. Wooden fragments floated in the water next to blood stains. The man grabbed his thigh, breathing heavily. The gentleman looked at him and said that, as he had promised, he would let him live. The bandit collapsed on the floor, breathing heavily. The gentleman looked at him and asked how the Black Pearl Fort was doing. The man scowled angrily and said that everything there was simply teeming with idiots. Jaha smiled softly. The sun's rays glinted on the waves of the water. Their boat stopped at the shore. The guide said that this was the military headquarters of the Black Pearl Fort. The young gentleman looked at the wall with a serious expression. The boat approached the pier. The men on the shore ordered them to stop. Dako frowned angrily and told them to go away, because according to the order he had brought Jaha. The soldiers parted. The men went forward along the pier. They entered a small settlement. The people watched them with tired eyes. The young gentleman looked at the townspeople and thought that, it turns out, the Fort of Black Pearls has ordinary residents, after which he decided that this is logical, given that some people are kidnapped, turning into slaves. The men approached a tall building. A soldier at the entrance turned to the commander and asked what brought him to this place. The man replied that he brought a prisoner, after which he asked to convey this to the head of the fort. The soldier looked at him in surprise and asked who he was talking about. The man replied that he brought the one who killed the commander. The guy frowned tensely. The doors of the building swung open. Several men were sitting inside. The old men were discussing something heatedly. The young gentleman came inside and said that there were a lot of old men around, then asked why they were doing such things when they were no longer even able to enjoy wealth and glory. Dako frowned and turned to the chief, saying that according to his order, he had brought the prisoner. The men quickly turned to him. The chief looked at the commander with an unperturbed expression. The young gentleman approached the bald man and asked him to move away. The next second, he hit the old man in the face. The man fell to the floor and twisted several times. The people present frowned tensely. The guy threw the table to the center of the room. He sat down right in front of the chief of the fort. One of the people present stood up from his seat and said that the guy did not dare to behave like that. The chief frowned and ordered him to calm down. The man sat back down in his seat. The old men watched the guy angrily. The chief smiled slightly and said that the boy had come a long way, so they would get straight to the point. The man sat opposite him, telling him that the boy had killed 3 of the fort's men. But from what he had heard, it was because his house had caught fire. The Lord said that was probably true. The man frowned slightly and said that since their men had taken action first, he could leave once they had chopped off 3 of his fingers. The young lord refused and said that they could not casually chop up his body, which had been given to him by his parents. The fort chief, with an unperturbed expression, said that they would part ways on 1 finger and a flock of gold plates, since the boy would pay for the damage he had caused to what was under the supervision of the Black Fort. He placed his hand on his knee and said that was all. The men bowed to him, thanking him for his hard work. The young master chuckled and thought that they couldn't decide everything unilaterally, and then called them crazy. He broke the silence and said that he refused to do it because he didn't have much money, but even if he did, he wouldn't give it to them. The men looked at him angrily. The leader frowned and said that the Black Pearl Fort was taking its money anyway, and in that case, his family would have to pay for his actions. The young master replied with a calm expression that he didn't have a family, and that his dream was to have one someday, and he also dreamed of chicken noodles. The people present looked at him with irritation. The old man frowned and said that if he didn't have a family, then the people of his hometown would be celebrated for his actions. The boy looked at him with irritation and said that the man really irritated him, and then offered to put forward his own conditions. He looked angrily at the chief and offered to choose between them falling on their knees and licking his feet. Looking sternly at his interlocutor, he said that otherwise everyone in this room would die. The old men frowned angrily, looking at him. Dokgo looked at him in surprise. The chief of the fort looked angrily into his eyes. The man frowned tensely, looking at his back, and thought that he had completely lost his mind. He did not take his eyes off the guy. I continue to think that he provoked not only the chief of the fort, but also all the elders. One of those present looked angrily at him and called him an impudent bastard. The men jumped up from their seats and grabbed their weapons. The guy looked at them serenely. He calmly got up from his seat. The leader looked him in the face and said that he was a fool because he was given a chance, but despite everything, he thirsted for bloodshed. The guy looked him in the eyes and said that he was the only fool in this building, because he was the one who gave him a chance to survive, and they thirsted for bloodshed. Dokgo looked at them tensely. The leader lowered his head onto his hand and ordered to kill the guy. The men quickly rushed into battle. The young master easily dodged the first blow. He slightly tilted his body and counterattacked the man. The bald old man flew back a few meters. His sword flew into the air. The dark-haired man directed an attack at the guy. The young man parried his blow, blocking his hand. It pierced the old man's body. The next second, the young man dodged a spear strike. He lunged and threw his opponent back. One of the elders threw his shells at the guy. The hero waved his arms, lowering his head. With one movement of his hand, he parried the flying stakes. Metal shells stuck in the floor. The two men rushed into battle. The blade, spinning in the air, began to fall to the ground. The young man quickly grabbed it. With one movement of his hand, he cut the bodies of the attackers. Scarlet blood gushed onto the floor. The men fell lifelessly to the ground. Jaha looked at them angrily. He looked up at the surviving opponents. The leader sternly watched what was happening. The old men stood in a stance, looking tensely at the guy. Dark energy began to emanate from the guy's body. Dokgo pursed his lip, watching what was happening. The young master took a step forward and asked why they did not approach him. The old men were scared, but turned pale. He frowned angrily and decided that he would approach himself. The next second, he approached the opponents. The man attacked him with his spear. The guy quickly dodged. The next second, he hit the man on the shoulder. The bald old man lunged forward to attack the guy. The hero tucked the blade of his blade into his armpit. He turned around and hit him in the stomach with his palm. The young master quickly turned around on the spot. He turned to the other opponent and attacked him with his sword. The surviving opponents rushed into battle again, running past the slain ally. The boy looked at them angrily. He made several blows, cutting the bodies of the men. Scarlet blood and fragments of weapons scattered on the floor. Dokgo frowned in fear. The head of the fort watched what happened carefully. The hero stood in the middle of the bodies of his opponents. The edge of his sword was covered in blood, and the man lay on the floor and groaned in pain. The head silently looked at his face. He lowered his eyebrows and said that the man did a good job. The young man frowned and asked him to stop acting so pompous, after which he said that all he did was just watch his subordinates die, waiting for the guy to run out of steam. The man frowned angrily. He pulled out his blades. The man swung his arms and attacked the guy. The young man made a sweeping blow. Their attacks clashed with each other. Suddenly, a huge amount of dust and smoke rose into the air. The guy quickly approached his opponent. The old man attacked him. The young man blocked his blow. The man made another lunge. The boy ducked back from the blow. The old man continued to attack without stopping. The boy blocked each of his blows. Their swords suddenly crossed. The lightning-fast blows of the opponents met again and again. Streams of smoke rushed through the room. The old man frowned angrily. The boy confidently looked into his eyes. They attacked each other, creating a powerful flash. The abundance of smoke hid their images from prying eyes. Dako closed his eyes from the fragments. The dust began to settle. Little by little, the bodies of the defeated opponents began to become visible. The men stood in the middle of the room, crossing their weapons. Sparks emanated from the place of contact. Suddenly, the boy's blade cracked. He jumped back, dodging the blow. The boy looked at his opponent with displeasure. The blade on the hero's sword broke off and flew to the side. The boy frowned. The old man grinned. He swung his blade and exclaimed that the young man was now unarmed. The brunette dodged it deftly. He gathered scarlet energy in his palm. The sword was back in his hand. Gosling looked in shock as the weapon simply pulled itself back to the hero. The opponents crossed their swords. The guy grinned and said that the blade was gone, but now it was here. The fort leader frowned. He made a sharp lunge and cut the air. The young man parried the attack. They continued the battle. The ringing of metal could be heard. The wooden flooring changed. Energy emanated from the enemies. The hero swung his blade. The brunette narrowed his eyes and thought that the old man was not bad. His strength was comparable to Gosling if he had trained in the art of the sword for another 40 years. -1 point of respect for Gosling. The old man swung and attacked again. The blow was parried. Another block with a blade. The old man did not give up his position. The hero's eyes flashed. He squinted and thought that, apparently, his opponent was ill with something. The old man swung. Because of his weakness, his movements were constrained and his breathing was uneven. The leader raised his weapon above his head. The enemies rushed towards each other. The man frowned and breathed heavily. The young man was focused. He parried the attack. The guy sharply extended his hand towards his opponent. Energy emanated from his fingertips. The old man shuddered and jumped back. Jaw pushed off and quickly approached the enemy. The man shuddered. He covered himself with 2 blades from the hero's blow. His knee rested on the floor. The leader was breathing heavily. The weapon trembled in his hands. The young man continued to press. The brunette swung his hand again and released energy. He delivered a sharp blow to the enemy. A powerful beam threw the old man back. The guy's eyes flashed menacingly. The young man launched the blade. The old man stared at the oncoming attack. The sword pierced him through. The leader was slammed into the wall. He grimaced and coughed. There was blood everywhere. Gosling turned pale and opened his mouth in shock. The surviving elders watched in silence. The young man approached the old man. The leader frowned and asked to let his subordinates heal him. He then promised to appoint the boy as the next leader of the fort. The brunette stood in front of him. The man continued that if he killed him now, he would not be able to completely subjugate the Black Pearl Fort. The old man turned pale. He muttered that since all these guys were nothing more than imbeciles, a man should lead them. The hero looked down at him and noted that his speech was filled with horror. Apparently, he did not want to die. The leader's eyes widened. The young man's expression darkened and he asked if he had lived a good life with the money he had earned from kidnapping people, selling slaves, and making everyone's lives a living hell. He must have killed countless people who were begging for mercy like he was now. The old man tensed up. The young man extended his hand, radiating an aura. He looked at his opponent with disdain and declared that such trash was better off dead. The man watched in horror as the massacre approached. Blood gushed. Gosling looked on in fear. In front of the young man, there was a bloody mess on the wall. The hero turned around. The elders turned pale. Gosling frowned and said that Jaws should be the next head of the fort. The young man beckoned with his finger. The man came closer. The brunette hit him sharply in the face. Gosling fell to the floor. His face was covered in blood. The hero grabbed the man by the hair. The young man looked at his interlocutor with a predatory expression and asked why the hell he was still pestering him. Did he really want to go after the fort leader? The man clenched his teeth in anger. They looked at each other. Gosling looked at the young man angrily and exclaimed, "What else should he do when he killed the leader?" The guy looked at him carefully. He narrowed his eyes and remembered the old man's words. Jaha let go of the man, who collapsed on the floor. The hero ordered them to return to the hall as soon as they gathered everyone under their command, and also healed all the old people who were lucky enough to survive. The young man turned around and headed for the exit. He thought that if all the Jianghu people were gathered here, like in the Black Rabbit Alliance, it would easily absorb their organization. But since they were too mixed in with the crowd, it was hard to tell who was Jianghu and who was not. The hero crossed his legs and sat down. The boy exhaled and thought that he would have to pay for beating someone to death. Jaha sat at the head of the chair. Men sat on either side of him. The boy said that he would be brief. All his clothes were covered in blood. He said that he thought the best solution would be to appoint a fort leader and thus take all of Black Pearl under his control. Those present looked at him silently. The hero looked at Gosling and said that he would appoint him the next fort leader. The brunette turned to the man and said that his first task as leader would be to mobilize all those who could help in destroying the fortress walls. Gosling looked intently at the new master. He frowned and asked why. The boy scratched his chin in displeasure and asked if he really needed to have everything explained to him. Everyone present answered in the affirmative. The brunette leaned on his hand and exhaled. He explained that while they may believe that the walls protect them, they are absolutely useless against the Jianghu martial artists. The fact that the leader of the Black Pearl Fort, the strongest among you all, could not stand up for his life proves all of this. The people present continued to look at him silently. The young man propped up his cheek and continued that due to their isolation, they could not even negotiate with anyone outside the walls. Don't they think that they need to understand all of this for anything to begin to change? The men of the Leo looked on emotionlessly. The hero assumed that they did not buy what he was saying at all. Jaha sighed heavily and muttered that he was tired. He closed his eyes and waved his hand. The boy suggested that they start by tearing down the fortress and also advised going out more often. The world is much more spacious than the Black Pearl Fort. The subordinates looked at the master and agreed. The brunette held his head. He warned that if on his next visit he saw any slave trade, gambling, racketeering, or anything that would piss him off. The new leader shuddered. The hero smiled grimly and clenched his fist. He continued that he would kill Gosling, and then all the captains whose faces he had managed to memorize here. Everyone looked at him in fear. The guy glared and asked him not to forget to convey his respects to the head of the Black Pearl Fort in the afterlife. The subordinates fell silent in fear. One man raised his hand and asked for more details on what needed to be done. The brunette looked at him irritably and hissed that he had already written down a ton of things on what to do and what he was listening to him with. The guy angrily clenched his teeth and said, "Is it really impossible to turn on your brain and think over the details yourself instead of asking again?" The man turned away and sweated. The hero continued to grumble that if he couldn't even do that, then he should go clean up the bodies and dismantle the fortress with the rest of the mercenaries. There was no point in sitting around on his ass, calling himself a captain and asking about what needed to be done. The subordinate awkwardly looked away. The brunette continued to complain that it was because of such morons who became captains that their organization had sunk to this point. Jaha grinned and raised a finger to point at Gosling. He informed them that from now on, they would ask permission for everything from the bastard sitting over there before doing anything. The men nervously cringed and agreed. The hero looked at those present and ordered them to get rid of this name and report to him as soon as they themselves chose a new name. He asked not to use the word black because they could come up with something that would clearly show that they were from the dark faction. Someone raised their hand. The man with round eyes suggested using the word white. The young man turned to him irritably and asked if he really thought that they were from the white faction. The interlocutor calmly looked at the gentleman and answered negatively. The hero looked at him displeasedly and wondered what he had forgotten here, if even renaming his forces caused so many problems. The brunette looked at the interlocutor with hatred and demanded no more questions until the meeting was over. He gloomily lowered his head. The young man put his hand to his forehead in displeasure and ordered them to reduce the number of their rules to 3. One of the captains looked at the owner and clarified that he wanted to reduce more than 100 rules to 3. The guy exhaled and was surprised by their number. He repeated that they should start with 3. If they really needed to add more, they should discuss the pros and cons among themselves before adding anything. The hero extended his hand and added that the taxes should be eliminated and all captured people should be released, and all documents related to the bounty hunt should be burned. Also, the captains were not allowed to take money from the fort leader's vault. The men looked at him, puzzled. The boy ordered that they use it to help the people in dire straits and build proper houses here. He gave the task of involving people from outside and building a couple of buildings. The young man looked at the audience and clarified if everything was clear. The captains watched silently. The boy frowned and asked what kind of atmosphere was in the air. One of the men raised his hand and noted that Captain Gossing had already said much of this. He looked at the other men, who confirmed his words. The brunette turned. Gossing frowned and looked at him. They stared at each other silently. The guy narrowed his eyes and told him to try. The man agreed. The young man asked him to get him a change of clothes because his current ones were too soaked with blood. Night. The man stopped in front of the gate. The guard turned in that direction and asked who was coming. The hero came closer to them and answered that he was their leader. The men shuddered. One of them sweated and looked at the young man. The guards bowed sharply. The guy passed by. He looked around and muttered that it was too quiet. Are these bastards really shirking their training, even though he only left it for a moment? An old man ran up to him and greeted him. The guy narrowed his eyes and asked why no one was training. The interlocutor answered that it was not like that, it was just that the golden boar was here. The brunette frowned and clarified that one of the 12 heavenly generals was here now. The old man sweated and answered in the affirmative. The guy walked down the corridor. According to the collection of conquests, no one knows whether this man became the golden boar because of his gluttony or whether his gluttony is related to becoming the golden boar. His martial arts level is somewhere between 7 and 8 Ragna, and it is known that he became the strongest disciple of the great Rakshasa due to his physical strength and body condition. Presumably, he is the young leader of a rich group of merchants who brings huge amounts of money to the great Rakshasa. The young man entered the hall. A fat man was sitting at the table and eating. There were many dishes in front of him. It was Gold Boar. He noticed the hero standing in front of him. They looked at each other in silence. The guest straightened up and ordered the young man to bring water. The guy looked at him gloomily. Silence fell. The man frowned with displeasure and repeated. The brunette took the jug and went to him. He poured water into a glass and thought that he was just wandering in without an invitation and putting on such a show. Apparently, Gold Boar wasn't afraid of the Black Rabbit at all, who could very well be the hero. The guy studied him carefully. The man took a sip and muttered that he had never seen him here before. He asked where their leader had gone. The young man looked at the guest and mentally replied that he had gone to heaven. Then he silently turned around and left. Gold Boar looked after him with displeasure and said that if this place weren't the Black Rabbit's alliance, he would have taught this arrogant jerk a lesson. The hero walked down the corridor, the old man keeping up with him. He bowed and said that he had prepared some clothes for the leader. The fat man burped. He turned towards the sound. The hero entered in a new kimono and mask. Gold Boar smiled and greeted Brother Rabbit. The brunette looked at him silently. The young man looked at the guest with disdain and asked what he wanted here. He raised an eyebrow in displeasure and asked again. The guy came closer and asked what business he had. The fat man turned around and said that their trading guild had gotten hold of some elixir. Since the battle with the rooster was just around the corner, he thought he should find out if the rabbit would be interested in buying it at a reasonable price, of course. The hero looked at his interlocutor and asked what kind of elixir it was. The man replied that it was a 300400-year-old white flame herb. The young man asked about the price. The guest put on a mask. He stood up and said that since he had a trustworthy buyer in front of him, he was ready to sell it for 50 gold bars. He would also add 10 boxes of regular white flame herb to them. The guy looked at his interlocutor and demanded that they be brought here. The man happily turned around and noted that he had made the right choice, because he had planned to make the same offer to the white rooster if the boy had refused. The brunette watched Gold Boar walk away and noted that he would immediately change sides as soon as the situation required it. He had forgotten how shitty interpersonal relationships were here. The boy was left alone in the hall. He reasoned that the more useful the elixir, the higher its value, hence the 50 gold bars. The hero closed his eyes. From that moment on, he forgot about all the possible assets of the Ilyang prefecture as well as the assets of the Black Rabbit. The guy mentally said that he did not have any money and was determined not to give it even if he had it. He opened his eyes. There was peace in his mind. The heads stood opposite each other. The goods were on the table in front of them. Gold Boar made a hand gesture and said that it was quite difficult to get such elixirs, and even just storing them was difficult. Therefore, the guy should use them as soon as possible. The young man took the root and put it in his mouth. The interlocutor looked at him in surprise and replied that it seemed like the hero had eaten white flame grass before. The brunette chewed and thought that in his past life he had a whole bunch of them. The problem was that it was a 100-year-old grass, and it was impossible for a fat man like him to eat one so easily as he had just done. Manager Byok stood next to the hero. The guy ordered him to check them. The old man looked at the young man with puzzlement and replied that he would do so. Gold Boar looked at him and asked if he knew how to check elixirs. The brunette clarified whether the interlocutor really looked down on the manager. The fat man answered in the negative. The young man pointed his finger at his subordinate and declared that he was Elder Jongho, who had dedicated 30 years of his life to Jongho. The old man looked at his master in surprise. He bowed deeply. The boy called him an elixir expert, an elixir mage, a wise elixir master, and also an elixir genius. The old man exhaled and smiled. Jaha looked at the other man and told him how his ward could find an elixir hidden 100 kilometers above the clouds and could even smell it 100 kilometers away. He became one of Jonghu's men only because of his skill at appraising elixirs. The young man looked at the merchant with confidence. The servant bowed low and muttered that this was an incredible honor for him. Gold Boar scratched his neck tensely and replied that it was incredible. The old man put on his gloves and suggested that they begin. He looked at the box with the goods. The man sharply inhaled their scent. Manager Byok examined the elixir from all sides. The old man then bowed to the master and said that all three of the sprouts smelled the same, but upon closer inspection, a piece of the root had been torn apart carelessly. He squinted and noted that it looked like someone had already tasted the root. Gold Boar shuddered. The fat man clenched his fist in displeasure and exclaimed that he should just evaluate it and say whether it was real or not. The merchant was already showing his generosity by giving them away for only 50 gold bars. The manager bowed and apologized. He looked at the owner and said that the white flame grass was real. It would be difficult to obtain grass of this quality, even if he sent someone to Namling County to buy a few. The man looked at the youth carefully and added that due to the difficulty of transportation, if there were even one more route, the heavenly general would ask for at least 100 gold bars. Gold Boar laughed and noted that the manager's knowledge of medicinal herbs was just as deep. The hero nodded at the chest and asked the interlocutor to accept the payment and take it. The fat man opened the box and checked the gold bars. He replied that it was correct. The general nodded to the servant and ordered them to load it into the carriage. Gold Boar turned to the hero who was quickly absorbing the herb. The brunette muttered that it was definitely a genuine white flame herb. The man looked at him in confusion and said that no matter how much he was in a hurry, he needed to sit in a quiet room first and prepare all the preparations for cultivation and the like. The youth chewed carefully. Because of the sky pearl, he did not need to cultivate immediately after absorbing the elixirs. It absorbed all the energy from the elixirs, and the hero could take it from the pearl at any time convenient for him to cultivate. The youth narrowed his eyes. Perhaps he was the only person in Jonghu who could accumulate internal Kai. The fat man walked over to the manager and ordered the security to be raised even higher than usual, since the rabbit would have to cultivate all day. The old man nodded and said he would keep that in mind. Gold Boar turned around and told the hero that they would see each other again. The guest headed for the exit. Manager Byok turned to the master and asked if it was okay that he would not be cultivating right away. The brunette took off his mask and said that everything was fine. He asked where the other leaders were. The old man said that they were stationed at various points along the road near Gold Boar. The warriors were hiding behind trees and bushes. The boy grinned and headed for the exit. The servant hurried after him. Jaha said that they needed to go and get their money back. The old man asked if that would cause them trouble, especially without a plan. The young man turned to his interlocutor and said that he was not a person who planned anything. The young man frowned and said that it was more important to have the courage to steal the money, the desire to decorate them, and it doesn't matter what the reason is, fear, aggression, or assertive spirit. The old man looked at the owner with admiration. He bowed and said that he would remember it well. The boy went to meet Gold Boar. There was a moon in the sky. Manager Byok stood and looked at the gate. Earlier, he asked the gentleman why he suddenly decided to attack Gold Boar. The young man looked at him and said that there were many reasons for that. They looked at each other. The hero said that he took his money and also spoke to him condescendingly, ordering him to bring him water, and also did not pay for the food. The old man looked at the gentleman and agreed. He added that on top of everything else, this heavenly general does nothing but eat high-quality dishes. The brunette touched his chin and frowned. The hero said that the guest was rude to his brother in art. In any case, it turns out that there are many reasons for his death. The manager looked at the head with admiration. The sound of hooves. The cart sped through the forest. Gold Boar sat inside with the man. The servant thanked him for his hard work and noted that everything had gone according to his plan. The man in the hat smiled and said that they had sold 3 roots to the black rabbit, and then 4 more to the white rooster. Gold Boar grinned and said that he could gradually raise the stakes and take everything they had for himself. The fat man thought that the black rabbit did not even suspect that he had lost again. The horses went crazy. The driver shouted at them and yanked on the reins. The cart shook. A wheel ran into the mud. They skidded along the road and turned around. The fat man rubbed his bruised head and asked what had happened. The man in the hat looked out to the driver and asked him a question. The driver silently looked ahead. In front of them, people were changing a wheel on another cart. Gold Boar looked at the servant with displeasure. The servant went outside. The fat man exclaimed that if they needed to change a tire, they should have stopped at the edge of the road. The man promised to look into it. He approached the culprits. The man looked at the servant of the heavenly general and said that no one planned to block the road. He slapped him hard in the face. Then he slapped the other man. He swung his arm and asked how they dared to block the young master's road. A shadow flashed over him. The hero landed behind him and ran and kicked the man in the back. He flew back and hit a tree. The guy looked at the man who had fallen to the ground. The brunette frowned and muttered, "How dare he raise his hand against a coachman from an ignoble clan." The men approached him and reminded him that they were just disguised as coachmen. The fat man went outside and asked if the guy was really a servant. He put on a mask and asked what all this meant. The brunette looked at him and replied that servants do whatever they want, so he should ignore him. Gold Boar got angry and grumbled he would not turn a blind eye to all this just because the boy was Rabbit's servant. The hero watched silently. The fat man narrowed his eyes and wondered what kind of mood this servant was in. They looked at each other. The heavenly general lowered his head and said that this was their task. The man assumed a fighting stance and said that they must have already known that he was a disciple of the great Rakshasa, as well as a representative of the Golden Mountain Merchant Guild. The fat man added that if they were all Black Rabbit's subordinates, then the entire alliance would not be able to hide from his master's wrath. He looked forward with hatred and said that if someone paid them to do all this, their merchant guild would find out. The man pointed a finger. Gold Boar pointed at the hero and noted that he did not look like a servant at all. In any case, it was just a piece of the puzzle to figure out who he was and where he got his money from. The young man walked towards his opponent and said that he didn't care what he was going to do. The fat man frowned. He put out his hands and rushed at the boy, emitting yellow energy. The brunette put his hands forward. Their palms froze a short distance away. The road beneath them cracked. Energy emanated in all directions. They looked at each other. Light continued to emanate from their palms. Both felt the pressure. Gold Boar grinned and was surprised that the hero decided to challenge him, the one who ate countless elixirs from the wealth of the Merchant Guild, to a duel of internal Kai. The boy knitted his brows and remained silent. The fat man stood and smiled. He declared that if this was a battle of internal Kai, even if he stood against any of the disciples of the great Rakshasa, he could not lose. The man shuddered in surprise. Jaha emitted scarlet energy. Ghostly hands reached out to his opponent. The brunette looked closely and thought that this must be the ability of the Sky Pearl. Golden light, the enemy's energy, penetrated his body. The youth narrowed his eyes and straightened his arms. Gold Boar was nervous. His Kai was leaving his body. He exerted more strength and shouted for him to move away from him. Waves of light and air emanated from them. The boar's mask split. The man sweated. He realized that his opponent was not pushing away. The brunette looked closely at the enemy and thought that it was absorbing the enemy's Kai much more mercilessly than the youth could have expected. The fat man closed his eyes and tensed up. The hero was focused. If the guy suddenly stopped this, he could receive many internal injuries from Gold Boar's palm art. Jaha frowned. The guy thought that if he did not stop now, the enemy would part with his life. His death would not be such a big deal, but he did not want his vengeful soul to be locked inside the Sky Pearl. The opponent turned pale. The brunette narrowed his eyes and thought that at this rate, he would be no different from the leader of the demonic cult. He exhaled. The guy broke the connection. His body was surrounded by golden and scarlet energies. The enemy flew back. The hero brought his palms together and concentrated his power in front of him. A ball glowed in his hands. Flashes of fire spread around. Everyone watched as the young man extinguished this energy. Gold Boar sat on the ground and stared at his opponent in fear. Jaha looked down at him. The guy wanted to steal some money, but stole some Kai energy. The fat man looked at the hero in shock and asked what he had just done to him. The brunette watched silently. He lifted his chin and declared that he had saved him out of his great kindness. The man began to sweat. Is this how his enemy sees the whole situation? The guy looked mysteriously into the distance and thought that he couldn't find any more noble warriors in the whole wide world than himself. Jaha approached his subordinates and ordered them to search the cart. Since he had started all this, he needed to get his hands on everything that was there. The fat man nervously leaned forward and exclaimed that there were things in there that would go to the white rooster. He asked if the guy was sure he could handle the consequences. The hero glanced at him with displeasure and asked again. The young man demanded that his men make sure they would get everything out of there. The brunette noticed the chest in the hands of the servants. It was a box that contained 100-year-old roots. He demanded that they bring him this small box. The fat man shuddered and protested. The servant put the chest on the ground and opened it. Inside were roots. Jaha frowned and said that the enemy's way of doing business was unfair. Having sold 3 roots to the black rabbit, he intended to sell 4 to the white rooster. The fat man frowned tensely. The young man looked at him and said that the other man was involved in gambling on death matches and had also been caught fixing matches. The hero asked if he wanted to completely eliminate the black rabbit from the game with these actions. Gold Boar looked at him with a smirk and asked if he had any evidence. The brunette came closer. The heavenly general recoiled. The guy slapped him and replied that there was, of course, no evidence. The fat man was shaking and holding his face. The young man leaned over him and said that if the head of the Black Rabbit clan had something on this matter, he would order all his subordinates to attack the Golden Mountain Merchants Guild. Gold Boar grabbed his cheek and said that the head would not tolerate this. Jaha's eyes flashed and replied that the great Rakshasa would most likely turn a blind eye to this. The servant next to him raised his hand to give a reason. The hero pointed his finger at him and gave his word. The guy smiled and explained that if they gave him half of the wealth of the Golden Mountain Merchants Guild, he would turn a blind eye to it. The guy confirmed his words. The servant clenched his fist joyfully, and they applauded him. The fat man looked at the hero with fear. He turned to his subordinates and asked who he would rather talk to, the Black Rabbit Union or the Great Rakshasa. The men crossed their arms and replied that it made no difference to them. Another young man raised his hand and suggested telling both. The brunette shook his head and replied that it would be a little more difficult that way. He was doing all this to enjoy life, but if the guy did something like that, it would be boring. The subordinates looked at the master approvingly. Jaha looked at the enemy and asked what he had to choose, who to tell. The man looked away. He was sweating heavily. The brunette shook his hands and hurried him. The fat man looked at his interlocutor, dumbfounded. Gold Boar frowned and muttered that if he had anything against him, the general would be dead by now. The man asked what the boy wanted. A voice was heard, announcing the girl's return. The servants turned around. Red Monkey was walking towards them. The fat man turned around in shock and asked why she was here. The girl looked at him and asked if he had been caught too. She was holding a mask in her hands. She handed it to the hero and said that her ambush had failed. But she had fought him and now the ranks had been reorganized. Now her enemy was in heaven. The brunette smiled and took the trophy. He praised her for her work. Red Monkey folded her hands and asked for an antidote. The fat man looked at them in surprise and did not understand why she was calling the boy brother. The hero looked at his interlocutor. She complained that she could not fight normally because she constantly needed to go to the toilet because the diarrhea did not go away. Gold Boar stared at her, dumbfounded, surprised that the girl could talk about diarrhea so easily in front of everyone. Jaha looked at her and said that he would keep his promise. They turned to the fat man. He exclaimed who he was. The brunette frowned. The girl flinched, noticing the hero's reaction. She slapped Gold Boar sharply, then another. The fat man looked at her questioningly. The girl glared at him with displeasure and asked how dare he show such disrespect to his brother. The man held his face with tears in his eyes. He did not understand anything. Red Monkey bowed to the boy. He praised her. The hero turned to the servants and ordered that all the boxes be loaded back into Gold Boar's carriage. The rest could clean up and return. The boy asked to take those who were unconscious and later he could be released. Yahello looked at the fat man and demanded that he call his coachman because the three of them had somewhere to go together. The interlocutor was about to protest. The brunette exchanged glances with the girl. She approached the heavenly general and swung her arm in warning. She demanded that he stop bothering their brother. They exchanged glances. The fat man received another slap. He grabbed his cheeks and asked what it was for. The hero approached them and noted that fighting brothers and sisters should not hit each other so hard. The girl nodded and replied that she would take this into account. The mask in his hands glowed. The young man put it on. Green energy emanated from him. The fat man stared at him in shock, trying to understand what he was planning. Red Monkey bowed and greeted Brother Dog. The hero narrowed his eyes and noted with satisfaction that she grasped everything on the fly. The girl looked menacingly at Gold Boar. He winced and repeated her bow. The guy looked at them and said, "At ease." The interlocutors straightened up abruptly. The three of them were sitting in the carriage. The fat man looked at the hero and tried to understand who he was and how he managed to become such a strong martial arts master. The man glanced sideways. The girl smiled awkwardly in front of the young man. Gold Boar thought that she did not dare open her mouth in front of the great Rakshasa, but she behaved this way with him. The fat man winced. The brunette turned to him. He quickly turned to him. The young man was looking out the window. He made a remark that Gold Boar thought too loudly. Just because he was smart did not mean that a man was able to understand everything in the world. The girl threateningly swung at the fat man. He shielded himself and exclaimed that he would clear his mind. Red Monkey narrowed her eyes and lowered her hand. Moyang Clinic. Two servants led Gold Boar inside. Jaha and the girl followed. The doctor ran up to them and asked what had happened. He turned to his assistants and ordered them to take the young gentleman inside. The man looked at the others. The boy looked at him silently through his mask. He was examining the man with glasses. The boy narrowed his eyes. The poison demon, Moyang Beak. The man who saved him in his past life from Kai reflux. Moyang Beak lost his entire family because he dared to argue with the great Rakshasa. How much can the heart of the one who survived be defiled while he nursed his hatred? The man who clearly demonstrated this on himself, the poison demon. He became stronger due to his deep knowledge of the body and medicine, and when this was not enough, he began to study poisons. He even tested them on his own body. In a constant cycle of self-poisoning and healing, the doctor became an entirely different person. Ultimately, he became the one who finished off the great Rakshasa. The poisonous demon did not leave aside even the disciples of Rakshasa. But even among the followers of the 12 heavenly generals, there were those who renounced their past and chose the path of a calm and quiet life, but he found and killed them. The hero met him after he killed the great Rakshasa. The doctor hated not only the members of the Janghu, but also hated people as such. Because of this, he swore that he would never save anyone's life again. Moyang Beak cured countless people, but none of them helped him in his endless fall into madness, and all because of fear of the great Rakshasa. He and his disciples were also once his patients, and because of all this, the doctor simply hated people and sank deeper and deeper into the Jangho. The reason why the hero is grateful to the poison demon is because he threw away his oath that he would never save a man again, and saved him from Kai reflux. The man who was slowly sinking into the abyss of madness was able to sympathize with him, a man who had long been mired in it. It can be said that only two crazy people can experience such sympathy. The hero always wondered if there was a time when the doctor was a normal person. The boy turned to the girl and spoke to her. She bowed. The young man sent her to heal her wounds too. Red Monkey quickly ran after the medics. Dr. Beak approached the brunette and said that he had never met him before. He asked if he felt unwell. The boy took off his mask. The man smiled. The hero looked at him. They were both silent. The doctor tilted his head questioningly. Jaha smiled and thought that of course he would not recognize him, because they had never met before in this life. The young man grinned and introduced himself as the leader of a small group of clans called the Ignoble. The doctor looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked if he was one of the 12 heavenly generals. The boy squeezed his mask and replied that the Ignoble clan was currently at war with the great Rakshasa. The true owner of this mask had been killed by Red Monkey. Beak stood in front of him and asked if the other man was feeling unwell. The brunette smiled and said that he had only come to pay. He was simply curious about the doctor's incredible skills. The man took off his glasses and apologized for forgetting to introduce himself. He smiled and said his name, Moyang-beek. The boy nodded and asked for just a second. The boy opened the box with the roots. The doctor looked at the contents in surprise and asked why he had brought them here. The hero asked to evaluate them. The man sat down at the table and said that, judging by the diameter of these roots and the number of petals, this was at least 100-year-old white flame grass. The brunette asked if it was 300-400 years old. Beek smiled and said that was too much. They were quite expensive, so everything they found was delivered to the Central Plains. Even 100-year-old grass was quite rare these days. The guy frowned and thought that he knew Goldboar had lied to him. He had assured him that they were at least 300-400 years old. The two men sat opposite each other. The hero said he had already eaten 3 of them. The doctor congratulated him. He said that because of the huge amounts of energy contained in the roots of the white flame, the boy should be careful of the disease of frenzy that could follow eating them. The young man looked at him and replied that he was always angry, so everything was fine. The man said that if the hero had a tendency to frenzy, he should be especially careful. The brunette leaned his elbows on the table and replied that he released his anger in the right way. The interlocutor specified how exactly. Moyang-beek smiled and noted that those who practice medicine have no right to reveal the secrets of their patients. The boy looked at him and said that his house once caught fire. It served as a simple dwelling as well as an inn. The hero was filled with anger. The doctor sympathized and said that this was truly something he should be angry about. Jaha nodded and said that was why he killed the arsonist. He smiled and added that he felt so peaceful after that. The doctor looked at the boy awkwardly. Later, the hero learned that those he killed were trying to become a sect in the Dark Faction, having obtained permission from the Black Rabbit Union. That's why the Union's thugs came after him and continued to talk nonsense about whether the boy wanted to live. Beek looked at the interlocutor tensely and asked what he did. The brunette replied that he killed them. He smiled again and said that as soon as he did it, he immediately felt peaceful. The man looked at the beaming boy in confusion. The hero continued that after that incident, they sent out the killer, but he left him alive because he had balls. Then, after eating pork ribs together, they broke into the Black Rabbit Union. Then the boy was excited. Moyang-beek looked at the boy in confusion. The brunette grimaced and said that although he had no intention of killing the head of the Black Rabbit Union, he had pissed him off, so the hero sent him to heaven. Jaha smiled brightly and said that he felt peace again then. The doctor grinned and said that he had done a great job of releasing his anger. The guy turned to his interlocutor and asked if that was true. The man replied that it was evident on his face. When the hero met the poisonous demon who had carried out his revenge by killing the great Rakshasa, he was absolutely devastated inside. At that moment, when everyone had already been killed and the blinding desire for revenge was fading, what should he do next? The people he loved and the people he had to kill were no longer in this world. The guy frowned and thought that he would not let all those misfortunes that awaited Moyang-beek happen, because he owed him. The brunette took a sip and thought that there was no need for the man to become a poisonous demon again. He put the cup down and looked ahead resolutely. One madman of him would be enough. The guy turned to the voices in the next room. The girl was thanking someone. Jaha smiled and noted that her deepest gratitude was showing itself, because now she had hoped that her shit would erupt along with the rest of the diarrhea. The doctor returned to the room. He smiled and said that none of them had received serious injuries, so there was no need to worry. The brunette nodded. The man came closer and added that, although their injuries were mild, their mental state was very unstable. He thoughtfully touched his chin and explained that Red Monkey, apparently, had not slept for days. And she also kept asking about what the main character was doing. In addition, the girl was suffering from diarrhea. The brunette was sitting opposite him. The doctor said that Red Monkey begged him on her knees to stop her diarrhea. The two men looked at each other in silence. Beek chuckled. The hero looked at him and said that he had fed her laxatives and made her think they were poison. The young man said that he had fed her a ton of laxatives and nothing had stopped them. The boy had ordered her to deal with one of the 3 most vicious heavenly generals, the green dog, the yellow horse, or the white rat. The young man clenched his fist. He frowned and said that he would have had no choice but to kill Red Monkey if she had continued to resist him, just as the leader of the Black Rabbit Alliance had done. Therefore, only the laxative he had fed her was keeping her alive. Deke looked at him in surprise and asked again. The brunette frowned. He clenched his fist and declared that he called it the laxative theory. The doctor looked at him in shock. The man lowered his head and muttered that he had never even heard of laxatives saving people. The boy looked away and said that since she had already dealt with the green dog, let the doctor do as he promised. The other man nodded. He sat down opposite. The young man suggested changing the topic. Deke looked at the hero and said that Goldboar seemed to have suffered some kind of mental shock. The brunette looked at the man and explained that he had lost a huge amount of his internal money energy while fighting him. The doctor nodded and asked if the boy was an enemy of the great Rakshasa, then why did he come here to treat his students? The hero narrowed his eyes and muttered that he was hitting the mark. He tapped his fingers on the table and told her about a man in Jianghu. The brunette frowned and continued that if this man started killing everyone who came his way, even those who could be spared and strangers, then what would happen? The boy looked at the doctor. He narrowed his eyes. Jia frowned and replied that he would become part of the demonic faction. The man looked at him in surprise. The boy ran his fingers across the table. He said that if you only kill the cruel bastards and the people who burn the house to the ground, and leave those who can be useful alive. The brunette looked ahead and said that there were many people he had spared. The man looked at him and asked if this was the way of the dark faction. The boy objected that this was his position regarding their paths in life. The doctor touched his chin and repeated. The boy stared at him and explained that he treated people in the hope that they would improve one day. Even if he could be betrayed in the future, he was ready to endure it. Moyangbeek looked at the boy and asked if the hero was a member of the light faction. The boy replied that it would be difficult for him to join them now. The doctor asked why. The brunette replied that he was not a virtue. The bespectacled man narrowed his eyes and noted that it was unlikely that everyone in the white faction had valor. The guy exhaled and added that there were a lot of such people among the clan's founders and top officials. In addition, they were also very strong. Jaha looked closely at his interlocutor and explained that people who lacked valor were part of the light faction because they were their students and the students of their students. This is the power of heritage. If you look at it this way, the hero is not like that. His house served as an inn and became ashes, and he was an errand boy. They looked at each other. Jaha said that because he lacked heritage, he needed time and strength to become part of the light faction. The doctor thought about it. The brunette looked at him with a smile and thought that the poisonous demon was a normal person. The man shuddered. The young man opened the chest with gold. The doctor asked what it was. The hero answered that it was payment for treatment. The brunette smiled and thought that giving such a huge amount to the one who saved his life was not a pity at all. Moyangbeek bowed and muttered that this was too much. The boy objected and asked to prepare a quiet place for him to sleep while he waited for their treatment to be finished. The man took 3 ingots and smiled. He noted that even this was excessive. The boy frowned and insisted that the doctor take all of them. He refused with a smile. The brunette frowned and thought that the man was stubborn even before becoming a poisonous demon. Jaha pointed to the box of roots and suggested that he take that at least. The man replied that in order to completely absorb the white flame herb, he would need at least 10 days to cultivate all the energy. He smiled and explained that patients came every day and he could not leave them. The boy puffed out his cheeks. The doctor bowed and thanked him for thinking so highly of his backwoods clinic. He suggested that the boy take the roots himself to cultivate. The boy frowned. The doctor smiled and beamed. Jaha sighed and thought that he had lost the argument of words again. That was the kind of person he was. Night, Moyangbeek looked at the sky. The girl bowed and said that the hero had started cultivating in his room. The man asked her to be especially careful with him. He turned away and muttered that the boy had some special kind of anger disorder. He thought he saw the hero's face on the clouds. The doctor laughed. The discussion of diarrhea was still in his head. Petals fell on the water. Jaha was meditating. A voice behind the screen asked if he was awake. The man opened his eyes. He opened the screen. Moyang was holding a tray and telling him to drink some herbal tea. The brunette took the mug. Looking at his reflection, he thought it was dark medicine for a poisonous demon. The doctor smiled and said that it should be drunk in 1 gulp. The protagonist looked at him and agreed. He began to drink the decoction. The brown-haired man smiled and asked how it was. The man licked his lips and replied that he felt some relief in his chest. While he was putting the mug on the tray, Moyang asked if this meant that his soul had become lighter. Jahar replied that it was something like that. The doctor smiled contentedly and said that he was glad, and then asked to visit them from time to time so that they could monitor his pulse, even if he was busy. The brunette, standing opposite, said that he would come with a light heart as soon as he killed the great Rakshasa. He pursed his lips and thought that only by doing this could he cross the line of misfortunes that had haunted Moyang all this time. The men went outside. Standing in front of the brown-haired man, Jia thanked him for these 2 days. The doctor smiled and wished him luck, asking him not to hesitate to visit them if he felt bad. The protagonist smiled back and asked him to be wary of the Jianghu people and to contact him if anything went wrong so that he could help in person. Moyang closed his eyes with a smile and asked what could happen to a simple doctor, then noted that his word would be enough. The man pursed his lips, thinking that he was in the midst of a war now, and anything could happen. He was sitting in a carriage with people. Gold Boar began to tap his fingers and asked if he could go home. The brunette smiled and noted that it was good at home, and the fat man began to thank him. He asked what he was thanking him for if he did not let him go anywhere. The man grimaced in displeasure. Red Monkey began to laugh and asked if she would receive an antidote. Looking at her, Jahar replied that he had already done so. She began to compare when it was. The protagonist gritted his teeth and replied that the poison of the cursed purple fog was a laxative, and the doctor had already cured her diarrhea. The girl's eyes widened and she wondered if it was poison. With a shocked expression on her face, she began to think that it was no wonder that she had such severe diarrhea, and that on top of that she had made such a rampage, thinking that the laxative was poison. She perked up when the man asked why she couldn't control herself. The brunette began to laugh nervously. Looking at his comrades, the brunette turned to Red Monkey's sister and Gold Boar's brother. He narrowed his eyes and asked if they found it funny that someone like him, who had just met them, was calling them brother and sister. Their faces darkened and they answered in the negative. The protagonist, sitting opposite, said that if the two of them took the side of the great Rakshasa and the streams against him, then he would stop this cart right now. The people listened in silence as they were told that since the poisoning and the incurable wounds had been somewhat cured, they would have to leave the cart and they would go with different bullets. Jaha looked at them and said that they were not his slaves or the slaves of the great Rakshasa, so they were free to do whatever they wanted. Red Monkey asked with a surprised face if it was true that they would not get away with it. Gold Boar waved his hand and said that his entire house could be slaughtered if he betrayed the great Rakshasa. He asked if he could reveal his full strength to him, as well as the size of his army. The man grinned and said that he believed that he was not a merchant from nowhere. He asked if he wanted to make a detailed analysis and comparison of their forces. The fat man apologized with a sad look, noting that it was not only his life that was at stake. The brunette looked at him and asked that if they were on the side of the great Rakshasa and he lost, would their lives have any meaning? The interlocutors froze. Continuing to look at them, the protagonist said that he would continue to order them to believe and bring him money, bring women, and they would have no choice but to be his slaves until they died. Leaning against the wall of the cart, he said that comparing their military power was not the most important thing. Jaha narrowed his eyes and asked that even if he was weak, do they want to live as slaves or not? Gold Boar lowered his eyes. The man turned to him and noted that he was born into a rich family and received everything he wanted, and he should have at least some pride in the clan, but just look at him now. He asked if he thought that this money belonged to him. The merchant perked up. The brunette asked, "Isn't his house now the warehouse of the great Rakshasa?" He bowed and asked him to answer if he disagreed. He asked if he really was rich, then wouldn't the method of spending money be more important than the endless, pointless collection of money? The fat man looked away and apologized, then asked him to buy him some more food. The protagonist frowned. Red Monkey perked up when he addressed her. She exclaimed that she was also a little hungry. Gold Boar clenched his fist and explained that he was asking her if she would side with Rakshasa. The girl smiled and said that no matter what happened, she would side with her brother. The man asked her why, with a gloomy expression. She replied that he had taken her to the toilet and to the doctor and then fed her pork ribs. The merchant listened with an indignant face to her words about how she had been a little sad that he had fed her some poison, but it had turned out to be only a laxative. The brunette looked at the floor and asked what would happen if the great Rakshasa fed her poison. She asked if she would definitely die, because it would not be a joke and he would not take her to the toilet and she would have to hide in the bushes. Red Monkey smiled and said that she was afraid to even think about it, so she would be on her brother's side. Jaha narrowed his eyes, thinking that he was again reproaching the girl's heart with a laxative. While the sun was shining in the sky, he offered to have lunch. They entered the courtyard. There was a wrestling training session. The warriors saluted. As the man walked forward, they greeted the leader. Gold Boar nervously spread his arms and then asked if he really was the Black Rabbit all this time. Remembering the two masks, he asked if it turned out that the servant in the rabbit's palace was Brother Dog. Sweat was pouring down his gloomy face, and the merchant asked if it was true that he was the servant. He wondered what kind of incomprehensible situation this was. The girl bowed when the brunette called her, noting that he had Kai reflex again. She slapped him in the face and ordered him to come to his dreams. The fat man perked up. The protagonist and the brunette began to beat him. When they left, he wondered how many times they hit him in these moments. After a while, they ate. Jaha watched his comrades and then called them. They looked up at him. Sitting at a large table, the man said that they must become stronger. There is nothing more pitiful than being weak in Jianghu. They entered the room. Gunpyeong stopped and said that the heavenly generals, Yellow Horse, White Rat, Black Ox and Red Goat were at the gate. The brunette narrowed his eyes and asked if he had been exposed. The guy stood opposite and said that he was not sure. When the leader asked him about the troops, he replied that they were the only ones there. Looking at his comrades, the protagonist said that he wondered why they all came together. Gold Boar frowned and said that White Rooster must be on his way, and the rest probably came to watch the battle of the four strongest heavenly generals. Jaha stood up and said that they had to go. The man walked forward. He was wearing a rabbit mask. Black Ox and the horse were looking at him. White Rat and Red Goat were standing on the other side. The four of them bowed, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. The brunette frowned. White Rooster smiled and asked if he was doing well. The protagonist, looking at him, answered in the affirmative and then asked about his life. The general replied with a grin that there was nothing special. Three more appeared from above. The generals were standing on the roof. Gold Boar and Red Monkey with surprised faces began to ask why they were crowded here. Jazzle looked up and wondered if even White Tiger, Green Dragon, and Red Snake had come. His eyes widened. A man landed on the ground. The man with the long crowbars stood up. The brunette recognized him as the great Rakshasa. The man and the girl's expression darkened, wondering why he was here. The people present folded their hands. The generals bowed and greeted the master. Jazza also folded his hands. Lowering them, he wondered why he came here. Rakshasa narrowed his eyes and said that he came here because he was bored and then told them to fight. The man walked forward. He walked towards White Rooster. The general turned around when the master called him. He shook his head and asked him to step back because he could not handle him. White Rooster was very surprised. He nodded his head, accepting the order. Rakshasa touched his chin and said that the strength ranking was wrong, and then told White Tiger, Green Dragon, and Red Snake to attack together. Gold Boar and Red Monkey were startled. The three of them were jumping off the roof. The master said with a dissatisfied face that today, three of the four strongest heavenly generals would be fighting shoulder to shoulder against the fifth, who seemed to have made an incredible breakthrough in martial arts. He said that the battle would be a razor to the death, so they all had to kill or be killed, and he forbade all other disciples from interfering in the fight. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and wondered if he had noticed. He raised his hand and spoke. The master asked if he was really going to say something without any conscience. The fifth one with his hand raised said that the humors were a little wrong. Rakshasa lowered his head and asked if he should adore one or crush White Rooster. The man, looking at him, said to do as he wished. He lowered his eyes. Then he began to laugh loudly. Red Goat and White Rat froze in confusion. The brunette smiled and said that in a fight to the death, the master should take part personally and not force his own students to do it. Everyone fell silent. Gold Boar and Red Monkey darkened. Rakshasa grinned and said that he could not imagine that he would become stronger in his beliefs. However, he did not think that one of his students could say something like that. He asked to show his face. The protagonist frowned and exclaimed that he was not his servant. He asked why he was forcing someone to film something when he had just met him. His companions' mouths dropped open in shock. The master closed his eyes and laughed. His gaze darkened as he told all four generals to fight. Jaha bared his teeth and asked if he was going to stand aside while his disciples fought. He asked if he was really doing his business that dirty. Rakshasa pursed his lips. The fifth one waved his hand and said that if the four heavenly generals attacked at the same time, he would simply run away. He pointed out that his knowledge of Kingong was much deeper than his fighting skills, and then suggested that they play tag across the globe. Looking at the master, he said that however, if he were to challenge him as a man, he would accept the battle one-on-one. The brunette pointed his finger and said that rumors of him being afraid of a fight would spread far beyond Manhwa Prefecture since he was quite talkative. Rakshasa continued in a darker tone. The protagonist stood and spoke to the 12 heavenly generals. He asked them why they thought their leader was making them fight first. He noted that it was obviously to find out how strong he was as he beat them to death. Jaha grinned and asked how much wealth and prosperity the old man planned to enjoy when he sent his disciples to hell. He pointed to Black Ox and noted that he was obviously young, then asked how old he was. He asked if he thought the old man would be sad if he died. Looking at the generals, the man said that all he would do was give his mask to someone else since they had already replaced more than 1 or 2 generals. He asked if they were really going to die like this, obeying their master. Rakshasa smirked and said that apparently some madman had been hiding under the mask of some disciple all this time. The brunette smiled and agreed. He said that the masks increased their madness, then asked the brothers to remember that. His comrades froze in shock, trying to understand what he was saying. The master said with a smile on his face that he would fight him. He looked at White Tiger. The protagonist pursed his lips, mentally noting that he had signaled his students with his eyes after telling him that. He thought that he knew he would do it before he was surrounded. He reached for his weapon. Jaha began to take out his sword. He struck. White Rooster covered himself with his fan. The fifth jumped. He began to run. The 3 rushed after him. Then the rest of the generals beat him. They complimented the man. Looking at White Tiger, he said that they did not need to worry about anything. Looking ahead, he added that this was all because he would finish off the master, and so they should react accordingly. The generals ran, and the brunette asked them to trust him. Red Snake and Green Dragon perked up. The master with an angry face loudly asked why they were just staring at him. The protagonist's eyes flashed and asked how dare he butt in the middle of brotherly bonds. His feet raced along the ground. Red Goat and Black Ox ran, hearing the order to find him. The generals rushed ahead. People looked at them with fear. Pouring water into a glass, a man asked if there was really a grand battle going on somewhere. The man sat without a mask, muttering that there were a lot of heavenly generals here. Seeing Yellow Horse, the employee greeted him. He grabbed him by the neck and began to ask if he saw someone running in a hurry or suspicious people. The man trembled and replied that he did not see anyone. The general dared the brunette and asked him. A dark aura grabbed his neck. The protagonist pulled him towards himself. Looking with angry eyes, he asked how dare he raise his hand against an errand boy right in front of him. He was squeezing Yellow Horse's neck. Jaha swung his fist. He hit the general. He flew to the side. The employee watched this in fear. The fifth one dared him and told him not to be surprised because this was commonplace for Jianghu. The guy looked down and agreed. The man poured alcohol on his wound. Then he began to pour it into a glass. Holding out the jug, he offered to pour. The frightened guy held out the glass and thanked him. Looking at him, the protagonist said that they thought that the errand boys were weaklings, that's why they yelled at the slightest thing. The employee answered negatively. He asked him to shut up and drink. They both drank. The guy was shaking with horror. Jaha looked at him and told him to go rest, and later he would send his man to pay for the drink. He said that he would finish the rest himself. The guy exclaimed that he understood everything. He ran into the building. On the ground lay a beaten Yellow Horse. Looking up, Black Ox noted that he was dead. Red Goat said that he must be nearby, so they should be more careful. At this time, the fifth was chewing on a stick. Black Ox looked at him. He indignantly asked what he was looking at. Throwing the stick, the man exclaimed that he was looking at him. The stick flew. It pierced the general's forehead. Red Goat's eyes lit up. He turned and screamed at the falling Black Ox. At that moment, the brunette pierced his forehead with the stick as well. He abruptly put the glass on the table. There were 3 corpses lying on the ground. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and thought that he was not at all surprised that they were from low ranks. A man came to the scene and began to ask how he dared. Jaha crossed his arms and asked how he was doing. White Rat jumped up. He stretched his hand out to his opponent. The fifth parried his blow. Blood gushed out from under his mask. When his hand was bound by a dark aura, he asked what was going on. Holding him, the brunette swung. The general fell to the ground. The protagonist was sitting at the table. Looking down, he told him not to cross someone like him in the next life. Jaha reached for his mask. Putting it on himself, he noted that now there were only 4 heavenly generals and the great Rakshasa left. The company looked at the 3 corpses. Red Snake waved his hand and said that he must be planning to lure them out by killing them one by one, and if this continues, they will all die. He asked what they should do. Green Dragon nodded and said that the 4 heavenly generals should unite, and if the 4 of them were together, then he would be unable to oppose them. Red Snake bowed his head and muttered that he never thought that their brothers would just die like that. He looked at his comrade and suggested that they return to their teacher immediately. The general replied that if they just went back like that, the teacher would get even more furious, and not only would they come back empty-handed, but they would also have lost their brothers. The protagonist rubbed White Rat's mask. They all looked at their comrade and said that the decision was his. White Tiger looked at them and suggested that they continue the pursuit, because as Green Dragon said, the 4 of them should unite. He turned to White Rat and asked him to report the death of his brothers to the teacher, and also to say that the 4 of them were going after the head of the intruder. He looked at the general when the latter asked if he was trying to keep his distance from the teacher. White Tiger replied that Rabbit's target was the teacher, and most likely, he would not do all this just to destroy all of them. White Rooster raised his fan and asked if everything he said was true. White Tiger looked at him and answered that he thought so. He added that first of all, he believed that everything he was saying was nothing more than complete nonsense, but sometimes a lie from a crazy person turns out to be the truth. The generals fell silent. One of them asked why he killed their brothers then. The man, his eyes flashing, replied that it was because he was crazy. The protagonist and the others nodded. He smirked and thought that, as expected of an elder, he was making a very reasonable conclusion. White Tiger turned to the others and said that he was sure of it, because he had told them from the beginning that he was only doing a personal duel with the teacher, and as long as they did not pursue him, he had no need to fight them, and he would only appear where the teacher was. The brunette shook his head and thought that the more he listened to him, the more he. The masked man gritted his teeth and said that if he killed the teacher, they could just start all over again, making White Rat one of the heavenly 4 generals. He looked at Green Dragon and asked, as he said, how long are they going to be his slaves? He added that, to be honest, he was already tired of watching him fraternize with the youth. Jaha crossed his arms. He raised his head and asked why in that case they didn't just kill the teacher themselves if that would be the end of it all. The generals looked at him silently, saying that he was no beauty. The 5th man's eyes widened. He narrowed them and mentally cursed his chatty tongue. He lowered his hands. The generals rushed towards him. Putting out his palm, the man used Flame Realm Palm Force. The masked men also put out their palms. An explosion thundered. The generals were thrown back. Red Snake tried to get up. They ran towards him. The brunette began to attack him. The others watched the dark aura, thinking about how strong he was. The protagonist extended his hand. He began to remove Red Snake's mask. Putting it on over White Rat's mask, he said that there was no point in bothering him anymore. He asked why complicate things when the problem would be solved as soon as the great Rakshasa died during their duel. White Tiger looked at him and agreed. She said that they would not approach the Black Rabbit Alliance today, so he asked to let Red Snake go. Jaha narrowed his eyes and said that he could not let him live. The man showed his teeth and began to ask why. He asked if he had not said earlier that his goal was to fight the teacher, and since he had no reason to fight any of them. Looking at him, the 5th said that it was so, but Red Snake had kidnapped defenseless women and given them to the great Rakshasa. The others perked up. The brunette turned his head and said that he had heard that he had recently given him a blue-eyed beauty, and then asked if it was true. The others became gloomy, sweating. They wondered if he was saying that he would kill him because he had kidnapped defenseless women and given them to the master, or because he had given the blue-eyed beauty. The protagonist swung his fist. The general was thrown back from the blow. He crashed into the wall. Looking at him, Jaha thought that Red Snake was the most loyal general of the great Rakshasa, and without a shadow of a doubt, he did everything for the great Rakshasa, and this was enough for him to finish him off. He turned around and said that from now on there were not 4 generals, but 3. The others stared at him silently. The 5th one turned around and said that he went to fight the great Rakshasa. He noted that if they did not value their lives, they could fight him 4-on-1 in the alliance of the Black Rabbit. The man reached the place. Walking forward, he told the teacher that his student had arrived. Wearing 2 masks on his head, he said that Red Snake and White Rat had arrived. Continuing to walk further, the brunette said that Zaha had knocked out Black Ox and Red Goat in a beautiful knockout and also returned alive. Narrowing his eyes, he asked the teacher where he was. The man in front was sitting surrounded by warriors. Gunpyeong looked at the leader and thought that he knew that he could die so easily. The protagonist smiled and called out for the teacher. The warrior's expressions darkened, trying to understand why he was calling the great Rakshasa so familiarly. Gunpyeong thought that based on what he said when he returned, it was definitely their leader. The master smiled and greeted him, and then asked what was the last moment of Red Snake's life. Looking at him, Jaw said that he hugged the wall after he hit him, and now he was most likely waiting for his turn in hell. Rakshasa muttered that he was upset because he was his most precious disciple. The 5th one lowered his head and said that there was something that he had always wondered about. He pointed to the mask on his face. Looking askance, he asked why they wore them. The master smiled widely and said that in all this time, none of his countless disciples had ever asked about this. Starting to introduce the different masks, he said that wearing a mask, one can naturally do terrible things, and regardless of whether it is they or the mask doing it, the concept between them is becoming more and more blurred. With a smile on his face, the master said that since he answered his question, he wants to see his face because one of them will die today anyway. The brunette adjusted the mask and said that he did not want to do this. Looking with a gloomy look, he added that he could not because we were going to do something bad. Rakshasa grinned. He got up from his chair and said that he was sorry because someone like him had to become his student. The protagonist looked at him and said that even if he were his student, he would still kill and, like today, asked why they wear masks. Descending the stairs, the master said that this is how a man should live. His sleeves fluttered. Jaha narrowed his eyes, thinking that he was not so popular among the common ladies, despite the fact that he had a beautiful side. Looking at Rakshasa, he wondered why someone like him was mating all along the east and west. His eyes flashed, thinking that he was suddenly filled with rage. Walking up to the general, the master asked him how he wanted to fight and then asked him to choose a martial art. He said that as someone who had trained in martial arts for many years, he gave him the right to choose. Glancing at him, the 5th asked what he was most confident in. Rakshasa said that old people were always confident in their Kai art, but since he would be at a disadvantage, he should choose something else. The brunette smirked with his eyes and suggested that he choose the Kai art. The man smiled and thought that judging from his voice skin, he was still young, but he was eager to fight him in the Kai art with someone who had trained in it for several decades. He extended his hand forward. The protagonist did the same. They looked at each other. Their energies collided. Their palms were close to each other. 2 auras of different colors were shining. Because of this, the wind was rising around. The master shook himself irritably. His eyes widened and he mentally noted that his Kai had not moved him at all. He wondered if he had almost the same amount of Kai as he did when he had been saving it for decades. Jaha looked at him. He noticed the blade. Rakshasa attacked him with a sword. The 5th one intercepted his hand. He stopped the blade right at his neck. Narrowing his eyes, the man reminded him that he said that he wanted to fight in the art of Kai, and then added that as he thought, the teacher would not disappoint. The master's eyes widened. His face was reflected in the brunette's eyes. He hit his head. Blood gushed out of Rakshasa's mouth. The protagonist hit him with his forehead again. Red Snake's mask broke. Jaw continued to hit. White Rat's mask was covered with cracks. He struck it once. The man's face was blue and covered in blood. The protagonist squinted. He activated his aura. The master opened his eyes slightly and thought about his Kai. The veins on his body began to swell, and he wondered if it was being sucked out of him. Rakshasa froze. His eyes turned white and his mouth was open. He fell to the ground. His hand trembled. Looking at his skinny palm, the master wondered what was going on. He shifted his gaze when he was greeted. The man raised his head. The protagonist stood above him and said that he was the leader of the Ngabal clan, Ijaha. The master, sitting on the ground, muttered his name. Looking at him, the fifth said that he would have saved many more of his foolish disciples if he had accepted his challenge in the first place. He asked his disciples to say a few words as their leader before passing away. Rakshasa spat out blood. Raising his battered face, he asked where he could see his students if he had killed them all. He turned around. Gold Boar and Red Monkey came out to him. The master looked at them. 3 generals approached the estate. They all watched in silence. Raising his eyes, the man noted that quite a few people were still alive. While his eyes were rolling, he said that the head of the Engobble clan was simply incredible. The brunette looked at him silently. Rakshasa suddenly raised his head. Looking at everyone, he began to say that his students worked hard to take care of a teacher like him. He said that from now on they should dedicate themselves to serving the Engobble clan. The battered man said that they could all continue to live without their masks. The generals perked up. Red Monkey and Gold Boar watched in silence. The master fell silent. Reaching out his hand to him, the protagonist mentally noted that he had spoken warm words to his students at the end of his journey. He closed his eyes. He looked at the generals. He told them to take off their masks because it was the last wish of their teacher. They began to take them off. Looking at the others, Jaha told the Black Rabbit Alliance to rebuild the interior and clean the streets from the corpses that were lying around. Lowering his head, he suggested talking about the 12 heavenly generals. He called the manager of Byoke, Red Monkey, and Gold Boar with him. The 3 remaining generals looked with displeasure. The trio stared at them. The man sat on a chair and said that from now on he was their great brother. Everyone turned around in surprise. The brunette touched his chin and said that he could become their master if he taught them something. But since he looked much younger than all of them, the great brother would be the ideal solution for us. He asked about the objections. Everyone present froze, mentally asking again if he was going to become a great brother, being the youngest. The protagonist turned his head and noted that now he would tell them what to do. He said that if he had to repeat anything, they would be fighting him in a duel to the death, so they should listen very carefully. Red Monkey smiled and said that she understood everything. Jaha nodded and thought about how people who shared pork ribs formed a deep bond. The generals watched him. The man waved his hand and said that they should not be shy around each other because the teacher was already dead. The former generals darkened. The brunette looked at them with a stern gaze and said not to be shy. Phrases of agreement were heard in the room. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he did not know how much power they had or how many subordinates they had. He told them to make sure that they could clean up everything they had done while carrying out the order of the great Rakshasa, and then they should join the Engobble clan to be with him. The guy who was the green dragon asked again about the clan. Jaha looked at him and started to tell him that the Engobble clan was formed by the union of the common working class, and it was a secret, lousy, complicated, chaotic organization. He asked what they thought they should do first for the clan. Silence reigned in the room. The man also fell silent and thought that of course they did not know this, just like he did. Looking at his comrades, he said that they could report to him from time to time what was happening and could come with problems in the future. The brunette added that he would leave them now and they would be on their own. Narrowing his eyes, he said that they should clean up everything that the dark faction had done. The man, who was White Tiger, replied that everything would be done. The protagonist nodded. Looking at those present, he said that there was no point in giving orders to adults, and since they had taken off their masks, they had to change. Sitting on the chair, Jaw said that he was not a good person, and also not very patient, and it was 10 times harder for him than for an ordinary person to restrain himself from killing someone. The generals darkened when he noted that it was like when he gave them. White Rooster looked up and said that he was worried about something. The man turned around and asked. White Rooster said that the teacher had both enemies and allies. He folded his fan and began to say that he was especially close to the old king of the hornless dragons, who received a lot of money and women from Rakshasa. He added that he would be the most furious when he learned that he had died. Green Dragon looked at the leader when he asked if there was anything else. He said that there was a society of rain clouds. Imagining the battle, he said that they were one of the teacher's most troublesome enemies, and indeed the master's hand was cut off by the leader. The guy with an indifferent face said that unlike the old hornless dragon king, there were many people besides them who held a grudge against Rakshasa, and they could not predict their reaction. The protagonist's eyes flashed and asked if that was true. He sighed loudly and said that it was a relief. Red Monkey turned to him and asked what was the reason for her joy. Jaha looked up and said that he was glad that there were so many people he could kill. The room fell silent. Introducing the women, the brunette asked if Rain Cloud was written in the Rain Cloud Society with the same letters as fornication. White Rooster with a tense face answered in the affirmative. The protagonist looked at him and said that it was a very provocative name. He bowed down and addressed the manager, telling him to send a letter to the Rain Cloud Society in the name of the Black Rabbit Union and write that they should live chastely. The old man smirked and asked if they should send a declaration of war under the guise of a letter with good intentions. The protagonist looked at him and called him resourceful. The manager smiled sheepishly. White Rooster frowned and said that there was no reason to mock the forces of the Rain Cloud Society. He asked if it was really necessary to provoke them first. Looking at him, Jaha called out. With a serious face, he told him to shut up. The man gritted his teeth and agreed. Sitting on the chair, the brunette asked what the problem was with declaring war on the Rain Cloud Society. He said that they were already at odds with them. He thought about it. The protagonist slammed his fist on the armrest. Everyone in the room tensed up. Jaha, with an angry face, started shouting that he could not leave a clan with such an indecent name alone. He told the manager that there was no need to disguise the letter as a sign of goodwill and he should just send them an obvious declaration of war. Everyone in the hall darkened, and Goldboar wondered if he was going to declare war on a clan just because he didn't like their name. Jaha clenched his fist in indignation and shouted that the Rain Cloud Society were also enemies who tore off their teacher's arm. He asked if it wasn't obvious that as his students, they should take revenge. The generals and comrades caught on. Looking at the leader in fear, they wondered if he really wanted to take revenge on someone who tore off Rakshasa's arm if he was the one who killed him. The man glared angrily and asked what the answer was. Everyone began to agree and say that they should do it. The brunette argued with them. Everyone sat tensely. Standing in front of them all, he said that they should be more cheerful. Clouds floated across the blue sky. While the sun's rays illuminated the Union, the man said that he was busy. The protagonist walked out through the arch. The warriors turned to look at him. The warriors bowed to the leader. Gunpyeong turned around. Jaha waved his hand. A petal flew past him. The man turned around. In front of him was a large rose tree. He began to approach it. The brunette began to meditate near it. He sat with beast eyes. Petals fell on his shoulders. Gunpyeong watched him. The sun's rays caressed the Union. Little by little, the sunset began to descend. The protagonist, strewn with petals, was still meditating. The warriors looked at him. He opened his eyes. Jaha began to rise. He reached for the sword. Everyone froze. The man began to wave his hand. He looked at the blade. The brunette looked back. He looked at the falling petals. His eyes widened. The blade began to move. The protagonist spun the sword. He struck. Then the leader swung again. Gunpyeong clenched his teeth, and the others looked on in surprise. The man moved like a falling petal. Energy oozed from his body. Gathering the petals into a pile, he controlled them. The brunette stepped to the side. He turned around. The wind blew to the side. The protagonist raised his sword. He lunged. There was a pink petal on the tip of the sword. Jaha looked at the same one that flew past. The blade passed through it. The petal was cut into two parts. A stream of petals followed the sword. The man struck with the sword. He waved his hand. The wind hit the warriors. They stood with shocked faces, asking what they just saw. Looking at the protagonist, they asked if it was possible that he had just created a new sword technique. Turning to the trunk, the brunette asked what kind of tree it was. He froze, and from behind they answered that it was a blossoming plum tree. Jaha put his hand on the bark. Smiling, he said that in that case, they would call it the blossom plum technique. The warriors stood there with surprised expressions. Red Monkey perked up when she was addressed. The leader narrowed his eyes and noticed that she had sneaked a peek at his own martial art, as expected. The girl frowned and asked if he was implying that she was a thief. The man pursed his lips. The brunette spread her arms out to the sides and asked if the name sounded too weak for a sword technique. The protagonist asked if he should call it the Rakshasa sword technique then. Red Monkey pointed and said that Plum Blossom would be more memorable. Jaha suggested that she go eat. She raised her head to the sky and said that she wanted to enjoy the view a little longer. The girl smiled. Goldboar was eating a piece of meat. The leader sat next to him and asked if he had become a heavenly general before Red Monkey. The man looked at him and answered in the affirmative. The brunette chewed and asked why he had let her hit him so many times then. Holding the meat in his hands, the fat man replied that he had also thought about it, whether it was normal or not. He frowned and said that it was unacceptable in a famous Orthodox sect. While his eyes were filled with anger, he said that she would be expelled for slapping her elder brother. The old boar shook his head, saying that they were not a famous Orthodox sect, they were from a dark faction, and then asked, in a close faction, is it okay for a junior to slap an elder? He said that he thought deeply about it after the first slap. The man, looking dark, indignantly asked how she dared, and later noted that he would teach her a good lesson. Frowning and gritting his teeth, he said that the brunette stole his internal energy. Turning to him, the fat man said that the girl's internal energy is also not something to laugh at. He said that this was the easiest problem to deal with. The protagonist ate calmly. Gold Boar called him. He raised his head and asked again. Sitting at the table, the man said that he was probably exhausted. Jaha confirmed this and suggested continuing the dinner. Putting a piece of food in his mouth, he asked if he liked Red Monkey. The fat man grimaced and asked if he had been sleeping all this time. The leader chewed and asked if he didn't like something. The man's body sighed. He lived to eat. The brunette smiled and said that he filled his mouth well. Gold Boar took a bite and said that since his internal energy was stolen, he needed to eat to replenish it. The protagonist said that his fat man's logic was unbreakable. The man glanced at him and said that then thank God he was fat. Introducing the man with the fan, he said that he was a member of the Golden Mountain Society and had countless riches and was also the youngest of the sons. He said that he had money, he knew martial arts, and then asked to imagine if he were also thin. Sitting at the table, the brunette asked if he was the youngest child and received a positive answer. Holding the chopsticks, he said that he really did look like the younger one, and it was no wonder that it was normal for him to get slapped. Gold Boar's expression darkened questioningly. Turning away, he asked why they were acting like this. From the room, there was a video of the street. There, warriors were practicing with swords. They were practicing near the plum tree. Red Monkey was practicing with them. Watching them, the fat man said that they were all crazy, swinging their swords at the falling leaves. The brunette propped his face on his fist and said that they were doing everything right. The man looked at him and said that the Black Rabbit Alliance was more like the Smart Rabbit Alliance. The protagonist looked ahead and said that they were doing everything very well. He was watching carefully. Watching the warriors, he mentally noted that they were inspired by his training. Looking at Gunpyeong, Jaha thought that they were trying their best to get on the path of martial arts that they themselves were doing. The tree was swaying in the wind. The leader smiled and said that they smelled the scent of plum blossoms in the falling leaves. He tapped his finger on the table. Gold Boar noticed it. Red Monkey and Gunpyeong were trading. The plum petals continued to fall. The man watched with a smile. Then night fell. In the morning, the courtyard was strewn with petals. Everyone gathered in the hall. The manager frowned and said that in the surrounding area, they had received reports of the silver ghost Yusashing. Introducing the fighters, he said that in addition to the meteor wanderers who were causing money problems, several famous martial artists had also gathered in a large group. The protagonist looked up and asked him why. The old man looked askance and said that after the news of some of the 12 heavenly generals and the death of the great Rakshasa, he added that they thought that Manhwa had become weak. With a tense face, the manager mentally asked, are they now trying to seize the opportunity to seize Manhwa? The protagonist looked away and said that they knew that someone had killed Rakshasa. He asked why they thought that Manhwa had suddenly become weak. The eyes of those present widened. The two surprised boys agreed. The old man closed his eyes and said that greed would cloud common sense from time to time. Jaha remained silent. The man frowned and said that he could assume that the old hornless dragon king had joined forces with Professor Su. Standing in front of the leader, he said that since there were quite a few of them, he would inform the 12 heavenly generals, and if the old hornless dragon king tried to tear Manhwa apart, the generals would be in danger. The brunette leaned back and said that he could handle it, but the morale of the subordinates could fall due to the difference in numbers because there should be at least an equal number of them. Looking at his comrades, he said that one of them would go to Ilyang Prefecture and talk to Sima Bai and Cha Sung-ti, who would need to be told to gather the people who were bored and send them here. The protagonist looked away and said that someone else would need to go to the Black Pearl Fort. Gunpyeong gritted his teeth and asked again. Looking at him, the leader said that he needed to tell a man named Dak Go-sing to bring about 700 elite soldiers. The guy asked if they would really come. The man narrowed his eyes and asked to tell him that the leader of the ignoble clan was calling him. He sat on a chair and said that this should more or less equalize their numbers, and thus the subordinates would not lose heart and a frontal battle would begin. The brunette frowned and said that besides, since the idiots from the Black Pearl Fort had completely gone crazy, they should be careful and not provoke them. Gunpyeong clenched his fists and said that he understood. Looking at those present, the protagonist turned to the leaders. He looked ahead and asked if there was anyone on the side of the old king of the hornless dragons that he should not kill. Everyone began to exchange glances. Jaha narrowed his eyes and said not to be indignant later after he killed everyone there. The guys clenched their eyes. The leader was told that there were none. The protagonist on the chair said that they needed to continue and said to call the Heavenly Brothers generals. He said that he would personally go to everyone who answered the call and beat them to death. The brunette waved his hand and said that they could go about their business. The manager frowned and asked about the face sketch. The man leaned back in his chair and said that there was someone he had to find. The old man raised an eyebrow. He lowered his head and said that he would find everything he needed for him. The protagonist noted that he had a face like a sex maniac. Sitting on the cross, he said that he shared his impressions of him. Introducing a man with an open chest, he said that he was like a sex maniac. The long-haired, brown-haired man rubbed his chin. Jaha said that he had a cute face and soft skin. He could smile charmingly with just one look. Remembering his long hair, the head asked if he understood what he was talking about. The manager closed his eyes and said that he saw it. Looking at him, the brunette asked, was it really that fast? He asked him not to think and continue explaining. Darkened, he said that his drawing. He looked up and said that he would catch the sex maniac. The protagonist was sitting in the carriage. Turning to the coachman, he asked to change the name of the place, and since they were accompanied by a light wind, instead of the Moyang Clinic, go to Iowa Prefecture, where the Rainy Cloud Society is in charge. Jaha signed his face with his fist and said that the fact that they were always committing adultery without him was unpleasant to him. The coachman remained silent. The leader narrowed his eyes and asked him. The man answered that everything was fine. He drove the carriage through the forest. The brunette thought with a smile that in the rays of the spring sun, gusts of refreshing wind, his madness fiction I away as if I went somewhere to rest. When he got out of the carriage, he told the coachman that he could go back, but he must make sure that everyone thought that he himself was in the clinic. The protagonist walked along the alley. He reached a large door. Then he knocked. A small bolt in the door opened. An unknown person asked who had come. Jaha looked at the crack in the door. He remained silent as they continued asking him who he was. The leader twisted his lips. Approaching the door, he said that he had come to pay off some expenses. The bolt closed. Afterwards, the door began to open. The man narrowed his eyes and thought that given how easily and without any confirmation they had opened the gates for him, it seemed that they were not the kind of people who would pay back their debts. A man met him and said that he could enter. He turned around and began to ask who owed him and whether it was by chance that the leader's right hand had drunk the money. The brown-haired man turned around and asked why he was not answering. He waved his hand, saying that he should pull himself together and get his thoughts together. His hand was intercepted. The brunette held him by the wrist. The man frowned and began to demand that he let him go. The protagonist flashed an angry look. The man clenched his teeth tightly. Jaha continued to squeeze his hand. The brown-haired man, with bulging veins on his face, asked where the guests came from. Without letting him go, the leader replied that it was a long story. He added that he might have come from his mother's belly, but he believed that they were not asking about his roots now. Looking at him with a gloomy look, the brunette asked if he wanted to know what district he was from, noting that they might not be asking about his geographical location. The man, covered in sweat, listened, saying that he might be interested in what forces he was from, but it was a long story. While his arm was being twisted, he asked to spare him. The protagonist looked at the trembling palm. He threw the brown-haired man away. He flew to the ground. The leader turned around and walked away. He walked around the yard, thinking that since most of the people subordinate to the commander-in-chief, Professor Su, seemed to be not here, and it was much more deserted than he expected. The brunette approached the pond. Koi fish were swimming in the water. The protagonist raised his head. After a while, he approached the man. Looking at the object in his hands, he asked what it was. The man looked up with displeasure and asked who he was. Jaha looked at him and replied that he was someone who was here to see Professor Su. The brunette with a cheeky face said that he had just left. Standing by the large stove, the leader asked who was left here and if the leader's right hand was still there. The man replied that there were only guests here now. Turning his head, the man asked what it was. While he was looking at the stove, the guy was telling him that they burn waste in it. The brunette smog looked at it and asked why they needed it and what they burn in it. The man at the stove replied that they burn corpses. The protagonist asked why they burn them at all. The brunette took a bone and said that they burn them if they don't pay their debts, adding that he was only following orders, so he wasn't very sure. Jaha narrowed his eyes and asked if it meant that if they don't pay their debts, they are killed, and he burns these corpses. The guy gnawed on the bone and agreed. The leader sighed and said that he wasn't sure he wanted to kill someone who eats. The brunette perked up. The man turned around and told him to finish eating. He stopped when he was asked if he was not a guest. The man grabbed the axe. The brunette glanced at him and wondered how many people he had killed to be able to decide so quickly to take someone's life. He dodged the blow. The protagonist extended his hand. He hit the guy in the stomach. He flew straight into the oven. His body began to burn. Jaha watched these. He glanced at the axe. The head went with him. He approached a tall building. Then the man opened the doors. He entered a dark room. The dancers froze in fear. People turned their attention to him. The brunette began to climb the stage. The girls behind him began to run away. Squinting, he asked someone to turn on the light because it was too dark here. Those present reached for their weapons. Bloody bodies lay around. Blood was dripping from the axe. The man looked forward. Suddenly, people began to approach him. There was a man standing behind him with his subordinates. He looked around and asked what the hell was going on. He turned to the brunette and asked who he was. Then the guy turned around. His right hand tensed up. He thought it was a man. He had a bad feeling about him. The guy turned around and said that he came to collect a debt. The commander was surprised. What? How much did they owe him? What did he do? The guy came up and asked how much they could give him. The captain frowned and asked if 300 gold plates were enough. He simply remained silent in response. Then he came closer and said that it was amazing, but the head of the Black Pearl Port asked him to pay exactly the same amount, and he heard the answer that he needed to pay a debt to the head of the Black Pearl Port. He raised his hand and said that then he could take his 300 and pay him. The brunette raised his head and said that he didn't need to pay anyone, and he asked why, and said that he was sure that he was crazy and demanded that he pay the debt back from the moment he owed him. The guy lowered his eyes and said that the dead don't care. Dolgov most likely doesn't even remember who's in their debt, and that person should be no less grateful to him if he was in his debt. The commander tensed up. Did he really want to say that he killed the head of the Black Pearl Port? Then it dawned on him. There were corpses of people lying around. The men tensed up, didn't know what to do. The brunette turned around and said that he shouldn't even think about running away. He would put the bolt on his subordinates and follow him. There was also no point in ordering his people to attack him. The bolt would continue to lie on them, and they would only kill him. The head's right hand lowered his head and asked what they wanted from him then, to bring him money. The young man came closer and said that they should forget about it. It was useless, their forces were just regrouping while he went for the money, so they just needed to stand here. Why don't they take some time to confess? He ran up and asked again with shouts. The young man explained that he was talking about grief for the dead. As the man approached him, he added that he needed to think carefully about how they had ended up like this. He looked them in the eyes and said that they should not have been weaklings from the moment they were born, so how did it all turn out that they had become so weak? There were many doors in the room. Some warriors were watching him from around the corner. The guy lowered his head and asked if his opponent was serious about continuing to behave like this, not even saying a word to him. The man was thinking, completely out of his mind. The sick bastard grabbed him. He looked at the dead men again and thought that he had been confused and had not noticed earlier, but all these people had died from one blow of an axe. Then he frowned and ordered his subordinates to all go outside. The doe stood nearby and did not understand what was happening. The man added that this must be done right away. After that, they all left, and so the men stood opposite each other, left alone. The right hand of the chief raised his hand and said that he had sent them all away, so it was worth telling him what he wanted. It was necessary to have a proper talk about it. He was ready to cooperate with him, hand over someone. He was even ready to beg for mercy on his knees. At that moment, the brunette looked at him and ordered him to kneel. The man did so. He knelt and looked down. The young man looked at him. Then the man raised his head and said that fortunately, the chief was absent now, so he could ask him for whatever he wanted. He was sure that this man was not interested in money or women, but at least he should share with him what he wanted. The brunette came closer and asked when Professor Su would return. He answered that it might be closer to evening. The young man got angry and asked the man if he thought he could handle murder. He was surprised. And then he looked at him and thought that he would persuade him like this, said that it would not be easy for him, but he would be able to finish him off by using all his subordinates at once. He would come back drunk, so it would be easier than it could be. He would cope and kill him. The brunette came up and said that this man was a traitor. Blood was dripping from his axe. The man got scared and began to ask to believe him. He could just kill him if he couldn't cope. In any case, he planned to kill him, and he would also be able to kill them all at that moment. The young man leaned over, put his head on his hand and said that he had heard that the professor's strength was comparable to the great Rakshasa. Well, the man thought that he could cope with him. He looked at him and said with a smile that this was only in an official duel. The guy looked at him carefully. Then he swung and struck right on the head. Blood flowed. The man fell to the floor. The brunette looked at him and said that if you think about it, none of the Rainy Cloud Society would be useful to him. Soldiers ran up to him and shouted that the leader's right hand had been killed. He looked at them, how many more had to be killed, and began to go down the steps. After some time, he approached the building. He went inside. The doctor met him and said that he was glad to see him. The guy raised his head and asked if he had come late. The man replied that everything was fine, besides, he had fought with someone again. The guy gritted his teeth and replied that he had fought quite fairly. This was a daily routine. Then the doctor raised his hand and offered to drink tea. The young man did not refuse. They were sitting at the table. Tea was pouring into a glass. The doctor raised his hand and asked who they were fighting with this time. The guy looked at his reflection in the glass and asked if the man had heard of the great Rakshasa. He also looked at his reflection and said that he had. The brunette leaned forward and said that it looked like all the dark faction societies had united with each other after his death, so first he needed to visit the Rainy Cloud Society. Then the doctor lowered his head and asked, did they do things in the company of rainy clouds, to which he received an affirmative answer, with an explanation, with an axe. Beak raised his head and asked how. That's what he heard, that he divided their firebrands into halves. After which the man looked him in the eyes and said that everything was clear. Murder is murder, no matter with an axe, a sword or a fist. Then asked if the young man killed someone who could not have been killed. The guy looked at him and answered that no. Then the doctor laughed and said that it was good. A strange silhouette appeared behind the young man. The man said that it looked like his inner demon was standing right at his gate. The brunette smiled and said that this is exactly why he came to visit him. From time to time, willy-nilly, he becomes his patient. The young man put the mug back. He looked up and thought that if he joined forces with the professor, he felt that he could really become an unstoppable crazy demon, so he restrained himself and returned to hang the doctor. The man was just drinking tea at that moment. The guy raised his mug. There was a demon behind him. He thought that he wanted to become a reasonable mad demon who strives to correct his mistakes, and not a mad demon driven by the thirst for slaughter. He lowered his head and thought that his goal was to become a slightly better mad demon. Deep night, the guy entered the building. He passed by his subordinates and thought that he felt much better, and after talking to the doctor, then he smiled and thought that communicating with someone to whom you can open your heart gives a feeling of peace. He went inside. It was light. Others met him. For some reason they were surprised. The companions were glad to see him, and in his place sat Sundagati. The man looked at him attentively. Then he stood up, greeted, bowed. Everyone else did the same, greeted the master, the great brother. He sat down in his place, and looked around at his and ordered everyone to sit down. Then he asked his assistant if everyone had introduced themselves to each other. He answered that they had. The leader looked at him and asked why the man had suddenly sat down in his chair. He smiled and said that after all, he was the general of the Hao clan. The guy turned away and said that that was also true. The blonde looked at him and said that it was so, he was a general. The leader lowered his head and did not want to answer that yes, a general. The girl looked at him, turned and said that this man claims to be his right hand. Is it true? The master asked again. Then he looked at him. The assistant's face twisted at that moment. She mentally prayed for them to say that it was so. And the chief turned away and thought that it was obvious that he had raised the cunning fox with his own hands. After which he replied that no, the words spoken had broken the man. The master put his hands on his knees and said that this man was only a clan general. They had no such thing as a right hand. However, the position of the general was very important one way or another, so he should be treated as expected. Then she added that they themselves saw that the man would immediately jump back from one or two of their blows, so it was worth protecting their fragile boy. Everyone began to laugh. The generals lowered their heads and decided to leave. The master called out to him. The man turned around, and then he turned to him and said that if there were objections, it was worth becoming stronger. The blonde looked at him and said that he himself would not mind. Everyone here met a strong teacher, became even stronger due to eating elixirs and studying the strongest martial arts. Then he lowered his head and added that he had no master, not even elixirs. He raised his sword only to survive. He frowned and said that therefore, he believed that he would have a chance if they fought without using internal energy. The brown-haired man got angry and suggested fighting without it, right now. Then the general looked at him and asked if he really thought that now was the time. He didn't know how to read the atmosphere at all. They would do it next time. He looked at him angrily and said nothing. The girl started laughing. In general, everyone around started laughing. The blonde was offended. The master exhaled and said that of course he would do it next time. It would be better that way. The general bowed and said that he would do as he was ordered. Yahello looked at the others and said that now, since everyone was gathered, they needed to discuss something, how best to crush them, so that rumors would spread more effectively, follow them or take defensive positions. There was no need to be shy. Everyone could express their thoughts. The general came up and asked who they would fight against. The master replied that the enemy would be the old hornless dragon king, Professor Sue, and a couple of small groups of dark factions. The blonde realized his weight and said that he believed they should have more than 400 or 500 soldiers. Everyone looked at him, wondering how he even knew this. The master raised his head and asked if he really thought so. The man looked at him and said that he thought that playing defensively would be the best option. Then he lowered his head, and when asked why, he replied that because they lacked people. Besides, it would be a more fun choice. The leader asked if that was all. The man replied that it was. He lowered his head and said that then they should take a siege, defensive position. He raised his hand and added that he thought this option was the most fun at the moment. If anyone else had a better option, he could listen to them. Everyone looked at him and thought that the decision was seriously made because it was more fun. The brunette hit his knee with his hand and said that great, he would take it as the absence of other opinions, so they chose siege defense. He raised his head and added that they were evacuating the servants and those who did not study martial arts to the prefecture, since they could be captured during the battle and killed. Then he lowered his eyes and asked who wanted to escort the people to the prefecture. The enemies could move after them even tonight, so they needed to leave them immediately. Everyone looked at him and remained silent. Then the brunette looked. No one, in that case, could the general do this. He does not think that he will be of much use to stay here. The man turned and said that he was Sungti from the Hoa clan. He would stay here as a representative of the Yiling prefecture. The master scratched his head and said that apparently everyone wanted to stay here. Then he would decide who would go. Turned to the manager. He would go. He nodded and said that he understood everything. Then the young man added that it was necessary to take full responsibility for the vanguard and leave the rearguard to spy by. The guy should send someone with quick feet ahead to scout their way. The men unanimously answered that they understood everything, after which they were removed from the room. Then the brunette turned around and told the young man to get out and follow them to the very end. If something happened, whether to report to him or not was at his discretion. The man stood up, folded his hands and said that he understood everything, after which he also ran out of the building. Then the head smiled and said that since they had nothing else to do, they could have a little drink. Everyone was happy and agreed. Night, headquarters. Everyone was sitting inside, eating and drinking. The guy was holding his tea. Then he looked to the side. People entered the room. A man with red hair entered and said that his older brother had arrived. The log looked at him and said again, "This sick son of a bitch." The man pointed back and said that as ordered, he took reinforcements with him. Everyone turned, people greeted them, said that they noticed that there were many masters here. Then the man sat down. He took a glass. He held it out and asked to pour him some. The general looked at him. Then he jumped up and said that this man could pour himself some. He got very angry. I added that, by the way, who is he to be called the senior of the head? Apparently he has completely lost his mind. The man looked at him and also got angry, but said nothing. They poured a drink into the mug. This man was sitting and taking care of himself. The general was sitting next to him, angry because the man decided to ignore him. Suddenly, someone from the side asked if this man decided to change his name. He looked to the side and said that although they were once a port of black pearls, now they are part of the Hao clan. In response, the question came, what kind of nonsense is he talking? Then the man stood up and said that they were a bunch of idiots, and therefore couldn't choose a name for themselves. He should have expected this from people like them, so they just decided to remain the Hao clan. He frowned and added that the number of rules they were making had already exceeded 10, and that the head would be a heavy burden. The blonde was very surprised. He sat, looked at the man and thought, a port of black pearls, and also a head, are they someone there, this bastard? The blonde looked at him, then suddenly turned away and was surprised. The leader turned to the man and asked how many of them he had brought with him, and in response he heard that they had asked for at least 100, right? He smiled and said that he had decided to only want the elite and had brought 30. They would work for 100 soldiers, so there was no need to worry. The master looked at him and said that this was a great job. The man suddenly put down the glass and said that this alcohol was kind of weak. Could you really get drunk with it? They were funny guys though. Everyone looked at him silently. Then the guy rolled his eyes. He turned to the leader and asked what the plan was. In response to the fact that there was none, he asked how come they just need to kill them and that's it. The brunette replied that yes, they need to kill them all. The man just looked at him. Then he stood up and said that great, they need to wake him up when the enemies appear, and for now he will go sleep. And he lay down on the floor right next to the place of his head. He fell asleep. Everyone around was in shock. The brunette turned and asked if the moon was bright today. Dunpyeong looked at him and said that yes, perfect conditions for a battle. Then the master asked if there was anyone on the old Dragon King's side who practiced poisonous arts. The guy replied that from what he knew, no. The master raised his hand and asked among everyone, the strongest are the old king and the professor, right? Shat frowned and said that most likely so. Then the brunette looked at him and asked if their strength was comparable to the great Rakshasa. Then the guy raised his head and said that everyone has their own strength and weakness, but they are not testers who will just give in to the great Rakshasa. The leader thought about it, said that he would personally deal with the two of them, so the rest should also fight the enemies. According to their strength, everything will turn into a massacre, so if they meet an enemy much stronger than them, they should retreat. Everyone looked at him and said that they would do as ordered. A soldier ran into the room and shouted that the enemies were at the gate. Everyone turned around and was surprised. Horror was red in their eyes. The brunette turned around, ready for battle. Then he stood up and said that he needed to bring his mask. The brown-haired man came up and handed over the mask. The leader took it and put it on himself. They set out. The time had come. They went out into the street and followed them to the very gates. Then they approached the gates and opened them. There were people standing in front of them. The old man raised his head and said, well, the 4 junior heavenly rulers couldn't do anything to him, even when the great Rakshasa was with them, so he still couldn't understand why they suddenly decided that they could resist him now. The man smiled and said that if he killed the one who killed the right hand of the head of society, so be it. He would be generous and take them under his wing. The head looked at him and asked what kind of amazing prankster he was. The other one came closer and said that they hadn't seen Professor Su for a long time, the man to the white tiger, which was true. Then the white tiger looked at him and asked why he suddenly submitted to the old Dragon King. The teacher would be ashamed of him if he found out about this in heaven. After all, he was one of the few whom the teacher recognized. The man smiled and said that it was a provocation. Where was their little red monkey? Did it really die? The girl stood aside and spat demonstratively. Then she came forward. The man noticed her and smiled, said that he would spare the red monkey. The old man came up and said that only the one who killed his old friend was obliged to take all the rage. It was better for them to leave all this foolishness to the hills. He frowned and added that those who wanted to die could come up. If they had already thought about why the great Rakshasa did it to him under the relationship, the choice for them would be obvious. The brunette rubbed his hands with a smile and said that there were so many people who could be killed. Then he turned to his comrades. They looked at him. The man said that it was better for him not to betray him today. Today he was not in the best mood. The moon was shining brightly. His madness turns into frenzy when he fights according to the colors of such a beautiful moon. He raised his head and added that he could completely lose his mind, so he shouldn't give in to the words of this weirdo. He won't be able to sit with them today. The others got scared and said that they understood everything. Then the brunette turned around and said that he needed to fold his fingers into a lock in his palm and put them here. The brown-haired man folded his hands and stretched them out in front of him. Jaha put his foot on his palms and told him to use his internal energy to throw it as hard as he could. He wanted to enjoy the full moon. He didn't quite understand what was happening but agreed. The leader looked at him and told him again to throw it as hard as he could. See you later. The man looked at him and I responded in kind. The young man smiled and flew up to the very top. He hovered in the air under the moon. He raised his head and enjoyed the view. He looked at the moon, smiling before his eyes as he fell down. He bowed his head and flew like a bird. Then he pulled his fist back and began to accumulate energy, and with all his might he sent the kingdom of flames down. The enemy was scared. People didn't know what to do. Smoke rose. His comrades began to cover their faces with their hands. The smoke began to clear. The brunette stood and looked at them. Then he took a step forward. There was no one around, and he left, smiled and looked down. The burnt bodies of the enemies lay around. A huge palm was literally imprinted on the ground. The opponents were in shock. Then the young man took out his sword, looked at them and ordered them to listen carefully. The old man was furious. It was about him. The brunette came closer and said that because of this decrepit old man, who only does what he eats the handouts of the great Rakshasa, everyone will die today. We must remember this. The old man was scared. He stood in the crowd. The soldiers began to look at him. After that, he screamed, ordered to kill them all, and the battle began. Heads flew in different directions. People in masks began to attack. They fought valiantly. There was blood everywhere, and the brunette stood in the middle and said the moonlight is so beautiful, the spirit of his subordinates is beautiful, and his mood is also beautiful. Suddenly the man shouted what everyone is doing. This man is now standing alone. We must kill him. The soldiers began to attack. The only thing the master said when he turned around was that he wished everyone to die. People ran up. They were scared. His sword was literally blazing with flames. The man smiled and said that he would only kill the leaders. They got scared, turned around and started to run away, and the head began to run after them. The soldiers shouted that he was going to kill only the leaders, but he no longer heard them. His eyes were filled with madness. The young man continued to run after them. He swung his sword and killed one after another. Even those who tried to attack died instantly. They screamed in pain, bled. The master looked at them and asked where they were running. One of the soldiers tried to hide, but at that very second he lost his head with one blow. The man smiled and asked if they thought they had a chance since the great Rakshasa was dead. He grabbed one of them by the neck, pulled him close and asked why, in their opinion, he suddenly died. Fucking bastards, why should they tell him? He squeezed so hard that the man started foaming at the mouth, and they watched the commander and told him that this man was absolutely crazy. The brunette threw the warrior aside. Everyone around was in shock. They started throwing their balls and weapons on the ground. Then they tried to run away, but from the other side, the commander met them and killed them. The leader screamed what was happening. Everyone who dared to run would die by his hand. The soldiers fell lifeless to the ground. Jaha stood in place, looking up. Then he grinned. His sword was covered in blood and flames. The leader raised his hand and ordered to kill him immediately. The young man looked at them. Those who ran towards him suddenly began to be covered in some stripes. They stopped, as if their minds were clouded. They began to look at this man with horror. Then they looked at their hands, and their bodies began to cut atso on their own. There was fear in their eyes. The man stood in the middle. Everything was shrouded in some kind of magic, a kingdom of flames, an excellent trajectory of the sword, after which a huge column of blood rose to the sky. And now the leader was left alone in a pool of blood. The subordinates turned and looked at him in surprise. They were all terrified, as were the opponents, who were in shock. The brunette stood under the bloody moon and smiled. One of the leaders frowned and asked who this man was. He bowed his head and asked where the man named Yusashing was. Everyone around stood and looked at him. Then the young man bowed his head and said that he assumed that this man was the one who set all this up. But no one said anything. The general stood in the crowd and shouted that it was him. The soldiers started to turn around. Then the man raised his hand and pointed at someone. A man with black hair stood on the pole. This man was the silver ghost Yusashing. He looked at him angrily. The brunette turned around and asked why the general thought it was him. The man frowned and replied that in all this chaos, this man had done nothing, just like him. The master lowered his head and said that his comrade was an excellent detective. Then he looked at him and said that even shit can be useful, good job. The blonde smiled and thanked him. After that, the chief turned his head and looked at that man. In the crowd stood a man. He smiled maliciously and said nothing. The oak came up and said that they received a report about the silver ghost. The brunette looked at him and asked who is he. The old man raised his head and said that he looked like an arbitration expert. But if you look at the root, he was just a gambler looking for big disputes that could bring him big profits. You can call him an expert in providing problems. He came closer and added that he did not have any faction behind him, but he often interfered in disputes between dark factions for the sake of big profit. What? And he has the skills for this. The brunette thought, for the first time he heard about him. Why was he so worried about him, even more than the professor and the old king of hornless dragons? The man turned to him and said that he was not a black dwarf. The headlook did not understand what was happening. He turned and said that it was true, it could not be that some black dwarf was so strong. The brunette lowered his head. He turned around and said to the professor and the old king, are they serious? They will continue to fight so ineptly, taking his money? They just looked away and were silent. Then the man came up and said that just recently they both bragged that having received money from him, they increased their forces several times and captured Manhwa. The leader continued to watch this, just look at him. The brunette raised his hand, said that now that everyone understood the situation they were in, why don't they continue the battle until the winner is determined? He smiled and said about cockroaches and dark factions. The master came up and said that they should continue the battle until the winner is determined. He gritted his teeth and asked how dare he order him. He raised his bloody hand. He looked forward and said that he was proposing a truce. The king and the professor were very surprised. His comrades turned around and also did not understand what was happening. The brown-haired man looked at the leader in shock, and the red-haired man was also very angry. Yahello looked forward and said that now everyone understands that Yusashing is behind all this. The man stood there, not understanding what was happening. The brunette stepped forward and asked if they were refusing to reconcile. He was sure that they would suffer the greatest losses from continuing the battle. The king looked at him and asked why. The professor came up and said that he had never been defeated in his life. Then the master looked up and said that he gave them his word that half of them would die at his hands if they continued the battle. Of course, it was obvious that his subordinates would also die. The men looked at each other. Everything was as he had said. At this rate, they would have to suffer immeasurable sacrifices just to get rid of him. The leader came closer and said that they should think for themselves, who has nothing to lose from losing in all this. He frowned. Of course, Yusashing, the bastard who had arranged everything from the shadows. The man looked at him and was angry. Then the master pointed at him and said that he must have given them a huge mountain of money to attack Manhwa, but then demanded that they return everything. He did not bring his troops, did not participate in the battle. He stood in the middle and said that the one he needed was not the professor or the old king, if they just did nothing. Then he smiled and said that he would first kill Yusashing. The professor frowned. How could he even trust the words of someone hiding behind a mask? At this moment, the young man replied that he would show his face. The men were shocked. They turned their heads to Yusashing and remained silent. Then he looked at them and asked if they were really going to continue hanging their ears. The guy in the mask took a step forward and said that all they needed was to just let him kill Yusashing. It would not be too late if they continued the battle after that. The professor and the king stood and thought that this man was absolutely right. There was no point in suffering losses in the battle with this madman. They looked at him and thought that they had no idea what the brunette was really up to, and even if he won, he would be exhausted after the battle with him. They would lose absolutely nothing from this. Then the leader began to take off his mask, hiding under it. The moon was high and shining brightly. Jaha took off his mask and looked at them. The men were very surprised. The brunette looked at him and wondered who he was. The old man came closer and said that he would like to continue the counter deal. They do not accept reconciliation. Yu Sashing looked at him and smiled. But then he was surprised that the old man offered to fight an immortal fight between the two of them, and if someone dies, then he will lead his lawsuit. Then he closed his eyes and added that only after they take on their shoulders the sin of murder, only then will true reconciliation be accepted. Asked what the professor thinks about this. He turned and smiled and said that the old man was absolutely right. The young man exhaled, thinking that they would use their powers to subjugate the entire city if Yu Sashing won, and would bring in troops if he won. He came closer and said that it was worth doing. He was always happy to have a one-on-one fight. Then his subordinate came up to him and turned to him. He whispered in his ear that the people were planning to analyze his abilities by watching the fight. The brunette smiled and said that he knew it. The comrade was very surprised. He folded his arms and asked him to be careful. The old man frowned and ordered to weave nets around so that no one could escape. The men stood opposite each other. Yu Sashing smiled and asked if everyone had gone crazy. The king turned to him and asked again. He just needed to win. If he was really that strong, then he needed to prove it with deeds and not words. The man frowned and said that that was the whole essence of the trash from the dark faction. At that moment, the master approached him. They were approaching each other. Then the man took out his sword and rushed straight forward. The duel began. The opponents looked into each other's eyes. Their blows bounced to the side, raising dust. Yu Sashing was angry and struck again and again, but the master stopped his blows. Then the brunette got angry and swung with all his might. He screamed, threw several swords forward. With incredible speed he struck. Jaha parried it. Another blow, again missed, after which he tried to plunge the sword into his chest, but the young man was able to dodge again. He looked at him and thought that this was not some kind of sword technique that he learned on the street. It was obvious that he had been training only this one technique for at least 10 years. Yu Sashing was determined. Jaha looked at him and came to the conclusion that this man was from the light faction. The brunette smiled and swung. He struck again, but it was all in vain. The master dodged the blows very skillfully. After that, the man asked where his confidence had gone, and the young man jumped. He looked at him and said nothing. Yu Sashing struck again, screamed, and once again the leader parried him. The brunette continued to fight and thought that he could not understand what kind of martial art this guy was using. He decided not to keep him in suspense, and I will shout, "What style does this man use?" He looked at him and thought that it was not surprising that he could not recognize his martial art, since it was not like any other. He imagined himself on a mountain of corpses. His entire path from the bottom to the top is the root of his martial arts. He frowned and thought that of course, someone who relies only on our templates will not understand him. The battle continued. The man frowned, did not understand what was happening. He continued to talk, but he understood that the young man was parrying them all. Then the master laughed and said that this was very slow. He needed to attack faster. The man got angry and struck. He sent a few balls forward again, but this time he still couldn't do anything. Jaha smiled, looked at him with wild eyes and asked him to go faster. He screamed, and he struck again, even harder. Everything around was shrouded in smoke. The brunette turned around. His opponent stood in front of him, unharmed. Then he looked at him from under his brows and said that this was the third time they used the same technique differently than before. Then he jumped back. He raised his hand and sent a magical blow forward. With the help of black magic, he grabbed the brunette by the neck. Then he approached, looked straight at him, and he stuck his hand right into his neck. Yu Sashing began to soak in fire, and now they stood opposite each other. The professor and the king watched from the side. The subordinates also watched the battle. The brunette lowered his head and thought that the blood in him seemed to have frozen. His body did not obey at all. Jaha turned, raised his head and told everyone to listen carefully. From now on this man is his prisoner, his slave, his servant, the prisoner of his subordinates. Everyone was shocked. Torture. The young man added that to torture him or kill him, now only he can fulfill his fate. He raised his sword. People were surprised and thought, is it really possible that a murder will happen now? But the master simply spat on the sword and began to jump around the man. His comrades did not understand what was happening. They watched as the guy ran around the enemy, asked what he was doing, It was unclear, was this really a victory dance? It looked like it. People watched as the brunette continued to dance. Why this happened so suddenly, no idea. His hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes sparkled from the color of the moon. The sword was covered in blood. The moonlight was reflected in the pools of blood. The young man continued to dance. It looked strange. The girl raised her hand and turned to him and apologized for interrupting the dance, asked if he was going to kill the enemy. He replied that he did not know. Then the girl watched him and asked what this madman was dancing for. In response, she heard that he was doing it only because he wanted to be even crazier. He continued to move and said that the sword dancer in the moonlight, the madman under the moon, the master from Ilion, the owner of the Black Pearl sport. The people around were shocked. Then the young man raised his head and said that all this was him. This surprised them even more. Then the general raised his hand, pointed at them and said that these people, apparently, were going to run away. They turned around and tried to leave. The brunette turned and looked at them. He came closer. They were very scared. And the king just continued to look at him. After which the master came closer and asked why the old man was so quiet. Maybe he wanted to tell him something. In response, he heard that this was a temporary truce. The masked man came up and said that the leader should just kill him. The old man got angry, but instead, the master waved his hand and agreed, temporary, so temporary. After that, the men decided to leave, but in the end they said that they would see each other again. Jaha smiled. Was this really the leader? If you can finish it now, then why put it off until later? He watched the people run away. He would only agree to visit those who would come in person and be ready to surrender. He had to think carefully whether they would have another chance to save their lives. They stood and watched them go. Then the master turned and said that they needed to take care of the wounded. And it was already night. It was time to go back. Everything had to be cleaned up, but first they had to replace the people who were on duty. After that, he looked at the brunette. He looked at him with Lin's forehead in his face. The young man raised his hand and slapped him with all his might, so much so that the man flew to the side. Then he came up to him and said that it was not easy to be a prisoner. The night air was very cold. They had to go back. He turned and addressed the general. He raised his hand and asked him to come over. He silently came up to him. The young man put his hand on his shoulder and said that it was time for them to go back. The blonde man answered with a smile that he agreed. After that, they entered the building. Sungti walked and thought with a smile that he was now responsible for the rehabilitation recovery. The master was sitting in his place. People around were enthusiastically discussing something, and the prisoner was sitting on the floor. A man with red hair came up to him, and with all his might he slapped him on the back of the head. Then he stepped aside. The man was sitting and shaking. The master raised his head and asked if anyone was injured. In response, he heard that no, everything was fine. The general raised his head and said that he was also fine. Then the young man looked at him and said that of course he was fine. He was just standing to the side and watching. The blonde man simply decided to remain silent in response to this. The brown-haired man came up and asked what they were planning to do with the old king and professor in the future. The brunette drank his drink and replied that they would simply cross over. The damage to their sides was much greater. After seeing the demonstration of their powers, they would be puzzled, and their subordinates must all be in shock. White Rooster turned around and said that his dance was incredible. He simply had to dance with him. The young man smiled and said that then they would dance together next time. A subordinate came up and addressed him. The sword technique is something that a person cannot learn in the dark faction. At this moment, Yusashin glistened. The leader asked to explain to the others why, because among them there are people like Sancti. The guy was offended by this. The brown-haired man raised his hand and explained that he had the feeling that in his attacks, first of all, there is an emphasis on training his stance, and only after. The sword technique, I remember how consistently and smoothly the movement of his sword began. One can say for sure that his sword technique is clearly spontaneous. Jaha turned and agreed with him. Then the man with the scar got angry and asked if he was a member of the light faction. He walked up to him and hit him with the club with all his might. The girl turned around and said if she understood correctly that they pressed his silence point. He didn't say a word from the very beginning. The brunette turned around and said that it was possible. Then the girl raised her hand and asked if she could restore it, to which she heard that she couldn't, and he couldn't either. Then he raised his hand and said that he had pressed it so many times before, but it was problematic to restore it, so he didn't even try. He didn't put much kai into it, so it would soon restore itself. The girl stood up and said that the silence point was very dangerous. Perhaps a person wouldn't be able to speak for the rest of his days if he didn't return to normal soon. The leader tensed up a little and said that he missed the part where it should be his problem. She smiled and said that everything was correct. Then a soldier entered the room and said that the head of the Muak clan had arrived at the gate. Having laid down all his weapons, what would he order to do? The guy raised his head and said what else, since he had come himself, then let him in. Everyone began to whisper, why did this man come? And the master sat and thought, could it really be the head, who immediately understood what was happening? The door opened. A man entered, followed by his subordinates with some kind of chest. They put it at the feet of the master. After that, the man folded his hands and introduced himself, the head of the Muak clan, Young Ijo. The guy looked at him and greeted him. The man gritted his teeth and said that they came here today to tell him that they would never again consider him their enemy. They made an unforgivable mistake because of their ignorance. The brunette looked at him and agreed. Then the head raised his head and said that he was grateful to him with all his heart for his generosity. He would never dare to listen to the orders of the dragons and the professor again, so he asked him not to worry about it. He opened the chest and asked to accept this token of goodwill. There was gold in it. Everyone around was very surprised. The brunette lowered his head and said that it was not worth bringing such a thing. Now they are friends. Then he raised his glass and said that despite the fact that their first meeting did not work out, everything is fine. Since they are meeting here with each other, they are in no way enemies, because this is how their life is arranged. Agree. The man bowed his head and said that he completely agreed. The master sat in front of him and said that in Jianghu, from time to time, his enemies become allies and vice versa. In the process of all this there will always be victims, so there is no need to bother your heads with this. He replied that he would keep it in mind. Then he raised his head and said that it was probably too late, apologized, asked them to leave. The brunette wished them a good journey. It was not worth dragging all this in the middle of the night, thanked them for fussing. After which the chief said goodbye to him, turned around and left. And at the last moment the young man turned to him. The man tensed up. He smiled and suggested having lunch together sometime. After which the chief turned around and agreed with a smile, said see you later. There was a minute's pause in the room. The man with the scar came up and asked what kind of nonsense. These people were so eager to program their site the other day, and here they are licking their heels. The brunette giggled to the side, hiding behind a fan. The master lowered his head and said that it was funny to hear it from his lips. Everyone around laughed. The prisoner said nothing. After that, the man with the scar looked at him, came up and hit him again, raised his hand and asked why he was laughing. Did she really press some point on his face? Someone came in there again. The man said that Madame Celsium had come there in connection with it. Jaha looked at him and asked why he was asking such a thing, making them freeze outside. Of course he should let her in. The woman entered the room. The leader turned to her and asked if she really was Madame Celsium. He remembered one of the battles, said that he had seen how good her people were at throwing hidden blades from behind their backs. Their skill in throwing weapons openly at such a distance was no joke. The woman bowed, said that she would like to apologize. Her students and she were thinking about leaving the Dragon Clan and returning to the Valley of Blooming Pomegranate, and also strongly warned her close friends not to cross the dark factions in the future. Apologized for all the mistakes made today. The brunette closed his eyes and said that anything could happen in the heat of battle. Then he looked at her and said that they could do this. Now that they got to know each other better, he would say honestly, he was very glad that the entire Valley of Blooming Pomegranate would not be his enemy. The woman bowed her head and said that she understood. Then she looked at him and took out something. She showed him a glowing blade. As a reinforcement to her words, she wants to give him a moon dagger, which she treasured so much in her youth. The master looked at it and said that it was not worth it. Then he took the dagger to show his sincerity. He will find a good use for it. Anyway, he wanted to buy 1 or 2 daggers so that they would always be with him for self-defense. Madame smiled and replied that despite its small size, it would easily cut almost any long sword like tofu, and it would also be perfect for killing. They looked at each other. The young man added that they really appreciate the quality of the goods. He would be glad to use it. In response, he heard another apology, after which the woman left. Jaha turned to the brown-haired man and told him to go to the weapon and look at the faces of those standing at the gate, wait a little, then send them home. He was too lazy to deal with all of them. The young man stood up and agreed. He closed the door and the brunette stood up. He walked forward. He approached his prisoner. He looked at him and drank the drink. He just looked and said nothing. The prisoner also looked at him and was silent. After that, the brunette frowned, and he hit the man with all his might. He flew to the side and fell to the floor. The blonde came up and grabbed him by the collar. Then the master came closer and asked him if he should just kill him or torture him a little, and then finish him off. The man looked at him and was also silent. Then he took the dagger and said that it was definitely not the same as before. They were his enemies. He was used to beating them to death, breaking their skulls, killing by chopping with an axe. What had changed? Everyone around watched this in shock. Then the young man continued to shake the sting and asked what the hell happened to him. So this is what people feel when they realize all the shock from how much they have changed. Or is this what people call the vicissitudes of life? Or are both options true? He fell silent and put the blade to his chin. Then he looked at the prisoner and said, "To kill or not to kill, that is the question." He stood over the prisoner and asked, "To kill or not to kill, that is the question." He looked down. What kind of look was that? Does he see idiots in him? Does he think he is ignorant? The man looked at him and got angry. Then the brunette came closer and said that he could not speak since his point of silence had not yet been restored. He grabbed him by the chest. He lifted him up and threw him aside. After that, he plunged the dagger straight into the table. The master came closer and said that when he was young, there lived in the village one brother. He believed he had met such a brother that there is in every yard, happy, cheerful, who spied even on those like him, and on top of everything solid, was courageous. He listened to him attentively. He sat him down in front of the chief again. After that, the young man looked at the reflection of the dagger. Battles to the death in the village took place in one way. They tried to solve everything with words, sticking blades into such a table, and if they could not come to an agreement, both took their knives and tried to kill each other. Then he looked at him and said that although he called it a battle to the death, people did not always die in it, but at least 1 or 2 fingers definitely flew off the phalanges. He lowered his head and thought. He remembered the day when he saw his brother dead on the table. The young man hiccuped blood. To be honest, he was not surprised. He imagined a bloody table. The grandfather got rid of the corpse. He had to wash the table with a rag. The rag continued to cling to the table, only he failed to wash it clean, and during the process, he noticed a bunch of blade marks on the table. He wiped it. Seeing this, a thought crept into his head. It's good that his brother died fighting. The man did not understand what was being said, and the young man continued, wiping the table at least once a day, trying to understand how to accept this emotion that he experienced over and over again. He put his hand to his chin and said that he could not remember his name, and since the young man was an orphan, he had no chance to recognize him. In any case, a lot of water had flowed under the bridge. Again he imagined this table. Whoever killed his brother was killed in the same way by his hands. Then he pulled out the blade. He swung it and said that in the end, he walked around and then was killed by it. The man could not stand it and began to beg for mercy. Then the young man was surprised. His point of silence was restored. The prisoner looked at him and shouted that he was asking for mercy. He would tell him everything he knew. He would show all possible assistance. He swears. The brunette said that he had no idea what he was going to tell there, but he somehow did not care. He cut his ropes. He took his hand and said that it looked like only the point of silence had returned to normal, and he could no longer control himself. He was experiencing chi reflux. He needed to breathe evenly. The young man smiled and asked why he needed to kill him. He was simply horrified. After that, the guy sent energy down his hand. A bright light enveloped him, even his eyes. Everything around was on fire. The man screamed. He was in pain. Then the master lifted him up and stuck a blade into his hand. The guy looked up and told him to close his mouth. If he woke Dako, he would come and break his spine. Isn't it better to endure the pain than to die? Then he stepped aside. The man was shaking with pain. The master sat back down in his seat and thought that now, having sucked out his internal energy, he should cultivate. He raised his head and said that if he was confident, he could pull him out and attack him. Have you heard how the battles to the death were fought in the village? The man looked at him and wondered what was wrong with him. He watched as the master meditated. He was now cultivating right in front of his enemy. The leader was meditating. Here more than he thought, he would be able to break through from his current fiery reality if he tried. But since the general rules of martial arts laid down in the principles of the invulnerable golden turtle do not require this, There is no point in rushing. He imagined a huge fiery core. He opened his eyes. He approached the brunette. He looked at him and said that he stopped the bleeding. The young man said that this was a good job. He thanked him. The man clenched his fist. Blood was pouring out of it. He decided to rip his clothes to stop it. Then he bandaged his hand. The chief poured a drink into a glass and said that the reason why the Mulek clan and Madame Celsium bowed before him was because they were not moving anywhere. He pushed the drink towards him and said that since they know that they can cut out the entire clan, or drown the entire valley of blooming pomegranate in fire, they forgot about their pride and came to apologize. The man drank the alcohol. He exhaled and thanked him. The master poured more and said that, frankly speaking, he did not care what happened to him there, because he was the owner of a mountain house. He agreed, after which the guy drank. He put the glass down and added that if he was not going to help him kill the king and the professor, then he had no reason to spare him. He looked at him and said that his life depended only on how to get rid of them, so how was he going to change his mind? The man gritted his teeth and got angry. He looked straight into his eyes. After that, the shelling hit his head with all his might. The brunette watched this. Then he exhaled and thought, why do people always lose knowledge when talking to him? I wonder if it is worth discussing with the doctor. Dokko entered the room and asked if the master killed him. In response, he heard that no, the man had lost consciousness. Then the man raised his hand and said that he should go to bed. His eyes were red. They had some unique shade of purple. And indeed, the guy's eyes were red, and the whites were a shade of purple. The young man turned around and agreed. A house in the village. The boy was wiping the table, looking forward and thinking that it was clean. Wiping it was easy. A young man approached him and asked him to bring him a bowl of soup. The guy turned around, saw his brother enter the room. Then he walked onto the table and said where his brother was going, so well dressed. The guy sat and smiled. Then he happily flew away a bowl of noodles. He exhaled and said that he had not eaten such delicious food for a long time. He put down the chopsticks and said that the young man still did not remember his name. He was even a little sad. The boy asked again what his name was. The young man answered, but it seemed unrelated. The brunette asked again what he had said there. He put his finger to his chin and said that he remembered. Then the young man stood up and thanked him for the treat. The brunette asked where he was going in beautiful clothes, on a date with a girl. He smiled and said that of course not, it was time to start from scratch. The boy followed him and asked if it was true that he would no longer fight with swords. He needed to take revenge on Joe and Joel. Leaving, the young man answered what was the point of being together if he was already dead, thanked him for everything. It was time for him to go. The boy looked at him and wished him luck in his new life. The young man raised his hand and waved. He looked at him. Then he closed his eyes and exhaled. He opened them. He was in his bed. What was that? The girl shouted to her great brother that it was time for breakfast. He paid attention to her. Then he smiled. Everyone was sitting at the table and discussing something. The brown-haired man looked away and said that they should attack the old king first or the professor. The brunette took some meat with chopsticks, started chewing and said that he didn't know. Then the guy asked him where Sashing had gone. The answer was the same, I don't know. The young man continued chewing and thought that the man didn't know much. The comrade looked at him and agreed. Dokko and Sashing entered the room. Everyone looked at them and was surprised. The man pushed back his chair. Then he turned to the prisoner, ordered him to sit down and eat. He bowed and thanked them. Everyone looked at this, were shocked. How long could they beat him for him to become so submissive? The master raised his hand and said that there was no need to be so circled. The man with the scar got angry. Then he came up and said that he had only smeared a couple of things on him, but no one would believe it. He pointed to his hand and said that the head had pierced his wrist. He looked there and said that here he even took all his internal kai. The prisoner is so afraid of their leader that he can't even say anything clearly, right? He ate and answered that yes, that's right. The man smiled. Everyone else was shocked. After that, he put his hand on the brunette's shoulder. He leaned over and told him to eat. The general looked at him and said that he seemed to have been through a lot. Everyone turned to look at him and froze. They continued to look at him and thought why this guy continues to pick on Dokko. The man exhaled and answered that it seemed that the blonde had also been through a lot, stuffing his face. The girl couldn't help but laugh, and the general looked at him angrily. After that, the prisoner turned to the leader, who was chewing, and asked what he wanted. The man looked at him and said that if he was allowed, he would gather troops and move forward, together with Dokko. The brunette looked at him, ordered him to close his mouth and eat. He began to eat immediately. The leader looked at everyone and said that now that they had run out of food, explained their plan, so they had to listen more carefully. A huge board was brought into the room. The old man knelt down and said that they were ready, and he had already stood up and walked towards him. He began to draw on the board. He drew a dot and said that this was the Black Rabbit Union. He drew the professor on top, a triangle between them. The guys looked at it carefully. He explained that he wanted to set a trap for the professor. He continued to draw and thought that the fighting spirit of the Rainy Cloud Society had completely fallen, and the leader of the clans that were with them had abandoned them. It was obvious that he should first deal with the weakened Rainy Cloud Society and not with the dragons. He turned around and said that regarding the participants, it would be limited to those who could use Kingong until they reached the professor without any breaks. He turned around and turned to Gunpyo, asking if he understood the plan. The young man looked at him and said that they should quickly reach the Rain Cloud Society using Kingong, thus meaning that the remaining ones would be useless for an ambush. The brunette turned around and said that it was correct, but not quite. They should confirm so that they would understand the details. He frowned. This was a simple Kingong competition where everyone had to keep up with him. The people turned around and asked again. Then the young man took a step and said that he would start with all the leaders, running straight to the front, but he would not be distracted by whether they could keep up with him or not. The girl raised her hand and said, "Wouldn't there be too much of a gap and difference in skills?" He replied that it was possible, but he didn't care. They would overcome the walls of the Rain Cloud Society and continue their advance. They would advance all the way to the professor's residence. The brown-haired man was surprised and asked, did they really want them to continue running even after they reached the Rain Cloud Society? The master looked at them and said that yes, everyone should continue running until they found the professor. He was the leader, the tip, and the drill. The subordinates listened to him attentively. They shouldn't pay attention to the enemies running away. They only kill those who stood in their way, then run and run further. He took a step forward and said that they should deal with everyone keeping up with him until they met the professor. Okay. Everyone looked at him and said in unison that yes. Then the leader put his hands behind his back and said that now everyone except the slowpokes should prepare to move out. The blonde man raised his hand and asked when they would move out. He smiled and replied that right now. The others stood up and bowed to him. Clinic was sitting on a chair. The master looked at him, then passed by and said that the man would stay here. Then he said that the general would have to keep an eye on him. He asked again. He ran after him and asked why he had to keep an eye on this guy. At that moment, Dokka patted him on the shoulder and wished him luck. Everyone left and said that they were leaving him. He had to try, be careful with him. They finally found a child who was a match for him. Shaitan caught up with the head and said that they needed time to explain to the subordinates. He heard in response that there was no time for this, so they just had to tell them not to lag behind. He continued to walk forward and said that those who fell behind could think about training them and he would be more than enough to deal with the professor. The door opened. Jaha held it and said that if you think about it, then in what order should they arrive there? He turned around and said that they should consider that this was a rank competition or just run. Just as he was saying that it was time to move, a man with a scar ran out of the room. He rushed forward faster than everyone else. Gunpyong hesitated a little and said that this guy was a sick bastard. He looked at them and asked why everyone was standing there. Were they going to start? They asked again. Then the young man explained that he was actually faster than all of them put together. Then the girl ran out, and then everyone else. The master stood watching as the soldiers ran out. He lowered his head and smiled. Then he took off. They all ran, pursuing one goal. Several people ran quickly. Jaha overtook them and turned to Ujium, telling him to run faster. It seemed that the man was running at his limit. Jaha sped up, leaving his comrades behind. The hero made a leap through the treetops. Moving in leaps through the forest, he caught up with those who were ahead. Landing behind them, they were irritated. The guy ironically praised them. The girl moved on angrily. Jaha moved next to her. He asked if her stomach had recovered yet. She was quite fast. Red Monkey did not look very good. Jaha moved on par with her. He said that she was the fastest. She should continue in the same spirit and then the others would not catch up with her if she kept up the pace. Having said this, the hero made a jump and continued on his way. Having risen into the air, Jaha moved very quickly. Landing, he saw a house in front of him surrounded by a high fence. His foot touched the ground, and pushing off, he flew over the fence. The soldiers standing inside the yard did not even have time to understand what had happened. The reflection of the running Jaha was visible on the surface of the water. The guards raised the alarm. The hero rushed to the entrance of the house. He kicked the door and got inside. In front of him was an ascent to the stage in the center of the room. The guy quickly got on it and moved on. The soldiers on the stairs blocked his way, calling him an intruder. Jaha quickly climbed up, striking his opponents. The hero found himself in a bullfight and headed along it, but another warrior appeared on his way. With a blow of his hand, the guy knocked him down, and he stopped, seeing 3 more in front of him. They asked him who he was. Jaha pulled his sword out of its sheath, calling himself Moonlight Executioner. One of them got nervous hearing this name, and he grabbed the sword. Jaha managed to strike first, and he tore their heads off their shoulders. Blood spread across the floor behind him. The hero smiled and looked ahead, asking if Professor Su slept well. In front of him in the room there was a bed on which there were several frightened people. One of them ran to a nearby table and reached out to the sword lying on it. The hero rushed towards him and tried to strike, but the man managed to block it. Professor Su looked. They looked at each other with their swords crossed. The guy threw punches, which his enemy blocked. The man fought, trying to hold up his pants, but Jaha put out his hand, casting a spell. He grabbed his opponent by the throat with a spell, and when he got closer, he grabbed him with his hand, and he struck him in the stomach, piercing him through. Blood came out of Professor Su's mouth. The hero began to push him forward until they hit a wall. Moonlight Executioner grabbed him by the cheeks and looked into the eyes of the defeated enemy, saying that this is his true face. Jaha pulled his sword out of him. The defeated man fell to his knees, bleeding. The guy brushed the blood off the blade and put it back in its sheath. Something caught his eye. The 2 girls were afraid, looking at him, and covered themselves with a blanket. The guy lowered his eyes and turned to Professor Su again. He sank down to him, saying that he didn't hear. He cursed at him in a whisper. Jaha looked at him in surprise, saying that his last words would be insults. He was pathetic. The hero folded his arms, asking why he didn't come and surrender. He told him that this was the only way to survive. Professor Su bowed his head, sitting in his own blood. He continued, asking why he didn't believe in others at least once. Why did he have to live his life believing only in himself? What does he even do during the day? Professor Su still sat motionless. The hero put his hand to his face and looked away, wondering why he was talking to a corpse. A plea for mercy was heard from behind. The hero shifted his gaze, again looking at the 2 very scared girls trembling under the blanket. He looked at them intently, saying that he would spare them. Footsteps were heard behind him. Someone turned to their leader. Jaha turned his head, saying that they were walking slowly. The group was covered in blood and looked at the hero in confusion. They noticed Professor Su's body on the floor. The brunette and the red monkey standing next to him were surprised by what they saw, asking if it was all over. More footsteps were heard. Gosling entered the room, covered in the blood of enemies, and asked if that was it. Jaha stood up and turned to the team, telling them to deal with everyone downstairs, telling them that Professor Su was already dead. His gaze became extremely serious when he added, telling them not to touch those who surrendered, and to simply kill the rest who resisted. They looked at their boss and answered in unison, yes. The guy left the room, leaving red marks on the floor. Someone's screams reached him. He went to the stairs. The screams were getting louder. Going down them, he saw how the others killed those who resisted. In the courtyard of the house, his people gathered those who surrendered and made them kneel. The hero stopped and looked at the prisoners, telling them to listen, saying that even after a good and long sleep, as well as a wonderful breakfast, he continued to wait, getting drunk during the day. But Professor Su still did not come to bow before him, so he came here himself to personally kill him. If there are still those among them who do not understand what is happening and are still in the mood for battle, then their leader is waiting for them. And those who do not want this, let them listen to what his subordinates say. That's all. The prisoners listened silently with their heads bowed. Jaha turned to one of his, said that from now on they are part of the Rain Cloud Society. Wujian was very surprised to hear this. The hero looked at the dissatisfied, telling them to change clothes. If they do not have enough clothes, they can take them from corpses or the wounded, or just look inside. Someone caught his eye. He turned to Gosling, telling him that he does not have to change clothes. He asked why. The red-haired man was dissatisfied with the answer, hearing that he already stood out too much and that it was useless for him to change clothes. Turning to Woojium, he told him to stay here and clean up the area with his subordinates. The hero looked him in the eyes, adding that he should understand about division and power. He nodded, understanding the order. The subordinates took off their clothes, and the leader turned to Red Monkey. She looked at him with a smile. The guy looked her in the eyes, asking if women had discovered the secret of other women's hearts. The girl confirmed. Jaha pointed his thumb at the prisoners, saying that Gosling might not be able to restrain himself and kill someone. Let her stay here and look after the prisoners. He was thinking of sending all the women captured here to Ilion or just freeing them, so she should take care of them. Red Monkey smiled widely upon hearing this and said that she would do it. The male prisoners raised their heads. The hero approached them and dismissively asked who they were. The two looked at each other. They did not understand what he said, but decided that it was clearly something offensive. Jaha looked at them carefully, saying that he could kill them just for being members of the Rain Cloud Society, but since the hero decided to change with every step, he would become their ray of light. If the captives did not want to accept his kindness, then let them tear off their own arm or bite off their tongues from blood loss. The men bowed their heads silently. The guy's voice became lower, not hearing an answer. He said that in order to set an example, he would send one of them to Professor Su, then the other. The captives were scared and answered that they accepted. Jaha pointed his finger at them. From that moment they all, together with him, are part of the forces whose goal is to kill the old king of hornless dragons. He stood looking at them, remembering that they were all heralds without for the local women, waving them, forcing themselves to entertain, and then selling them to others. Or was he wrong? One of the captives answered in a trembling voice that it was so. The hero's eyes glowed red. He looked mad and grabbed his sword, noticing that he had gotten out of himself and was thinking about just killing everyone and going to hell after them. Woojium ran behind him and grabbed him, trying to hold him back. He asked him to calm down, but the angry leader said that he would cut everyone into pieces and send them to burn in hell for eternity. His friend leaned closer to him, suggesting that he could kill them after they served as cannonballs, although that was too many casualties. Since Professor Su was dead, he could show them what it was like to start over like they once did. These words surprised and brought Jaha to his senses. He turned around and looked at his comrade in silence. The hero sheathed his sword and exhaled, saying that burning in hell for eternity was not Kamal Faut. Woojium looked at him, replying that he would take care of them himself. He bowed to his leader, asking him to continue what he was saying. Jaha turned and asked him to remind him of where he had left off. His friend said that he had cursed at them, calling them unworthy. The hero folded his hands behind his back again and addressed the prisoners. He had an assignment for them. They were to be informed that Professor Su was dead and then they would unite. Their reward would be a bloody victory by infiltrating the old hornless dragon king on his pervert mountain. He looked at the people carefully, asking if they understood everything, but noticed that they were silent again. Woojium addressed the hero, saying that he fully understood the plan and would explain everything to the others in detail. The hero turned and walked up to Gunpyeong, addressing him. Looking into his eyes, he gave the order for the beautiful subordinates of the Black Cat Union, who had run all the way here, to rest for a while. They did a great job running all the way here, so they deserve a rest. Gunpyeong looked at the leader and replied that he understood the order. Jaha continued to look at him, saying that they would only burden themselves if they joined in this state. He sighed heavily, noting that the more troops there were, the weaker they were. He asked if that was strange. The subordinate looked at him silently. Someone was quickly approaching the leader. A servant ran by holding a blue robe in his hands. He said that he could change into this. The guy took it and opened it to see a blood-stained outfit in front of him. Jaha looked at him with disgust, telling him to bring something cleaner since he didn't have a wound in his chest. The servant was outraged when the hero told him to straighten his brains out and asked him not to swear. He was only trying to help. Jaha looked at the servant leaving, thinking that it was the guy from the Black Pearl Fort, who could not understand the sarcasm or innuendo, and he exhaled, saying that he was curious how he was still alive. The disguised heroes turned to their leader, saying that they were ready and it was time to move on. He nodded silently in response. He led them, saying that it was time to go. Someone was walking along the forest path. The beaten warrior was staggering, holding his hand. The heroes were looking at him from behind the bushes. The victim's eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. Jaha and Wijiam were watching him. The hero noted that he would have made a good actor. The second replied that these were all his subtle instructions. Sitting in the bushes, the subordinate added that he had also stabbed him. The guy was lying on the ground in pain. That was dedication. The warrior somehow reached the door. He went up the steps and knocked on it. The old man looked out and seeing him, opened the door completely and extended his hand. He was from the Rain Cloud Society. What happened? Starkey gestured for him to come inside. The boy replied that they were caught in a war. The Black Cat Alliance attacked and he was here to request reinforcements from the Lord Dragon King. The wounded boy asked to wait, which surprised the old man. The boy looked up and asked to give him some water. Jaha smiled watching what was happening, noting the remark. He leaned against the closed door. He raised his head and thought that the estate should have been alarmed by the news that someone had attacked the Rain Cloud Society, but it was somehow too quiet. He went down the stairs and headed into the forest, saying that the Trojan horse had successfully invaded. Jaha returned to the shelter with the others. The comrade suggested going inside and ending it all, but the leader refused, saying that he had underestimated the old man. He turned towards the entrance, telling the others to stay here. The comrades looked at him in surprise. The boy came out of the forest and waved his hand at them. He approached the steps and thought. He walked away a little and went to the bushes and started doing something. The blue outfit fell to the ground. The hero put on his black clothes, and he found himself in the courtyard. He looked around. Jaha noticed an old man sitting alone at the table. The hero came closer and the old man greeted him, then asked if the truce had ended. The guy looked around, asking him if he had sorted everything out here. The old man with a gray beard nodded, answering that the only one left here was the servant who had opened the doors a minute ago. He let him out through the back entrance. He had not studied martial arts, so his death was meaningless. The two people looked at each other. The guy asked what happened to the old man's subordinates. He said that he sent those who had somewhere to return to their families and gave money to those who did not. He had managed to say goodbye to all of them in these 2 days. The hero smiled, noting that he was thinking very quickly. The old man chuckled. He pointed to a place at the table, noting that he preferred to think that way and offered to sit down. The hero came closer and thought that he was not going to sit down on someone's orders. They looked at each other with a sly smile. The old man asked if he had a minute to drink a cup of tea, but he received the answer that the guy was very busy. The old man put his hand on the mug, saying that news had reached him that the hero had managed to defeat the great Rakshasa in a duel. He had met men like Jaha many times, his actions, his manner of speech. The old man had long nails on his hands. He sees right through him and has long understood that he is some kind of person. The hero did not answer. The guy was still standing near the slot. The old man continued, talking about their battle. He was waiting for him alone, since he saw no point in shedding the blood of his people in vain. The hero looked and said that he knew that the great Rakshasa was his good friend. The old man's hand tensed. At that moment Jaha felt something and jumped back, seeing how the stones lying on the ground near the table disappeared. He landed next to him. The old man frowned and smiled evilly. The hero looked down and saw sharp spikes on the bottom, turned his gaze to the man. The old man became nervous when he heard that he had scared the guy. He reached his hand to his mug and pressed it. More stones on the ground began to move, and the one that was under the leader rose up. The stones turned out to be pillars. Some of them disappeared, leaving a hole in the ground. Jaha calmly watched what was happening, thinking that everything around was one big trap in which he would have lost more than half of the army if he had entered with them. The old man got up from the table leaning on a cane in the form of a snake, having said that everything was as it should be and offered to fight. The hero smiled, answering that now he understood why he was not as famous as the great Rakshasa. These words angered the man. Bowing his head, he continued, saying that the old man had been dumping everything into these pits for the last 40 years. No one could understand anything about him. He ate, drank, and slept on the corpses of people he had killed with his own hands. There were several raised pillars between them. The boy understood why Stark was so pale, but the gray-haired man only looked at him, saying that he liked to talk. The hero calmly moved between the pits, saying that he had met many people like him. a coward who was afraid to leave the safe path that he had created. His feet touched the surface, doesn't come out, like a beast, does not make a long journey in search of strong opponents. The hero jumped again, saying that he wasted his time here, rotting and burying his subordinates, friends and those who got in his way. He looked at the old man with disgust. Every time he dug and closed the pits, the hero smelled rotting bodies. The old man laughed, asking why he was running. The hero continued to move, saying that it was uncomfortable for him to stand there. He extended his hand, saying that this was not the way out. Jaha noticed something and looked behind him. Behind him were impassable thickets, there was no way out. He stopped on the pillar, saying that he was an interesting person. He even learned the arrangement techniques, imitating the master of the Ghost Valley. The old man frowned and asked how he knew about the master of the Ghost Valley. The hero watched silently, thinking that although he looked young, he was much older. The light illuminated his face. He was a child of heaven. Jaha shook his head, deciding that it was not worth saying such a thing out loud. The dark silhouette of a man with red eyes hung over the houses. The master of the Ghost Valley is an eccentric martial artist who lives as a hermit. He is the founder of the terraforming technique and the arrangement technique. His name was based on his residence, the mountain estate of the Ghost Valley. The person whom the Master of Memory hates the most is the Master of the Ghost Valley. It was he who created the technique of the invulnerable golden turtle. White clouds floated above the boy. He said that the old man was much older than the master, but unfortunately for him, one of the hero's spiritual mentors was a man who had incredible contempt for people like him, who lived alone, accumulating evil inside. The old man stood near the table and asked who it was. His name was the Master of Memory. Maybe he hadn't heard of him. Jaha continued, saying that he studied martial arts under the constant reminder from him that they were created to be used on people like the old man. They were created so that any preparations of the enemy would be burned to ashes, leaving not a single ash behind. The hero put his hand to his face, noting the irony that of all people, he fell into the hands of a hero. Cute. The boy remembered how the master created fire in his hand. Smart rabbits always dig 3 holes, but his mentor said that you just need to burn all 3. The flames became brighter, and so he created the technique of the invulnerable golden turtle, the kingdom of flames. The same fire was in Jaha's hand, which shocked the old man, and he quickly moved through his trap, trying to strike the hero, but he returned. The guy looked at him closely and thought that isn't it customary in the Jianghu to silently wait until the enemy prepares the ultimate technique. White rays appeared from the swift strikes. A blurry trace was left after a sharp jump. The old man swung his sword and struck down. The long-haired man parried his blow, leaving a light beam. 3 metal arrows flew forward. The brunette saw them in surprise. However, he managed to parry them with a swift strike. The gray-haired old man flew in, attacking again. Jaha jumped back, avoiding his attack, and landed behind. His foot touched the ground. The hero's hair and clothes fluttered from the speed of his movement. He jumped out of the dust cloud raised by the explosion. The hornless dragon king threw many daggers. The blades approached, surrounding the hero. Swinging his robe, he managed to parry them. The cloth began to fall. The hovering Jaha thought regretfully about his cape. He looked at the cape pitifully, hoping that in the next life it would find a better owner and after rebirth it would be worn by the body of a beautiful lady. The guy landed on one of the cylinders. His eye was shining red. The old man looked at him in amazement and thought that the aura emanating from the hero had changed. A purple flame flickered in the center of Jaha's chest. The glow became dark purple. Looking gloomily at the man, the hero said that he was finished. He would avenge the cape. The enemy held a staff in the form of a snake and irritably asked what he was saying. The opponents stood opposite each other and were silent. Finally, the brunette, surrounded by red flashes, said that okay, he would die a little later. The gray-haired man looked at him in shock and thought, later, he literally a second ago looked like he was about to kill him. A blurry trace of the jump remained. A multitude of daggers flew forward. Jaha jumped on the cylinders, dodging, and thought that he had roughly figured out how the trap worked and believed that now he needed to be wary of poison. The old man was rapidly approaching, cursing angrily. The brunette swung his sword. The blades crossed, leaving a bright flash. The old man frowned, wondering if he was hiding his true power. Jaha looked at him resolutely. The man's gaze became even more intense. He mentally called him impudent. His hand was clutching a staff in the form of a snake. From the swing of the staff, everything was covered in blue smoke, a blurred trace of a jump. The man jumped back from the smoke to the table. The brunette was surrounded by dark red flashes, using the technique of great absorption. A dark spiral of power twisted from his chest. The power moved, approaching the smoke. The hero threw a red ball of power. Thick white smoke appeared from the explosion. The old man looked ahead in surprise, thinking how easily he got rid of the poison. The wind blew the boy's long hair. He threw the sword over his shoulder and asked mockingly, "Is that all? Will there be more trump cards?" The hornless king raised his staff and said that it was good, let him come quickly. Jaha held out his sword, saying that he did not want to. Based on what he saw, this was the safest place. The man frowned, amazed, thinking that all this time he thought he was just crazy, but he had already figured out the technique. His hand was clutching the hilt covered in red lightning. Jaha jumped, sending out red beams. The old man swung his snake-like staff sharply. Red beams flew out from the movement of the sword. The enemy blocked the attack of the red beam with difficulty. His legs trembled from the effort. The old man stared ahead tensely. The explosion threw up his clothes. Jaha sent red flashes to the white explosion. Semicircular beams flew forward. The gray-haired man gloomily clutched the staff. The hero's eye glowed red. With a sharp movement of the sword, he cut off the hand with the staff. A bright trace cut off the second hand. Bloody limbs fell to the ground. Blood dripped from the old man's shoulders. Jaha stood with a sword in his hands. A shimmering red ball appeared in the hero's palm. It hovered above his index finger. The old man looked at him in fear and asked him to stop. The hero raised his index finger with the ball up, and then with a slight movement he pointed it at the enemy. The flaming ball flew forward rapidly. The old man looked at it in horror. A loud scream was heard behind the bright burning ball. It became even brighter, hitting the platform. The hero stood at a distance, looking at the flaming ball that broke through the platform. Flashes of fire flickered around the guy. Looking with a red eye, he wished him to burn to ashes. The fire burned brightly. Jaha stood with his sword and looked at the flames and smoke. He bowed his head, and then, with a crazy look, he laughed loudly. The hero raised the flaming sword, and then he began to move, swinging the flaming sword as if dancing. With a wild look, the hero wished to burn. The fire was reflected in the boy's eye. He thought that this was the flame, a gift from the errand boy to the people of Jonghu. Behind the hero, a fire was blazing. He thought that the Zaha-in had recently been burned to the ground, and this was just a simple and fair punishment for the old hornless dragon king for the sin he committed in front of the errand boy while in Jonghu. Jaha swung the flaming sword, hearing himself being called Great Brother. The hero looked ahead and wondered if he had someone like a younger brother. The brunette swung the sword again. He was calling himself the leader. Looking with a burning gaze, he wondered if he was the leader. Standing in the middle of the fire, the hero lowered his sword. There was thick smoke behind the guy. He said that he was just an errand boy from Liang Prefecture, a gravedigger, a master of the sickle, a loser who lost in the martial arts game. A third-rate martial artist, reflexed Kai. Looking blankly with burning eyes, he continued that he was a fish in Zhejiang. A shout was heard that it was Gunpyeong. Jaha turned around abruptly and asked, "Gunpyeong, the one from the Golden Dragon Pavilion?" Behind him stood a group of tired men. The protagonist's eye was red. He exhaled, reminding them that he told them not to interfere. Why did they come? Gunpyeong frowned angrily and shouted that everything here was on fire. What was he doing? Let him leave quickly. Jaha looked at him gloomily. The flames between the platforms suddenly died out, leaving white smoke, and then flared up again, surrounding the heroes. Jaha jumped onto the platform with the others. The brunette looked at him and asked if he was the one who burned everything down, and when he answered yes, he called him to leave. The brunette rushed past him with a crazy smile, saying yes, they would go. Gunpyeong got angry and shouted, asking why he was laughing, making him worry, and now, looking at him, the hero replied that he had burned down someone's house. He shouldn't cry. The brunette laughed, closing his eyes, and then looked at the leader and said that this is how people get Kai reflux. He thinks he understands this feeling now. Without turning around, the hero told Gunpyeong to be careful. There is nothing more terrifying than Kai reflux. He ran ahead of the group among the bright fire. The guys ran out of the burning house, and then turned around, looking at the bright fire. Gunpyeong turned to the great brother and asked what happened to the ancient hornless dragon king. Jaha replied that before the mansion burned to the ground, it happened to him. The brown-haired man closed his eyes and said that it was very good. The brunette smiled and confirmed. The guys in dark clothes stood nearby, and then everyone laughed together with the leader. Jaha turned his head and asked what happened to the actor who entered there first. He was a great actor. The beaten man raised his hand and said that he was here. Gunpyeong turned his gaze and said that he came out through the back with a servant, who let him out, and then said that a big massacre was planned inside. Standing in front of a group of guys, the hero said that it was wonderful, the great actor was almost killed, there was a confirmation. Looking forward, the brunette said that there were many mechanical devices inside. With his hands clasped behind his back, the hero looked at the others. He continued to stand silently. Gunpyeong was discouraged and asked, and that was it? He would not tell anyone anything more about it, the hero indifferently confirmed. Then he turned his head, saying that he was not as good as the great Rakshasa. With a frown, the boy replied that he understood. Standing in front of the boys, Jaha said that the great Rakshasa, Professor Su, and the Hornless King had all fallen by his hands. Gunpyeong smiled, saying that was good. The boys nodded, confirming. With a determined look, the leader said that the Rainy Cloud Society was no more. If anyone wanted to leave, they could go. He would not hold them back. Those who remained would be listed as the Ignoble Clan. The Black Rabbit Alliance, Black Pearl Port, and the Rainy Cloud Society were all under the Ignoble Clan. One of the men raised his hand and asked, what kind of clan was this? Turning around, the long-haired man replied that it was a clan full of trash like him. This lousy clan would take over all of Jianghu, killing bad people like Professor Su along the way. The man was stunned into silence. The narrow-eyed man looked at him and asked, who was the clan leader? Looking at them confidently, Jaha said it was him. The inquirer frowned excitedly, asking, who was the leader of the Black Rabbit Union then? With the same indifferent look, the hero replied that of course it was him. Who else? The boys were silent after hearing this. Standing in front of him, the leader said that their strength had suddenly increased, but it was not particularly important. He would leave all the organizational details to the seniors and their juniors. He was not very good at detailed management of the organization. The guy's hair fluttered. He said that they should all do what they do to the best of their ability. He was going to become even stronger. Becoming stronger was the most important task of the clan leader. The brown-haired man looked at him and said decisively that they, the younger ones, would stay for a while in the company of the Rainy Clouds. They had some suspicions about the guests who were going to visit this place. They would kill them or spare them and send them back, depending on the situation. Looking at him, Jaha said that it was fine, let them try, and he would go ahead. He turned away, leaving, and his subordinates responded with agreement. The clouds floated above the house with a dark roof. A trace remained from the hero's quick movement. Jaha entered the room. Sungti with Sashing sitting on his lap looked at him. Jaha sat down in a chair, asking, was everything okay? The fair-haired man answered with a smile that it was. Turning to Sashing, the brunette asked if Sungti was kind to him, and heard that it was. Looking at the leader, the blonde man asked, how did everything go? Jaha looked at him blankly, asking again, and Sungti explained with displeasure he wanted to kill Professor Su. The brunette touched his chin, saying that yes, Professor Su was stabbed to death, and the ancient king was burned alive. In general, he sent a couple of enemies and friends of the great Rakshasa to the next world, so he will definitely not be bored there. If you think about it, you can say that they died because of Sashing. Shifting his gaze, the hero said that Sashing played an important role in all this. The dark-haired man looked at him with fear, saying that he understood. The hero leaned on his hand and looked at the interlocutors. Yu Sashing actually turned out to be Huyanqing from a family that has long studied swordsmanship. Opposite him sat men. They both confirmed the new information. The guy pulled out a drawing with an image and said that he was looking for this person. Qing frowned and said that he would find him no matter what it cost him. The hero bowed his head and realized that he did not know him. The man looked at the leader with fear, asked for mercy, and exclaimed that he would definitely find him. He added that the guy could even poison him if he wanted. Then he would have no choice but to return for the antidote. The brunette looked at him calmly and replied that he had already killed a huge number of people today. His usual day should not end with someone's death when it already began with someone's murder. Qing lowered his head and thanked him. The young man sat in a chair. He noted that such a relationship was also good. Not everything can be decided by force. The blonde got up from the table. Jaw turned to him and asked him to bring some booze and 3 glasses. The man put the bottle down and sat back down. The interlocutors looked at each other. The hero told Huicheng to listen carefully. The brunette leaned forward slightly and said that right now he didn't really care who he was, Huicheng or Yu Sashing. He also didn't care whether he was a martial artist from the Huyan family of swordsmen, or a martial artist from some clan in Jianghu. The guy narrowed his eyes and said that for him, he was just a loser who had the misfortune of running into a hero, and from now on, the man would have to do whatever he told him. The swordsman looked at the young man carefully and answered in the affirmative. Jaha stuck his hand into his kimono. He abruptly thrust the dagger into the table. The others shuddered in fear. The guy held the handle and said that this was how fights to the death were conducted in his village. If they disagreed, they would simply take this dagger and kill each other with it. The men began to sweat. The manager didn't understand what had come over the chief. Jaha looked at Cheng menacingly and gave him 108 days to pass on every single technique he knew, including the sword technique, walking technique, Kai art, and cultivation technique to Sung Ti's head. The guest and the blonde shuddered in surprise. The man nodded, puzzled. The manager frowned and asked the boss how he could learn all the fighting techniques in just 108 days. The young man narrowed his eyes and turned to his subordinate. The latter tensed up. The brunette's eyes flashed. He asked if the blonde wanted to die, since the hero had just said that this was a fight to the death. Sung Ti sweated and tried to say something. The guy looked at him gloomily. The man turned pale and found nothing to say in response. Jaha looked at the two and told them both to get up at the rabbit's hour, then breakfast, training, lunch, training, dinner, and some rest. The men looked at the leader. He continued that if they tried to go out or run away during the break, he would consider it a challenge to a mortal battle and kill them both with his own hands. A red aura surrounded the young man. The hero suggested that they pull out this dagger and stab him with it if they disagreed on something. The subordinates sweated heavily, but remained silent. The brunette looked at Huicheng and said that since his Kai was stolen by him, he could slowly restore it during the breaks, or just rest. Jaha looked closely at the swordsman and reminded him of the 108-day period. It was a lot and at the same time not that much time. The guy did not ask to teach his subject literally everything, but they had to become at least 108 days stronger than before. The blonde turned to the leader and asked how he was going to evaluate whether they had become exactly 108 days stronger. The leader looked at him menacingly and said that if he had any complaints, the blade was still on the table. Let him take it out and cut. The man frowned and explained that it was just a question. The blonde thought that the master was asking to cut him for everything he said. Huicheng raised his head and turned to the main character. He noted that such a period was too short even to learn just one sword technique. Sung Ti glared at the owner with irritation. The leader crossed his arms and replied that although the blonde was a parasite, he was not exactly an idiot. The subordinate could not understand whether the leader was praising him or trashing him. The brunette turned his gaze to the swordsman and said that everything depended only on him, whether the man would teach him sword techniques or something else. The interlocutor frowned and wanted to make an argument related to the Huyan family of swordsmen. The hero looked away and interrupted the man. The guy said that he didn't care about his family. If he didn't want to teach, the knife on the table was waiting for its time, or he could lie down and the guy would stab him. The swordsman nodded silently. Jaha turned to Sung Ti and advised him to die and not hang around his neck if he didn't want to learn. And if the blonde didn't like the options, he could take out a knife and cut. Although, to be honest, they would stab him. The subordinate crossed his arms and frowned. All three sat silently at the table. The blonde raised his hand and said that he agreed with everything. Cheng exhaled and looked at the new master. He said that he would teach everything. The hero looked at them and concluded that at least they had come to something. The guy pulled out a dagger and made a small cut on his finger. The young man dripped blood into a bottle. Then he handed the knife to the subordinate. Sung Ti narrowed his eyes and asked why he was shoving a dagger at him. The hero stared at his interlocutor in silence. The blonde obediently cut his finger and dripped blood into the bottle. The swordsman did the same. The hero poured the drink into glasses and said that it contained the blood of 3 men who had survived a fight to the death. The interlocutors looked at him in silence. The guy announced that, according to the pact, teacher Huicheng would teach his student Sung Ti, devoting himself with all his soul and body to this for the next 108 days. And also, student Cha Sung-ti would study the techniques of his teacher, filling himself with respect in the following period. Jaha put the bottle on the table and looked at them. The leader said that he swears before the God of heaven and earth that he will end the lives of the two who made the pact with this beautiful dagger if they are naive about the duties of the pact or show insincerity as the overseers of this pact. The men turned pale. The hero held out his glass and asked if they swear to follow the pact. The interlocutors raised their cups and said that they swear. All three drank the drink. The boy put down the empty glass and smiled. He said that from tomorrow onwards they would have to undergo severe training, but for now they should enjoy a fine feast. The blonde looked at the master and said that there was no one to cook for them now because the servants had gone to Ilyang Prefecture and most of the subordinates were still in the Rainy Cloud Company. The young man leaned on his arm and thought that after killing Professor Su and the Hornless Dragon King, he was faced with the problem of not knowing what to have for dinner. What a dilemma. The door opened and Red Monkey walked in with a bag. She smiled and said that she had brought some dumplings that she had bought on the way back. The hero stared at her in surprise. The girl showed him what she had bought and muttered that she didn't know which ones the leaders liked better, so they had both the meat and vegetable ones. She had also brought some sweet and sour chicken fillet, which would go well with the drink. Huyanqing and Sungti applauded her. Everyone looked happily at the newcomer. Jaha spread his arms and announced that from now on, the 4 heavenly generals would be White Tiger, Green Dragon, White Rooster, and Red Monkey. The girl narrowed her eyes and asked if this was really out of the blue. The hero nodded decisively. The 4 of them sat at the table and ate. Jaha looked at Red Monkey and asked if she knew how to make noodles. The girl smiled and replied that she would have some for the master when she finished. The hero looked at her contentedly and replied that it was excellent. Sungti turned to the girl and raised his hand to ask for some for himself. Red Monkey agreed. Huyanqing shuddered and noticed the looks on him. He began to sweat and wondered if, even though he was a prisoner, everyone wanted him to ask too. The people present continued to look at him. The man lowered his head and said that he was full. The hero frowned and noted that this was a lie. The guy asked Red Monkey to make 3 servings. The girl stood up from the table and obediently agreed. The brunette looked ahead thoughtfully and thought that Jianghu, filled to the brim with men, was nothing more than hell. The young man looked questioningly at the swordsman. He was eating and crying. Jaha leaned over to the blonde and asked what was wrong. Sungti assumed that the man was crying from the wonderful taste of those meat buns. He was surprised that his interlocutor was crying so much over a bowl of noodles after he had finished the battle so fearlessly. The blonde suddenly fell silent and looked away, remembering that Huyanqing would be his teacher and he should stop teasing him. The swordsman rubbed his eyes and muttered that it was not like that. He would give his all during the training anyway. The hero looked at Sungti seriously and addressed him. The subordinate turned around. The guy was sitting opposite him and smirking. The leader asked what he would do now that his carefree days were over. They laughed. Red Monkey returned with bowls of noodles and asked what had made them so happy. She began to set out the dishes. The young man turned to her and replied that when he thought about what awaited his protege and how he would get beat up, he immediately wanted to laugh. The girl agreed that it was indeed funny. Jaha began to gobble up the noodles. The others ate with gusto. The men gestured to praise Red Monkey's cooking. The door opened. The hero raised his head and looked in that direction. Chuliang and Yonggi appeared on the threshold. The chief blacksmith smiled and noted that it was difficult to meet with the chief. Everyone rose from the table. The guy asked what brought the guests to them. The red-haired man grinned and replied that he had finished. The brunette looked at him in surprise and asked again. The blacksmith put the box down and opened it. Everyone present looked at the contents in amazement. There was a sword lying there. The hero examined it carefully and thought that the weapon was a little shorter than he expected. It turned out that the man could not get enough metal that he wanted. The young man smiled and thought that he hadn't received such a gift for a long time. The unfinished nature of this sword could be felt in the heart of their forge. Chuliang gestured with his hand and offered to bear the blade. The boy took the weapon and took it out of its sheath. He looked closely at the blade. The blacksmith watched the boy swing the sword and asked if he liked it. Jaha answered in the affirmative. The master came closer. The hero turned his head to Huyanqing, who shuddered. The red-haired man asked if there was anything the leader could use to test the sharpness of the sword. The swordsman jumped back and abruptly hit his head on the floor, begging for mercy. Everyone looked at him in surprise. The brunette asked why he would kill him at all. He took out an old blade and said that this was the only way to test it. The blacksmith narrowed his eyes and asked if the boy really wanted to lose such a good sword. The hero directed energy into both blades, and they began to glow. The young man crossed them. A ringing sound was heard and the blade flew off. The people present looked on in shock. The swordsman turned around in fear. The hero silently looked at the broken and just given sword. The blacksmith frowned and exclaimed where the young man had gotten such a legendary sword. The brunette turned to him and replied that the head of the Black Rabbit Union owned this sword. The master lowered his head and muttered that he would like to know where he got something incredible. He darkened and said that he would go and do something else. Youngie quickly picked up the remains of the blade and ran after the head blacksmith. The guy patted him on the back encouragingly. The hero watched them go. The blonde laughed, but Jaa quickly stopped him. The head looked menacingly at his subordinate and said that everyone makes mistakes, even him. The young man asked if Sungti had never made mistakes before. The man smiled and touched his chin. He replied that he understood the concept of mistakes and that only those who do nothing make no mistakes. The hero emphasized that this was exactly about him. The blonde closed his eyes in irritation. Red Monkey looked at him with a smirk. The leader turned around and went to bed. The others wished him a good night. Sungti frowned and asked where the leader was going. The young man left the building and replied that he was going to bed. The ward exclaimed why he needed to go outside. The brunette said that he wanted to and went into the garden. He raised his head and looked at the dying sunset. The young man lay down under a tree. The first stars were already lit up above him, and the moon was shining. A crazy monk, an abbot who practices esoteric Buddhism. If we consider the hero's past life, we can say that he was a crazy demon. One of the so-called disaster people, with whom Jianghu is better off never messing. The mad monk dragged him across the central plains to Tibet so that he could taste some white fire herbs. Every person from the dark faction and the heretics of the demonic cult that they met along the way died at his hands. If the monk had not achieved enlightenment and left the central plains for Tibet, half of the masters there would have died at his hands. Although the hero never called him teacher while he was around, the monk always called him his disciple. Looking back on it all, after he became a mad demon, the hero thought that he was his teacher after all. The boy remembered the monk handing him a staff and saying that he was leaving it to him because the teacher no longer needed it. The boy looked at him and asked how he could use something like that when he was not even a monk. The monk held a cane and a separate tip in the shape of a moon. The teacher explained that the student's thirst for blood was too great, so he removed the sharp tip. And the staff itself is already a great weapon. You could say that it is something like unshakable faith. They stood opposite each other. The hero clarified whether it would definitely not break. The monk replied that the student would be dead if faith faded, so there was nothing to worry about. The guy asked how to understand this. The man said that this is exactly how to understand it. The young man took the staff and asked where the teacher was going. The monk turned around and said that he was returning. The brunette narrowed his eyes and muttered, was he really just going to leave? The teacher said that a journey is called a journey because there is a place to return to. He was filled with many things, it was time to empty them again. Jaa asked what to do if someone like him had nowhere to return to. The interlocutor smiled and grabbed the youth by the head. He replied that he was ready to shave that awful hair clean at any time if he decided to visit him. The teacher asked the student not to die hanging around here and there and to find him if he was depressed. Then he left, and the hero watched him go. Eventually, the youth was left alone and wandered in the other direction. The brunette opened his eyes. Petals were falling from the flowering trees. The hero was lying on the ground. Huinching and Sungti began their training. The others in the dojo were also training. Jaa was sitting on the roof of the house in the lotus position, meditating. Then he took a bath, and then he meditated again in different places on the property. His servants and wards wandered around, attracting attention, but he did not react. The blonde diligently swung his sword under Ching's guidance. It began to rain, but no one stopped training. The youth sat under a tree and meditated. The sun came out. Scarlet energy was blazing in the hero's palms. He gradually extinguished it and opened his eyes. The flames were reflected in his pupils. He had reached the pinnacle of mastery in the Flame Rooster stage and had entered the Fighting Rooster stage. The warriors were doing exercises. They noticed the leader approaching them. The guy butted into the ranks of the men and demanded to train, ignoring him. Gunpyeong looked at him nervously and wondered what he was trying to do. The hero took a fighting stance and began to train with everyone. Then he sat down to cultivate again. This was repeated several times. The young man was sitting under a tree in meditation. Sungti approached him and said that 108 days had passed. The blonde had noticeably matured and had a stubble. Jaha looked at him carefully and asked if he felt that he had become stronger. The man smiled and said that he had become incomparably stronger compared to his past self. Hu Yinqing approached them. The hero looked at him and asked if his protege had really become stronger. The swordsman looked at the gentleman seriously and replied that he had at least become a master of the sword. Although not much time had passed, he had learned the basic principles and stances of the agile ghost sword. Ching had also passed on the cultivation technique to him, and in the evenings they would accumulate internal energy together. Sungti's internal storage had formed itself, and he had learned how to use the internal energy from it. The guy thoughtfully touched his chin and asked what kind of swordsman it was to be a teacher. The man hesitated, then resolutely looked at the leader and asked to be allowed to continue teaching. The hero looked at his interlocutor in surprise. He was confident in his words. The brunette narrowed his eyes and thought that even Hu Yinqing had changed. Had he really achieved some kind of enlightenment while teaching the blonde? Jia turned his gaze to Sungti and asked if he wanted to continue teaching. The man answered affirmatively. The leader looked at them silently. He nodded and said that the pact they had made had been fully fulfilled, so they could do as they saw fit. The others thanked him. Jaha looked at the blonde and asked how it felt to step into the depths of the Jianghu. He smiled and said that it was quite good. The hero looked serious. He said that if the man had continued to eat and drink in the brothels as usual, he would not have had any risk of dying, since he was too weak. But now his life had become much more difficult because of martial arts. The boy sat on the ground in front of them. The hero concluded that this was how the Jianghu worked. Sungti grinned and said that he had just started, so he had nothing to regret. The feeling of becoming stronger was unfamiliar to him from the past, and this was wonderful. Jaha chuckled and thought that this was how martial artists thought. Most of them did not regret their past lives. Regret came only at the moment when the blade plunged into their hearts. There is a great charm in becoming stronger. The brunette looked at the swordsman and praised him for his excellent work. Hu Yinqing bowed and thanked him. With these events, the first season ended. Sunny weather. Sungti noticed the main character leaving. The blonde looked after the leader and asked where he was going. The brunette replied that he would warm up a bit in gambling duels, and on the way he would drop by the Yihua district. The ward turned to Ching and asked what gambling duels were. The swordsman replied that you just bet money and fight there. The interlocutor was surprised why the gentleman went there. The men looked towards the exit. Ching frowned and said that he did not know. It would be much stranger if someone knew about the hero's thoughts. The guy left his territory. The guards bowed to him at the end. The young man frowned and remembered that in the past his face looked terrible precisely because of gambling duels. After beatings, the expression on the face changes, and he was beaten pretty badly. He learned a lot in that place. Even after his first defeat, the hero realized that he could learn a lot. While he was being beaten, he learned to counterattack. Jaha also learned to analyze the strength of his opponent based on his appearance, aura, and eyes. The reason why people who had fallen to the very bottom of their lives came to gambling duels is that even for lost fights you can get money. He went out onto a busy street. Poor people were drinking and eating around. The brunette grinned and noted that this place was still the same. The hero went into the building. The boss sat down at a table and ordered a bottle of Dukan liqueur from the waiter. The guy looked around. The patrons of the establishment were looking at him greedily. Jaha frowned and thought that the atmosphere was, as always, shitty, and they were all probably fighters participating in gambling duels. They brought him liqueur. The young man poured and took a sip. A man came up to him and grabbed the bottle. The hero watched as he drank his drink without asking. The man grinned and sat down opposite. He said that the guy was a new face here and asked to buy him some liquor in exchange for telling him about this place. Jaha laughed. The man laughed too. The young man extended his hand and demanded that the bottle be returned. The interlocutor handed him the vessel in bewilderment and said that he had already finished his drink. The brunette grabbed the bottle and abruptly smashed it on the man's head. Then he grabbed him by the hair and slammed his face into the table. Those present watched in shock. The head of the clan lifted his opponent by the hair and looked at him indifferently. The man's face was covered in blood. The hero glanced at the waiter and ordered another bottle. Then he looked at the offender and ordered him to get lost. He jumped up and quickly ran out into the street. The waiter wiped the table and asked if the young man was okay. After all, the man was the owner of a brothel in the red light district and would probably bring his own people with him. The brunette looked at the worker and asked how many he usually brought. He was told that 10 or more people. Jaha took the cup and asked if it would bring him money. The waiter leaned over and asked if the boy had been there before, since he hadn't seen him. The boy explained that he had. The worker ran to the center of the room and rang the bell. Everyone turned to look at him. The waiter asked if anyone wanted to take part in the hotel duel. He pointed in the hero's direction and added that the young gentleman would be fighting the owner of the Black Whale brothel, whom he had just beaten up. He would have at least 10 subordinates, and there would be no participation fee. He set out 2 baskets, the left one for the young guest, the right one for the Black Whale. Their hotel would sponsor the winner with an additional 500 nines. The waiter walked around the room, and the visitors placed bets. The number of coins increased. An old man and an old man approached the main character. They asked where he was from. The boy calmly replied that they should pay first and then ask any questions. The boy took a sip. Memories of the past surfaced in his mind. A man entered the establishment. He stopped near the head of the clan and demanded to go outside. The brunette smiled and said that he would drink first. The ill-wisher hurried him. The hero emptied the cup in one gulp and stood up. The man turned to go outside. Jaha squinted and smashed the bottle on his head. The man fell to the floor. The customers exclaimed in surprise. The young man went outside to the sound of contented shouts. There, a group of men led by the owner of the brothel were waiting for him. The guy looked at them and clarified that they were unarmed. The attackers threw their swords on the ground. The man grinned and replied that they were unarmed. The hero chuckled and slowly moved towards them. People ran at him from all sides. He stopped and kicked one of the villains away. Everyone turned around in fear. The young man reached his target in a few leaps and dealt with several more men. The enemies quickly flew apart from his blows. The hero stopped in the center. The villains froze and picked up their swords from the ground. The brunette grinned ominously. One of the men grabbed his weapon and ran at the boy. Jaha deftly dodged and twisted the attacker's arm. He screamed. The others rushed towards them. The hero dodged again and twisted the arms of the next enemy. Time after time, he dodged the attack and left the villains crippled and defeated. The young man stood in the middle of people writhing in pain. The spectators opened their mouths in surprise. The brunette turned around and asked if that was all. The men shuddered. The old man quickly asked a waiter named Ilbo to bring money. The boy handed out the money to those who had bet on the main character. The visitors were delighted and decided to have another drink. The waiter ran up to Jaha and handed him a basket of coins. The guy took out some silver coins and asked to give them to the losers. The brunette smiled and handed the 2 coins to the boy as a tip. Ilbo was happy and thanked him. The hero asked him to stay there until the end. The boy agreed. The waiter wrapped the winnings in a bag and handed it to the head of the clan. He noted that since he was so good, he must know how to fight with weapons. The guy took the bag and asked who had the biggest reward for winning now. The boy looked at his interlocutor and replied that the man's name was Dongfeng Yon, and he had never lost. However, to fight him, he would have to pay at least 10,000. The brunette smiled and replied that he understood. In the past, he would never fight Dongfeng Yon, who was known as the king of gambling duels, and to fight him, he would need as much as 10,000. The guy threw his winnings over his shoulder and went on. He thought that he should collect this amount in order to meet him and reveal his past to the end. The young man passed by some people sitting on the ground sharpening their blades. In a duel with weapons, the winner is the one who breaks the opponent's weapon. The hero entered the territory. An old man stood in front of him and smiled. He asked if the boy really wanted to challenge him. It was Gu Jonggak. Jaha looked at him and answered in the affirmative. The man said that he would not fight for nothing and demanded to see what he had brought. The boy showed him the coins. Jonggak grinned and said that he did not remember asking for so much. The hero frowned and told him to step aside. He asked if the king of duels with weapons could not even get out. The old man rubbed his forehead and muttered that he had no idea where the boy came from. The man turned to the fighters on the other side and asked them to tell him for a gold coin if they knew him. The man replied that he did not know. The old man exhaled and turned to the boy. He suggested that he try lowering the sword first. Jaha narrowed his eyes and warned him not to try to trick him. It looked like a simple hand-to-hand fight, but in fact, he was showing off his swordsmanship skills. One of the reasons Gu Jonggak became the king of the exciting duels with weapons was because of his sharp and durable sword, but he also had exceptional swordsmanship skills. The truth is, he has a strong inner core, and he wants the hero to put his sword down. The brunette narrowed his eyes. The man grinned and said that it was easy to get hurt in a fight with a weapon, and he was only trying to protect it. The young man took the sword out of its sheath and held it out in front of him. The hero said that he would give the first move to his opponent. Gu Jonggak reached for the weapon on the wall and said that he would fight the boy using the zenith sword. He approached and warned the boy to hold the weapon tightly, because if it flew out, innocent people could get hurt. Jaha frowned and asked him to stop chatting and start fighting. The old man frowned and got angry at his rudeness. He swung his sword sharply and hit the sword. The young man noticed that his opponent was trying to split his blade with a side blow. The hero squeezed the handle harder and turned the sword. The man's hand flew off. He squinted and held out his weapon. Now it was the boy's turn to attack. The clan leader raised his sword and clarified that Gu Jonggak was putting his life on the line if he lost. The interlocutor frowned and replied that he already knew the rules. The brunette hit the sword. The blade split. The old man abruptly threw a dagger at his opponent. The boy parried the attack with his aura. His eyes flashed. The old man stared at him in shock. The hero abruptly pierced his opponent in the chest with his sword. Jaha leaned over him and asked how he dared to ambush him. The man was bleeding and shaking. He called for help. The young man grabbed him by the head and threw him to the floor. Everyone present watched in fear. The brunette sat on the table and moved the coins. The boy said that there was nothing to stare at. There was a rule that if you cheat, you would be punished accordingly. The hero sorted through the coins and asked why they hadn't stopped the old man when they saw that he had attacked first. The clan leader turned around. Everyone had turned pale and were sweating. The boy exhaled and muttered that they were dishonorable. The battle hall. In the center of the room, a battle was taking place between two men. The fans were cheering. In duels, people fight by showing only their strength. In such cases, it is forbidden to use poison. The hero put the bag of money on the table. The old man glanced at him. In the arena, a man fell face down. The crowd held. People were discussing that someone dared to challenge Dongfeng Yon. The man with the fan narrowed his eyes. Some information was brought to him. It was the leader of the battle hall, Pyang. He exchanged glances with the protagonist. Pyang asked if the boy really wanted to fight the man. Jaha confirmed that he had issued a challenge. The man shrugged and said that another ignorant bum wanted to lose his money. He called for applause for his stupidity. The hall was silent. Pyang smiled and waved his fan. The man suggested that maybe today would destroy the myth of Dongfeng Yon's invincibility. One of the spectators demanded that they stop talking about boredom. The manager of the hall looked away and said that they needed to demonstrate their skills to challenge the king of duels. He looked at the boy and offered 1,000 yang for a one-on-one exchange duel. The brunette agreed. The man narrowed his eyes and complained that young people were so hot-tempered these days. He turned to the audience and asked who wanted to challenge the man who was going to go to Dongfeng Yon. 3 men jumped into the arena. The manager grimaced and said that 3 against 1 was not enough, and that 2 could play snowballs in the background and then go into the forest. The men exchanged dark glances. Then the 2 of them left the arena. A man with a shield on his back remained. Pyang introduced him as a newcomer who often appeared at fights for 1,000 yang, named Banggeek. The hero looked at his opponent indifferently and thought that he had not seen him for a long time. This guy had once beaten and robbed Jaha. The manager gestured with a smile and said that the man had once lost a fight to Dongfeng Yon and was now training in the shadows to take revenge. The girl walked through the rows and collected bets. Pyang grinned and invited the hero to come out. The young man entered the arena. He and his opponent looked at each other. The man smiled and wished them a good fight after the countdown to 10. Banggeek took off his shield and glared at the boy. Pyang waved his fan and announced the start of the fight. The opponent quickly ran at the hero. He swung his shield, but the boy dodged. The young man swung his leg and hit the shield. The man rolled back and grinned. Jaha smiled and muttered that it was funny. The opponent swung his sword and ran at the hero again. The boy narrowed his eyes. A green aura appeared around him. He swung his leg. Banggeek managed to cover himself with the shield. He was thrown to the other side of the ring. The man froze in fear. The young man jumped up and furiously delivered another blow. The edge of the shield cut the opponent's forehead. He rolled back again. The hero approached him and began to kick him while the opponent hid under the shield. The spectators watched silently. The young man's face was expressionless. He thought that the key to this fight was hitting the lower level, to the point that he would hardly be able to see the hidden Master Ho in him. Banggeek closed his eyes and held his shield. The brunette looked down at him and muttered that he had turned into an arrogant turtle. His eyes flashed. He kicked again. The man shouted that he surrendered. Jaha stopped. The boy turned to the manager of the hall and demanded his money. The man gritted his teeth and frowned. Pyong pointed a finger at him and asked if it would not be good to show off his skills further. The hero glared at him and demanded that he stop talking like someone he did not know and just watch the fights unless he wanted to get beaten up himself. The manager clutched his fan in displeasure. Jaha swung it and said that he had warned him. Pyong raised his fan and declared that the boy had won. The crowd held. The hero turned around. Among the spectators, he saw a waiter from the hotel. The boy squinted and thought that he must have been placing bets. The manager held out his fan and said that even if the hero was eager to fight Dongfeng Yon right now, they should bring in other fighters today for greater success. The man frowned and said that they would hold a big party for him to rest and relax, and then organize the fight tomorrow. The brunette looked at him and asked why not now. The man advised him to work on his tone of voice. Jaha looked at him and said that if he wanted the boy to speak differently, it would cost him 2,000 yam. But since the manager looked older than him, so be it. The boy was willing to give a discount. Pyong spat, then turned to his subordinate and ordered him to take the fighter to the guest room. The manager headed in the other direction. Banggeek wiped away the blood and advised the boy to be careful with him. The brunette looked at him and said that common soldiers use beauty and deception. The man was surprised and asked if the boy had been here before. The hero asked if the other man had ever left the place. He answered negatively. The servant brought the young man his winnings. Jaha threw one coin to his opponent. He looked back questioningly. The brunette smiled and said that the man was not in the best condition, so he should eat some hot rice to feel better and not talk about meaningless things when he himself did not even have the skills. The head of the clan turned around and left under the surprised gaze of his opponent. The guy narrowed his eyes and thought that once these words were spoken to him and advised not to take up arms and not to start being rude if he did not have enough skills for a quarrel. A room for honorable guests. The servant asked the hero to enter. The young man was mentally surprised that they would treat him normally. He went inside. A fair-haired girl bowed to him and said that she would follow his orders. She smiled and introduced herself as Biksoa. The blonde came closer and asked to speak if the young man needed anything, for example, to provide clothes, weapons, food and drinks according to his preferences. The brunette looked at her and asked if there would be poison in the food. She answered negatively. He smiled and asked why not, because if she tried hard, the hero would pay more. The girl asked if he really didn't want to win. They stood opposite each other. Jaha answered that he didn't want to, because having an undefeated player would attract more than others. A gambling fighter, raised by the same, a mentor invited from the outside, Dongfeng Yon, who was dared to challenge. All these people are ready to put their fortune on the line. Soa smiled and asked what the hero would like to drink if the food was not to his taste. The brunette answered that he only drinks rice soy. The blonde promised to cook. The guy asked if it was free. The interlocutor answered affirmatively. She looked at him in confusion. The young man asked again if it would be poisoned. The blonde assured him that it would not. Soa smiled and said that she would be back soon and asked if she should bring girls. The hero looked at her in bewilderment and asked again. The woman explained that if he wanted, she would order him to have a glass of alcohol and he would enjoy it. However, most people would not agree to sleep with guests and would simply bring drinks. The blonde smiled and said that maybe there would be someone he would like. The boy frowned and demanded that she forget about it and bring someone who could drink well. The interlocutor looked at him in confusion, then nodded. The table was set. The hero sat down at the table next to the woman. She introduced herself as Hyuk Soryong. The boy leaned his elbows and asked if she knew how to drink. She answered in the affirmative. She poured a drink into a glass and placed it in front of the young man. Jaha looked closely at the cup. He closed his eyes. A ripple ran across the surface. The young man felt that there was no one around except for the women. The interlocutor looked at him in bewilderment and asked what was wrong. The brunette looked at her silently. He thought that even in his past life he knew that these two were famous as the most beautiful girls in this place, but he saw them in person for the first time. When the hero saw them training, they seemed to have mastered the same martial art. They also had impressive abilities. The clan leader sighed in disappointment. He expected something more, given their exceptional beauty. The guy took the bottle and poured his companion some too. She thanked him and took the cup. The hero squinted, then with a sharp movement hit several points on her neck. Soryung froze in fear and could not move. The young man took out the ornament from her hair and found some kind of powder in a bead. He smiled and asked if it was medicinal powder. The woman was trembling. The hero asked if he would die if he drank it and what she was going to do with it. Jaha poured the contents into her glass. The interlocutor began to sweat. The brunette smiled and offered her a drink. The guy grabbed her chin and poured the drink into her mouth. She swallowed. The young man crossed his arms and said that if it was a deadly poison, she would die, and if not, he would be happy. Soryung looked at him in horror. Time passed. The candle went out. The hero grinned and noted that it was not a deadly poison. The woman was crying. The young man squinted and thought how good it was that he noticed in time, otherwise it would have been bad. The silhouette of a girl appeared in the doorway. She called the gentleman. The hero quickly approached the entrance. As soon as the blonde entered, he quickly hit her in the pain points and paralyzed her. So all looked at him in fear. The guy abruptly pushed her to the table and sat her down. He also found powder in her hairpin. The brunette grinned, poured it into a glass and gave it to the blonde to drink. The girl also began to cry. The young man frowned and asked what kind of medicine it was that made them cry. The women blushed and breathed heavily. Jaha stared at them in surprise. They were red. The hero touched his chin and said it was an aphrodisiac, which was good because no one had ever died from it. However, even if they had died, it was none of his business. The brunette came up and said he just wanted a drink. He advised them to keep their eyes open. The guy went outside and looked thoughtfully ahead. This body didn't care anymore. Night. The hero was sitting at a table in a hotel, and the waiter put a drink in front of him. The young man happily thanked him for being able to earn money and giving his guest a free bottle. The hero squinted and asked if there was poison in it. Ilbo waved his hand and explained that if he had poisoned anyone, the gamblers would have beaten him half to death. The brunette looked at him and noted that anyone could make poison, so he was just testing it. The boy looked around and leaned closer. He told the boy that he was going to bet all his money on it tomorrow. Jaha looked at him and asked who he thought would win. The boy grinned and said that the main character would win. Of course. The clan leader asked why. The waiter rubbed his chin and muttered that he didn't know the reason, just intuition, and then maybe he shouldn't bet all his money. The brunette poured the drink and asked if the boy was going to do everything he said. Ilbo smiled and answered that he did. The hero narrowed his eyes and advised him to stop gambling. The boy looked at him puzzled and objected that if he won now, his whole life would change. They sat opposite each other. Jaha asked if a large sum of money would really change his life. The boy said that he couldn't stay like that for the rest of his life. The guy smiled and told the young man to be honest with himself, because he just didn't have the courage to do anything else. The waiter looked away, embarrassed, and replied that he needed money to do something else. The hero filled the second glass and said that in order to do what you want, you first need to find what you like. Ilbo looked at his interlocutor and asked what he wanted. The brunette frowned and asked not to ask other people's stories. They were silent for a moment and took a sip. Visitors entered the room. The waiter jumped up and greeted them. The guest looked at the boy and slapped him. He grinned and called the young man an idiot who drinks instead of working. Ilbo smiled awkwardly and apologized for allowing himself to drink, because luck smiled on him today. The men passed by. The boy turned to the main character, who smiled at him. The young man grinned and muttered that life sucks. The guest glared menacingly at the child. He turned around and asked if the waiter had told him that. Ilbo shuddered in fear. The man came up and asked in displeasure if the waiter had really dared to insult him. Jaha stood up from the table and said that it was he. The men surrounded him and asked why he was continuing. The hero passed two guests and grabbed the instigator by the throat. He looked at him menacingly and asked why he had hit the waiter. The brunette flicked him, and the man fell to the floor and screamed. The boy looked at him in surprise. The head of the clan approached the two men. The hero folded his fingers to flick. He folded the fingers of his other hand in the same way and simultaneously flicked the two men. Everyone flew back from the blow. The visitors turned around, looking at the man lying down. The waiter standing opposite asked, "Is this hard to learn?" Jaha replied that it was very difficult. He exhaled, sat down at the table and said that it was always like this in this world. He couldn't learn anything overnight. He looked up at Jaha and asked if they had ever met before. He replied that he hadn't. Thoughtfully, touching his finger, the servant said that he seemed familiar to him. If he left, where would he be able to find him later? Anyway, if the hero won tomorrow, he didn't think he would stay here. Looking at the young man, the brunette said that he couldn't tell him, he was too weak. With a pitiful look, he replied that it was because he hadn't studied martial arts. Jaha took a sip of alcohol, sitting across the table. He said that even a person who hadn't studied martial arts could be strong, but this was different. The brown-haired man asked if he really thought so, and then he cried out in alarm when the hero thanked him for the drink, pouring another one, and said that it was not that he wanted to become a strong man, but he was just speaking honestly because he thought his life would be better if he served him. Jaha extended his palm, saying that he would give him one task: let him come to his room tomorrow and tell the elite masters to gather here. In particular, let him tell them to bring everything they can to collect money. Will he cope? The young man with a bruise on his cheek beamed and said that it was good. Jaha sat in the VIP room opposite the girls. Covered in sweat, they closed their eyes. The guy stuck a dagger into the table. Squeezing the handle with his hand, he said that the effect would soon wear off. The girls were silent. Leaning his head on his hand, he threatened that if they screamed or said anything other than what he allowed them to say, he would pull out the dagger. Once the aphrodisiac wears off, they can try to do something if their hands are faster than his. The brunette said with a stern look in his red eye that it would be a matter of life and death. Let them blink if they can't speak. The blonde looked at the guy, and the brunette said that they didn't mean any harm. With an indifferent look, Jaha said that now he would ask, was this the general's order? Soryong stared at him in fear and hesitated in her answer. The guy smirked and asked, were you completely crazy? Okay, this also happens when you can't decide who you're more afraid of. He touched the hilt of the dagger and said that he would ask again. With a stern look, he repeated, was this the general's order? Soryong, gray with fear, answered that it was. The hero removed his hand and told her to remember that she had no right to make a mistake. Even if he killed her, Soa was still alive. Looking at the frightened brunette, he said that after her death she will be scared, right? She has no choice but to lay out everything she knows herself. Let her calm down. The tense girl answered that she is fine. Soa was scared when the brunette turned to her. With a wet face, she answered that she also feels fine now. Jaha moved his finger, saying that great, now let her try to answer the questions in time, and even better at the same time, whoever doubts or is in a hurry to ascend to heaven, he will pierce with a dagger. With a joyful smile, the hero asked, do you agree? The girls were tensely silent. The hero rubbed his palms and said that he wondered who would die first. Sitting at a round table, the brunette said that the first question was who Pyong was. 1, 2, 3. The wet girls simultaneously exclaimed that he was the leader of the battle hall. Waving his hand, Jaha said that it was right, their lives were extended. Pointing his hand, he said this is the second question. The leader of the fighting hall is higher or lower than Dongfeng. They understand what he means. Raising his finger, he repeated higher or lower and counted to 3. Looking at him, the girls simultaneously answered that it was higher. The brunette looked at them and sighed. His gaze was serious. He thought that in fact this was the end of his knowledge, and he did not know the correct answer to the next question. The heroines looked tensely at the guy, who said that this time he would give more time to think. Let them answer properly. Who is the king of duels? With a serious look, Jaha counted to 3. Soa clenched her fist and answered at the same time as her friend, Ayangbok. The guy looked surprised and asked again, the owner of the inn. The frightened girls answered that yes. The hero hummed understandingly and thought that he was known as a person who did not make enemies. He was generous and often treated people to alcohol and also did not require much payment. He also liked gambling, so he lost a lot of money. Looking down, Jaha thought that this was simply unbelievable. With a thoughtful look, he thought that then the confrontation between Za-An and Helen. Hiding the dagger, the brunette walked away, telling the girls that it was a great job. They sighed in relief, sitting at the table. The hero approached the Hell Inn. There were many tables in the room at which customers were sitting. The man approached the table and asked the hero what he wanted. He replied that something with beiju. The waiter standing next to him replied that they didn't have anything like that. The guy said that it was boring. Let him bring something at least. An old man approached Jaha and said that he had never seen him among the players. The guy looked at him. The man was holding a phone. It was the dual King Aoyang. Jaha continued to look indifferently. Closing his eyes, the old man apologized for Soryung and Soa. It seemed that Pyong had fallen for his own evil joke. The silent guy thought that he realized that he knew everything, but it was still surprising that he revealed his identity so quickly. Aoyang sat down at the table and waved his hand at the man. The rest of the visitors began to leave the room. In the end, all the tables except theirs were empty. The man looked and said that he was still young. I bet he didn't come here to ruin his business. A total of 50,000 yang, including the challenge fee of 10,000 and the player's dividends. Considering his generosity, let him just agree. The man held the phone, saying that there were often black sword masters at the inn who only took money without fighting, and he never returned the sword to them for free. The hero asked, 50,000. Aoyang smiled and confirmed it. Jaha looked at him seriously and asked, didn't most of the people who competed with Dongfeng die? He knew that often their winners die or disappear within a few days. The old man frowned and said that he didn't know why he was still bringing this up. He waved his hand, saying that he had killed his acquaintance or Dongfeng his mentor or brother. If that was not the reason, then he didn't understand why he was saying that. A man appeared near the man who was speaking, and the old man suggested that, despite the fact that he was doing him a favor, the man looked at the interlocutors sullenly. Jaha shifted his gaze, thinking that Dongfeng was the king of gambling duels. The chair moved along the floor. Dongfeng sat down, crossed his arms, and glanced sideways at the hero. Holding the phone, the old man said that he had not changed his mind. 50,000 yang. Dongfeng looked at him indignantly and asked why he was giving him this. The old man told him to shut up, saying that he was still his guest. Jaha smirked, saying that they were not gambling, but cheating. Aoyang, sitting opposite, said, isn't it like this everywhere? This is the difference between big and small businesses. Big money is primarily based on cheating. Jaha replied that compared to his tricks, the others were quite innocent. The old man looked at him and said that if his business was damaged, he would raise the price. The boy tapped his finger on the table. He continued to tap and said that the biggest problem was that it was fun and hard to stop, but if people stopped, he would be penniless, right? Aoyang frowned and said that he knew very well. With a small smile, Jaha said that there was a legitimate aspect to the duel, but cheating was different. He regularly paid the neighboring island factions and landowners not to reveal him, only because he could afford to throw money around. Touching his lips, the brunette continued that one day, even if the owner of someone else's house spent all his fortune, he would also die. It would be natural for it to happen here. The surrounding islands received money from them and expanded their power. Aoyang looked grimly, saying that they did not do it openly, so they were difficult to detect. Jaha said with a serious expression that they were great in many ways. The old man offered to look at him calmly and asked, are you not ready for negotiations? The guy slapped his palm on the table and said that yes, what started as a gamble should end accordingly. They will play. Aoyang looked at him in amazement and asked, cheating in a game? What is he talking about? Shifting his gaze, the brunette ordered everyone to put everything against him. The old man's eyes widened in amazement and asked, what? The hero smiled and said that if he loses, he will die, and if he wins, he will take everything. What does he think about this? The gray-haired man frowned and remained silent. Jaha looked at him and asked, is he confused because it is too profitable for him, or is he afraid of losing everything at once? With a gloomy look, Aoyang asked, what if he refuses? Looking at him, the brunette replied that he would not advise it, because then he would suffer even more losses. With a gloomy look, the old man answered sarcastically. Jaha indifferently replied that tomorrow there would be a crowd of his people here, so he should consider that tonight was his golden ticket. Aoyang was sullenly silent. Dongfeng looked at the old man and said that he was crazy, he should just refuse him. The brunette turned to the old man, saying that he had long wanted to ask about something. He looked at him and asked, what about? The hero waved his hand and said that he hides his identity, gets the fighters drunk, uses girls and adds all sorts of powders to them. In general, he does everything to turn them into vegetables and then puts them to fight against Dongfeng. Touching his chin, he continued that if he suddenly loses, he begins to pursue the winners, eventually killing them. And he lives on the money he earns as if nothing happened, continues to give the fighters free alcohol, pretending to be innocent while paying bribes to the powers that be. Sitting across the table, Jaha asked, and because of all this shit he was called the King of Duels. Aoyang looked sternly ahead, and then he asked, saying that he still does not understand. If he is so confident in himself, then why does not he just kill them right now? It would be more profitable for him. Looking at him darkly, the hero asked who he was to judge this. Does he think that since they both own hotels, then they are somehow similar? The man frowned and mentally asked again, both own hotels. Looking at him, the brunette continued that it does not matter. He has profited from people all his life, so why does not he at least play fair for once? Let him stop thinking about idiotic tricks that can be pulled. Dongfeng glared at him. Picking up the phone, Aoyang asked, who is the owner of the inn? Who is he anyway? With an indifferent look, Jaha replied that he is the owner of Zaha Inn. The old man frowned, repeating the name to himself. Dongfeng crossed his arms and asked, where is this anyway? Looking at the hero, the old man replied that he agreed he would gather people and come to the arena. It was very tempting, but the main thing was that he himself would not regret it later. The brunette nodded and replied that living without regrets was another virtue of strong people. Standing up, Jaha said that it was time for them to go. Dongfeng also stood up and said that he could not believe that he would soon kill such a strange guy like him. Turning his gaze to him, the hero noticed that it sounded almost impressive. His nickname was the King of Gambling Fights. He looked very serious. This is really cool. Dongfeng angrily clenched his teeth, calling him names. Looking at the fighter, Aoyang said to release all the anger in the arena. With a wild smile, Dongfeng promised to make him beg for mercy. The man looked at the group of people walking. He looked surprised and asked, what is going on here? Dongfeng crossed his arms and without turning around, ordered to order everyone to gather in the arena. The man asked in surprise, everyone. Looking with a red eye, the man answered that yes. Now, a group of people were walking down the street. The leg stopped. Jaha looked straight ahead. Dongfeng stood with his arms crossed, and there were many people behind him. He said that there was no turning back. With a sharp swing, the brunette hit several people in the face at once and ordered them to get out of the way. He approached a candy stand and asked the seller to make him one lollipop. Taking the balls on a stick, the hero threw a coin and said that he did not need change. The seller looked at the silver in his hands in surprise and thanked him. Dongfeng watched in anger as the guy indifferently ate the candy, saying how long it had been since he ate it. He angrily clenched his teeth until he trembled. The man standing behind him asked discontentedly what he had arranged here. Their fight was scheduled for tomorrow. Pyong was scared when the fighter, without turning around, told him to shut up. Holding the candy stick, Jaha confirmed that it was better to shut up because he was just a worthless manager. The man grimaced in displeasure.